We are back. The UKEL is here for 2021, and we've got some amazing teams, some amazing talent, and some amazing fixtures for you in this first day. I am Viper, and I'm going to be taking you through this new look pre-show that we've got going on before the split starts. And I'm joined by a couple of new faces as well from our amazing new look casting roster. We've got Trajan and Initialize joining us for the first half of this pre-show. Gentlemen, how are you doing?
Doing really
He
well,
didn't throw
thank
to
you.
one of us, Sam, so I'm just going to let it hang.
There we go. I'm taking it. I'll grab that throw as you kind of set it up beautifully. That's the behind the scenes how casting works, throwing it live there. But yeah, very excited to be here. Glad to be casting all these new squads, some old squads, and just be on a new casting team and getting to grips with all this new stuff. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching the UKL for several seasons now. I've just been watching from, outside over the fence looking in. Man, it would be nice to be inside there. It looks real fun, and now here we are, and I cannot wait to get stuck in.
Well, it turns out these two are children, so it's going to be on a raising your hand like it's school system for talking from now on. I'll have no back chat from anyone as we get through this first section. But basically what this pre-show is going to be is it's going to be an opportunity to introduce all the new organisations and the returning ones as well. Have a chat about what we like about each of them and just generally have a look at what's going to be going on this split. And one of the biggest changes that we've got in the UKEL this time around is we've got a completely new format that is going to make things so much easier. We've got a double round robin initially, so that's going to get us our league table, which means that we've got double the amount of games, which is exactly what everyone wanted. And then we're going to be moving into a playoff bracket with the top 6 teams from the UKEL, which means that no one is just sitting there doing nothing. We're not having any Lucendis and another teams from last split who just kind of were like, oh, our season's done, but we're not getting relegated. Sick. And then kind of just sat there for 4 weeks. There's going to be relegations for bottom 2. There's going to be a double elimination bracket, but you're still fighting for top 4 because the 5th and 6th place teams will be starting in the lower brackets. So they've only got 1 life while the rest of the teams have 2. But it means that we've got so much more UKL, which means that we've got so many more casting dates and so many more fixtures to be showing you. We're going to be live twice a week, Thursday and Saturday afternoons. So you've got to make sure you want to be with us. But let's get on talk about these teams. There's a lot we need to cover. We've got 4 teams with these 2 fine gentlemen and then 4 teams with a couple of surprise people that are going to be coming on the second half of the show. But because I've been told that I have to throw to someone, Trajan, I'm going to put you on the spot first.
Oh boy.
A team that's come in, a lot of fanfare, a lot of excitement around this one. The first time we're ever going to see an academy roster here in the UKEL. Demise Academy. Trajan, what are you making of this lineup?
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I have been looking at an awful lot of tier lists going into this starting season, and they are sitting pretty highly up there. It's always great to see a big UK org come down into as many leagues as possible. As you say, the academy team, the first time we've got a UKL academy squad, getting that pipeline formed going from the bottom all the way up through to the higher echelons. You can see the roster on your screen right here. There are a couple of names that maybe people will know. The one that stands out to me is Fuyu in the bot lane here. This is a staple ADC of this division of the UK League esports scene, and man, I am really excited to see what this guy can keep doing. A lot of people, when they think about this player, they talk about the high highs, but they have to talk about the lows as well. A bit of a chaotic player seen by some, something of a wild turtle kind of vibe in this UK setting. But those high highs are so dang impressive, and right now I really think the meta is in a place where he can shine. This is a place where you can build teams and compositions around your AD carries, and I'd like to see Demise do that, and I think if they do, they're going to set themselves up for a lot of success.
Couldn't agree more. And it's a very interesting roster. There are some names which are creating buzz in terms of its background, right? So you've got Fuyu, who everyone knows, everyone who watches UKEL knows about this guy and are like, yeah, he's a really, really strong player at this level. He's exactly what you're looking for in a UKEL marksman. But you look at the other names, you look at people like Sin, people like Kurosh, people like Little Pants, and you're like, I don't necessarily know what to expect from these players, but people who are behind the scenes, who have worked in organizations, who have talked to the players, have been at tryouts, have been involved in the UK scene in that level, are all really, really excited for this roster. It's one of those where you look at the teams and you're like, I don't really know these players. We'll just put them in D tier, it's whatever. And then you look at the people who know what they're talking about, like, yeah, this is an A tier roster, and you're like, oh dear, this has all gone wrong. But Initialize, are you as excited about this Demise Academy roster as a lot of other people are?
I'm definitely excited to see how they perform because I think Trajan kind of hit the nail on the head. There is the potential for this team to either pop off or really collapse. There's a lot of players who like to play Kai'Sa in multiple lanes. Like we've got a top laner who plays Kai'Sa for whatever reason. That kind of thing where there's this wonderful ability to pull out random picks in random places and look for the really stylish plays. And that could be very exciting, but that kind of hard carry looks and the high highs, low lows kind of versatility, coin flip nature could end up biting them as much as it could help them succeed. So I want to see them on the field, but the fact that so many people behind the scenes have kind of given me a bit of a heads up and see them at least makes me excited to see where they start.
To jump on the end of it there, I think that something that could help them a lot is because this is an academy team from a established org that can maybe hope to reduce and stabilize.
Sure.
It's definitely a really, really fascinating and exciting roster, and I'm very, very excited to see how they do. They're going to be coming up first game of the day today, so as soon as our lovely mugs are off the screen, you're going to be able to see how they get on in their first matchup. But another team that has been, it's very difficult to say the most anticipated of all of the teams and rosters and announcements that we've had, but we had a look at the stats earlier, and so many people are excited for this. Monster Rugby Gaming are in and about the UKEL. Of course, you might recognize this name from the NLC last split and an academy roster in the UKLC. This is a completely different setup. The old guard in terms of the esports faces around the organization are gone. They're running it themselves. They're here in the UKEL, and Initialize, they've got a really strong core of Irish talent coming into the UKEL.
They really, really do. Again, as we said, under new management, Munster Rugby have taken command of this team themselves, and we've got some really interesting players in here. Particularly, I want to draw our eyes down to that bot lane of Keverman and the Mask of Jelly. A lot of people have been saying Keverman in particular is potentially the best player on this whole damn roster. Got a lot of talent, and we've mentioned it before, but at the minute with things like Gale Force being really high priority in the meta, ADCs can do a lot of work. He's paired up with a guy called the Mask of Jelly, who we don't know that much about as yet, but from what we've been able to figure out, this guy is a massive Grandmaster Bard main who is a really big playmaker in that support role. So these two very high rank, very mechanically skilled players in this bot lane could look to cause some chaos. And the top side of the map are all ex-Nerd Rage players, I believe. So there's a real sort of core of talent in that bot side with some sort of synergy pre-built in that top side with a lot of experience too. So a lot to look forward to, particularly around some of these exciting players in the bot lane.
And something that I just love, and I commented on social media, and I said this before we knew the roster, before we knew what Monster Rugby Game were going to do, it was the idea of we want to see more Irish talent in the UK scene. Because it's the UK and Irish scene, and this is something that doesn't necessarily get said on the names of the leagues because it would get a super long number of letters E. But the amount of Irish talent and the amount of amazing talent we see in casting, for example, we see so many amazing Irish casters. There are a lot of really good Irish players going into the higher levels as well. You got people like BB Muffin stand out to me a massive amount, and even Kevin Mann himself. Stand up as these really strong, talented players, and having organizations who are committed to fostering that talent. Trajan, that has to only be a good thing for the scene.
Yeah, absolutely. I, for one, am so pleased to see that Monster they've stuck around in the scene despite potential problems in the past. Now they are starting again from the bottom, building another foundation, and they're going directly hands-on here. I love to see it, and I hope that we can see potentially more, partnerships of this nature going forward, of traditional sports clubs opening up esports wings in this UK setting, and hopefully Monster can move forward and turn this into a great success story with this roster, with the Irish talent fostered, as you say. And I mean, with another roster, with Keverman, this is another team that can build around a great AD carry player that people have a lot of faith in. This could be set up for success in a similar way to Demise. They could both find similar ways to win through the rosters that they've built.
If I could
And I think that
in there
go ahead.
briefly a second, just in terms of I'm Munster as well as an organization like this. I'm a big rugby fan, and Munster are a fabulous rugby team. To be seeing them come into the esports world is making my heart swell a little bit with joy there. I mean, as far as Irish sports teams which have a lot of clout in Ireland, in particular Munster, are right up there, and they've brought up some of the best Irish rugby talent. It'd be interesting to see how they do with esports talent here, and whether that kind of mentality and sort of prestige they bring with them, especially now they are more hands-on, can be a really great thing for the Irish scene in general. I am really looking forward to see what these guys can do.
And I saw a lot of comments when Munster Rugby announced their roster and announced that they were going to be involved in this league, basically atting other rugby organisations in Ireland, saying, right, Munster Rugby have made their move. Come on, where are you? I think it was Ulster was the main one that was getting called out. It's like, right, where's our League of Legends team? So really excited to see if we get to see more of these traditional sports teams getting involved, as Trajan said, rugby teams from Ireland, football teams. We know that they're a little bit interested in the old esports thing. Maybe get on the phone, give us a call. We'll see how you do.
I mean, I've emailed the Glasgow Warriors, but they didn't get back to me yet. So
unlucky man.
We'll see about that one, I guess.
Just wait for the Ospreys over in Wales to start getting something together for me. That'll make my day.
All national representatives from everybody coming together.
That'd be amazing. That is definitely something that I want to see moving forward. But sadly, it's not something we've seen just yet. Just Munster Rugby from the traditional side. They're going to be in our second game of the day, and we're going to be talking about their opponents right now. A team that... let's take a break from these new organisations and these new teams. Mythos are back, of course, and looking at their roster, Trajan, some familiar names here.
Yeah, for sure. Extra Cheeky and Dunlosey up on this top side. Extra Cheeky has been used to be on Mythos way back when in 2019, I believe. Did have a brief stint on other teams since then, but is now back where I guess maybe he feels he belongs with the Mythos crew. And Dunlosey we have seen in and out of the UK scene quite a lot as well. So potentially some nice synergy built up on this top side, which can be very useful. And when we look to mid and bot side, it's kind of unknown quantities here. When we look at there's not too much to see. Of course, it's basically barely out of preseason. We don't really have that much data to go on. And with the whole season still in a state of flux, with items still being changed, the balance team's still trying to get a hold of how to even balance those new items, it seems. So there's a lot that can still change. There's a lot that could happen. And I think that with a strong top side and a bot side that has a lot of potential to go big, Mythos might look to step above their consistent 5th to 6th place finishes, which is what they've gotten so far. I think every finish they've had has been 5th or 6th. Currently, they're projected by a lot of people to sit around the same place. But as I say, anything.
I think that's a very interesting point that you raised, because with the change of format as well, you're going to have teams that can finish 5th and 6th getting into playoffs. And yes, you've only got one life. You could get knocked out of lower bracket after one series, but you've still got the opportunity to make that miracle run, make it to the top of the table. And if Mythos can do that, then they could be this standout team, this team that defies the odds and runs that gauntlet. And Initialize, we've got this kind of top side greatness, or top side known quantity, and bottom side unknown quantity. We talked about marksman quite a lot in this one. Which area are you most excited for this team?
I think it's an interesting one. I love that you called out the playoffs thing, because actually, even if they do end up in that 5th, 6th space spot and they're still getting to playoffs, they've still got one more life than they had beforehand. And I think with a team that's got that slightly known, we'll call it veteran quantity in the top side. I mean, I've been keeping an eye on Dunlosey a little bit. That Hecarim span in solo queue is definitely making me rub my hands together as a fellow jungler. But towards this bot side, I mean, I'm looking to see how these guys grow. I'm a little bit nervous for their support player, Akurath. He was a big-time Lulu player last season in solo queue. Loved his Zillion, loved his Karma. Those last two in particular, Zillion and Karma, aren't in the greatest space from what I've seen in solo queue right now with the current meta. And so I'm really interested to see where this player has ended up with the new season, and whether they have managed to sort of change their playstyle around coming into the competitive scene, where you do have to have a broader champion pool to begin with, and where they has been able to adapt to the new season. I'm hoping so. I'm excited to see what comes out, but as we said, unknown quantities, and that did raise a couple, I'll call them alarm bells, but they're soft ones for now.
Absolutely. And I mean, you mentioned Lulu Karma, stick him mid, give him stuff, flowing water, profit, pretty
More
much.
Robos in mid, see what he support role right now.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen a little bit from some of these players. They're not, as you say, the most known quantities. We haven't seen them lots in the UKEL, but you can see people like Monrobo who were on teams that looked to qualify through the qualifiers for the UKEL. On Volcano, they got all the way to the final of qualification on their half of the bracket, were knocked out by the team we're going to be talking about up next. We have Hive, who are coming in for the first time, and it's a new organization, but Initialize, some of these player names, very familiar.
Oh yeah. So I'm looking through a few of these. I won't lose. Wilhelm, Disco Dano. There's a lot of people here who won UKEL just a year ago, right? These guys have been in and around the scene, and not just been in and around the scene, but also done exceptionally well within it. There's at least 3 former UKEL winners in here, and that's very, very impressive. I believe Zerg is a newer player, and we don't know that much about them, but from what we've seen in and around solo queue, hell, this is a 57% plus win rate in Grandmaster, looks exceptional. That all sounds pretty damn good. Some of the best players in their roles in the UKAL, at least on paper, from what I've been hearing from a lot of people. I'm excited, particularly for Wilhelm and that Olaf that's been so damn good in solo queue right now. Gordrinker on that champion, damn strong, and a player who is damn good with it to begin with. Sounds pretty brilliant. It's a great meta for a lot of these players. I have heard some rumors that perhaps Vanguard in a bit of a sticky spot where he's grinding solo queue crazy hard, but hasn't found the win rate he's looking for. So maybe some frustrations there, but we know what he's like on the field. So I'm quite excited to see this roster in general.
Yeah, for sure. I think anyone who has seen Vanguard popping off in those team fights with things like the Varus has gone, well, I guess I'll just put his solo queue over here, and I'm just going to look at what I'm seeing right now, which is some absolute beautiful play. And just to clear up for their support, Zerg, being an ex-Square One veteran myself, I did see a lot of these players playing back in that league back in the day. And Zerg and the gang for a long time, so the synergy is already there. It's so powerful, this combo that has been built. Literally, 3 of these 5 players already have a UKL title under their belt. 4 of them have played together for a long time, and one of them is probably one of the most experienced and respected players in the whole league in Rengus and top lane. This is a bit of a super team, to say the least. Well, okay, so if we're looking for how these guys could be beaten, I think that analysts seem to think that they are pretty much unanimously the favorite going into this one. Every single tier list has them in that first position. They're the only team that can even stray into an S ranking on those tier lists. Everybody is so high on this team, including myself. But if we had to try and find out how they could even lose, I think it's got to be through great team development, because we've seen that Hive can win the UKL, but we haven't seen what they can do after that. There has been a concerted break for a number of these players. They're coming back in now, so potentially there could be some team play, some of that kind of finer points of the competitive the start, perhaps. Maybe Trek can jump ahead of them. Maybe a team who gets a great handle of the meta as the patches go past can get an early lead on them, and Hive would need to make it up. But I honestly, I'm grasping for straws here to try and find ways that they will not be first. I think that they are looking really very, very strong, and while they might be slow to start, you brought up the format before as well, Will. Works in their favor. It gives them more time to ramp up. The playoffs gives them more chances to get through there, and I'm really struggling, honestly, to find out who's going to take them down.
I mean, to offer something that might be a little generic, but the point still stands that, actually there is a point about coming in. Yes, these guys are the favorite, but you can't come in scared. You got to come into play, and these guys like, say, Wilhelm, like Vanguard, who will step up and fight you. If you can return the favor and maybe take some of those early skirmishes, try and contain and control these guys, particularly say someone like Wilhelm, who is playing these very aggressive junglers in and around the solo queue and the various leagues. If you can at least keep an eye on this guy, then maybe you've got a world where you can control them, but you have to be willing to step up and take those fights, step up and work with a game plan. You can't just come in and play passive.
And It's going to be an excellent first matchup. We've got Hive versus Demise Academy in the first match of the day here at the UKEL. And if there's a roster that's going to have a handle and have the resources and players to beat Hive early on in the season when people maybe aren't as bedded in as they could be, Demise Academy have to definitely be up there. And I'm just looking at these first two matches. They're such good early matches. People like me on Twitter, like UKL definitely knew what they were doing, putting these matches in the first two. It's like, of course we did. Like having Demise Academy, this academy team for the first one, versus Hive, which everyone has been so hyped about for the whole season. Obviously, that's going to be the first matchup, right?
It's scripted. It's scripted, guys. I'm sorry to tell you, it is. It's scripted. We had to leak the news now, but you know, it had to happen. And I personally can just thank yourself, Will, for giving me the cast.
Yeah,
so...
you know.
I see how it is. I'll fight Trajan for it for next time out, eh? But yeah, I completely agree that matchup is a hell of an opening choice, right? I mean, Hive on paper look fantastic. Demise Academy is a hell of an organization to be backing up with a series of players that people are also very excited for. It could be a bit of an indicator about potentially who's coming in to win this split even. That's the kind of potential this matchup has, right?
Absolutely. And very, very quick chat about the second match as well. Tracy, you'll be covering this one alongside. It is going to be Monster Rugby Gaming coming up against Mythos. And this is also a really, really exciting matchup because you've got a team that's coming in fresh, a lot of hype around this roster. But the hype from what I've been hearing initialized is more about, wow, Monster Rugby Gaming are putting effort into this Irish talent and a little bit less on how amazing the team's going to be. They're not talking about Monster Rugby going to win the split. They're talking about this amazing that they're here. And coming up against the team in Mythos, who have been consistently mid-table, there can't be a better benchmark match than this.
Absolutely. And, you know, and the thing is, it's absolutely right to take a look at Monster Rugby and be excited holistically about what's going on in the rest of the scene around it. That is something that, you know, you should be excited to see. That said, when it comes to the matchup, this is where we got to see how things are as a roster, as an organization, as a competitor, rather than just an organization in the scene. And it will be really interesting to see. Mythos, of course, have been around a lot longer, a little bit more of an established org with established players, particularly, say, Extra Tiki Dunlossie, we said on that top side. And it will be kind of a great place to start and see. I'm excited to see what Kevin and the Mask of Jelly can do in the bot side, as I said before. And you are coming in, and it's one of those questions about rookies and new orgs is, okay, you're coming in, is this roster going to be all fire and brimstone straight away looking to do crazy stuff, or are they going to need a little bit of time to gel? And Mythos as well, that this is their chance to say, yeah, we might have been 5th or 6th, but we are still the guys here looking to push our way up the table, and you've got to get your way through us first before you're really finding a space in the UKEL. Excited to see how it works out.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating matchup. We're going to jump to a short break now, Evan. When we come back, we'll have 2 new analysts because I'm done with these ones. They've given me the information that they can. Trajan, go get ready for your first cast because Initialize will be with us for the second matches. And if you want to find out about the teams that are going to be playing in those matches, don't go anywhere because we'll be talking about them in just a few minutes. Perfect, right. Quick turnaround. That was not a good time to cough. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the UKEL pre-show. I'm a professional. Viper, as you can see from above me, I've changed my analysts because these ones are much better anyway. We've got Doctor, who you'll all know from anything
Tier
that I've
lists.
cast in like the last year. And Nymera, who you all know from NLC Fool, amongst a lot of other things, and you'll as well. So, Harry, how are you getting on? You've come back again for UKEL. Why?
No one else would take me, so kind of got to work with what I've got. It is what it is.
Good.
I feel like I'm third wheeling here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
you guys have got some real synergy.
I don't want.
here.
I don't
I'm
want
like
to
a
say
newcomer on the block
anything.
We sat for 2 hours talking about making a tier list, the whole scene called Completely Irrelevant, almost immediately on publishing it. So
Oh yes.
we have that going for us. But Nymera, of course, you're back as well. First regular split of UKEL. You excited?
Absolutely. So I cast a lot of the UK university scene up in the Newell. So there are a few names in and about which I've had some touch them, I've touched base with a couple of them at points. But this is my first time really stepping into the UK scene as a caster. Watched a bit on the side, of course, as you do, knowing a lot of people in the scene. And much like my brother Initialize, who was on the last desk, yes, we are actually related. It is very unfortunate for myself. I'm very much looking forward to this.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. And of course, we had Initialize and Trajan on here talking about the first 4 teams, or the teams that are going to perform in the first 4 games of the first 2 games of today, which are going to be Trajan and Doctor will be joining in for that one. So you have to have a very quick turnaround after this desk segment. Initialize and Nymera will be joining you for the second half of the day, which is going to be amazing. And we're going to be talking about those teams from the second half of the day right now. So Doctor, a team that we've talked about a lot in the past. We've seen a lot in the past. And a team that's come out of that university scene, London United, they're back, and I'm getting some deja vu looking at this this team roster.
I don't think he's playing on London, is he?
No. Funny.
I don't know what team he plays for. Is he even playing DKO anymore?
Not currently, no.
He's not right now, is he? No. Okay. Yeah, well, London United, I think they're the only team that's still sticking together after, or as a sort of 5-man stack after last season. And it's pretty understandable. They had a very strong showing before. And so, coming in, they're like, nothing needs to change here. We're pretty happy with our setup. And some scholars, aka me and Viperoon, have got them pegged for probably at least a top 2 performance in this league. So very much looking forward to what they're going to bring out on that first day, especially because they have that, whole season, basically, a year at this point, almost, I think, of working together and getting that synergy going. Meanwhile, everyone else, we've got a lot of new teams coming in, lots of rosters being, basically only being announced, in the last few days, right? The last week, 2 weeks, whatever it is. Not sure how long those rosters have actually been together and actually been practicing, but London, we know they have been chilling for quite some time, so they're going to come out with a very strong start.
And I don't know about you guys. I really like London's top side of the map. I think Victoria, top side, really like him. Seen him a bit in the Newell, of course, got to go shout out again back to those contacts I've bet there. But the thing about the same roster, that potentially could be a double-edged sword for me as well. If Doctor's going to be the positive, I'm going to be the devil's advocate. Because there are VODs. There are VODs. You can see what this team plays like in terms of their instincts in team fights and in laning phase. So maybe that could be a turning point the other way. But of course, on the outset, it does look like a positive thing. You're right.
Yeah, they're very much like a known factor. And if anyone wants to put that effort in to go back, consult the VODs, they might find a couple of predictable plays,
And I think that's one of the things where London aren't going to be a team that can really, unlike other teams that can come in and kind of maybe play that wacky style first game and be like, oh, we weren't expecting you to run free mid or whatever. London, we kind of know what to expect from them. We know the style of play. We know the level of play that they are capable of.
Yeah.
And for them last season, it was all about, look, we're going to just be consistently good across the board pretty much. You might have Kum making a wild play every now and then, or Mauer maybe looking for an invade more than he should. But it was consistently across the board good play. And that's why they got into the playoffs last season, because they were good. And that is why people are pegging them for top 2, top 3 finish. Definitely top half, a lot of the analysts are saying, just because we know what we can expect from them. And in a world in this season, especially where there are a lot of unknown quantities, where if you're not an insider in the coaching scene or the playing scene, you don't know what to expect. Having known quantities that are quality for this level is definitely a good thing.
It is.
Oh yeah.
I think the last thing I would say is that Mao, I really like their champion pool in regards to the top side of the map as well. I was talking about, again, I like the top side of the map. They play stuff like the Olaf, Hecarim, Talia, Graves, a lot of stuff which dives tops really well, and I think there are a lot of people playing fighters in the top pool in UKL right now, so that could be potentially quite a good way to shut down the primary carries of a lot of other rosters. So I think London United, if they're going to be consistent in a 14-game regular split with this kind of plug and play, we're going to punish top mentality, I think this could be very good across the regular season.
Absolutely. And another team that we're going to be talking about, and the team that's going to actually be taking on London United, is a team that me and Doctor are very, very knowledgeable of. We've seen it a lot. But Nairo, you've actually talked to them a little bit in the run up towards the first games of this season. It's Viperio. They're back again from a mixed season last time out, finishing in that middle of the pack area. But Nairo, what are we saying about this team?
So I got a message from team manager Cole Bolt. He wants to have a chat about the teams and get in contact with the broadcast and see if they can give us any bits of spicy info to go into this team. And what it seems for this team is that they're all in on the coaching staff, on the mentality of the split. I know Doctor was saying that, if teams the effort, that motivation to go back and check the VODs, then they might be able to pick up something on London United. Viperio, if there's going to be a team, I think it's going to be them. Have a very talented top, and I think actually Hassan, the support, is kind of touted to be even the best player on this roster. But actually, Johnny Rico, really fun fact about them, ex-StarCraft 2 pro, thinks about the map in a very different way, bringing those transferable skills from all your map movements and knowing the full state of the game. Very intelligent player, apparently. So I'm really looking forward to how these mixed backgrounds, in terms of where they come from the gaming sphere, work out for Viperio.
It's definitely an interesting one. I like how you've called out this top lane and jungle, because I was actually going to look at Kaz in that bot lane. And Doctor, when we were discussing this Viperio roster, this was the player who really stood out to us as a cut above the rest. And if Nymeras and the coaching team of Viperio are talking about how amazing the rest of the roster is, then it sounds like they got quality across the board then, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big Kaz fan from what we've seen. That man on his Lucian especially was just demolishing. I think it was the UKLC Open qualifiers. I think it was that we last saw him have that kind of insane performance on. Lucian's not exactly the most meta pick in the bot lane right now, and that was his most comfortable champion. But hey, you can still flex it. There's still power in that pick, and I'm sure he's very capable on other aggressive ADCs as well. I think another really big selling point here for this Viperio squad, to bring it back to a top half just for a second, is that Johnny Rico, last time that I saw him, again, I think it was in that open qualifier, he was basically looking like a sort of bit of a Talia one trick. He was very comfortable on his Talia, was absolutely taking over games. He had really strong map presence and was very good at making those tempo plays on Talia, which is the big strength of that champion with her mobility passive and her ultimate and whatnot. On other champions, he wasn't looking quite as confident. Like, he had the idea down on Talia, where she's very built around executing that kind of style, but then put onto other champions, he wasn't really looking quite as confident and able to make those moves happen. However, now here we are on patch 11.2, season 11, Talia jungle is looking real good. Very strong pick right now, even after the nerfs, and so I think that's a really valuable thing to have for Viperio, that now they've got this guy that's a really strong jungler on this one pick, and it's very high in the meta, and you ban it, it's like, what? Well, yeah, Lilia is basically the same champion. He can probably play Lilia well as well. And so he's like, Lilia's, Nidalee's pretty close as well. And suddenly you just have to start throwing out jungle bans left, right, and center. But you've also got to target Kaz. And if you can get the Talia in the jungle, you can also throw in the a Leona or an Alistar or something into the bottom lane to combo with that. In 4, he's played Renekton before in his life, so you can slam up top, and it makes this huge threat that I think essentially has to be banned every game.
In on that too, because there's some really good points across the board there in terms of like, well, what's Johnny Rico going to do in terms of this champion pool and stuff. This whole team, I talked about it in terms of the backroom staff too, they're hard workers from at least what we've seen. We'll have to see how they evolve over the course of the split, whether that holds true, particularly if results go badly. That motivation can be very hard to keep in a lot of ways, right? Of course, we won't speculate about that at all. I do hope that Viperio come in and they do show us the best of their ability, because it seems like they have a lot of good moving parts moving in the right directions. But I think that, when we do have Kaz as well, you're talking on the bot side, I think Lucian is slowly coming into meta in that bot lane. It's not there right yet. You're definitely right in that, Doctor. There's also a Tristana in that bot lane pool. If you're playing that, you pick up something like Rel, which has been played in the LPL across a couple of regions too. Definitely options across top and bot. I talked about a couple of top laners having fighters in the champion pool. Well, actually, if you look at the top laner for Viper when you've got In4. He plays a lot more of these champions, and you might have the best champion pool in the UKL at nullifying other top laners. So it actually means that you can go towards the carries, also go towards nullifiers, gives you options across the board.
Yeah. You know what? If we're going to talk about Rel and we're going to say nullifiers, I've got to get this out because yesterday, or no, was it yesterday or maybe even early this morning? I tweeted something about Jarvan support, didn't get a response. I was ghosted by Bravado. I don't understand. I should have tweeted Snuggly instead. But I tweeted that, and then like a few hours later, it was picked in LCK. So I've got to get this one out as well. If Rel is a priority pick and we need nullifiers in the game, Trundle support's coming back. I just need to get that unlocked.
Oh,
the Trundle
no, you're
support
right.
is the Rel counter. Okay. What about,
Lowest-
you know, that's not going to happen in UKEL. No one's going to bust that out.
The
But
lowest win rate champion at the moment, well, as of like 2 days ago, was Trundle. So
you don't
that's
need to tell me twice.
actually a massive statement coming through. This
It's
is one of
it's all
those.
because of Rel. All because of Rel. That's it.
Big
I,
deal.
You'll see it coming.
I'm concerned that someone's going to pick that up now. Someone's going
Moonstone,
to watch this, think that you know what you're talking about, and it's going to start picking
I'm
Trundle
pretty
support
sure
in their ranked
you
games.
could Moonstone Trundle support. But
Don't.
that's
No,
the story
we're gonna
for
cut you
another
off
day.
before you start like ruining all of my
Thanks,
ranked
I hate
games
it.
here on out. But it's going to be really, really exciting to see this London Viperia matchup in this game because two teams that we kind of know a little bit about. There's a little bit more information, but a team that we don't have that much information on. And we've been talking about it throughout this entire show, the idea of new talent coming in that is known to people who are in the know, but to people who don't have access to all of this data and all of this information is kind of a unknowable entity and a mystery. And I think there's no team that embodies that in terms of players than Lucendi. And Doctor, you were working with them last split. Now you're committing to your casting. We talked a little bit about not knowing all that much about the roster, but a lot of people and a lot of players especially think this is a really, really strong team.
Yeah, I'll say you have phrased that so expertly, Will. In terms of description of the roster, so polite, so verbose in the way you went around it. I'll say it. They're randoms. I don't know anything about any of these people. Yeah, look them up. Look at the OPGGs. Okay, we've got a few things going here. Some low masters, a couple of high diamonds coming through. But at the end of the day, there's, I think, just so little knowledge about them. It could go either way. This is why you and I put them pretty low on our tier list, which you can find at Dr. Casts on Twitter. Come on, need those impressions. But I think there's not a lot going for that team just off the bat from what we know right now, because really what we know is nothing. But having said that, once they come out into a league, it's going to obviously be a completely different story, and maybe by the end of today, we're going to have a completely different opinion of them. There's just there's no expectations on them, which also means that there's a lot of potential expectations.
He's digging a hole for himself in terms of
I'll say
like the danger of being clipped and Lucendi going like 14-0, and then you losing your career because of this is
if
good.
I get clipped, it's exposure. All right.
The thing is,
such thing as bad press.
You know, you've described the players a bit random across the board. A lot of the champion picks, I'm not going to use random, I'm going to use varied. That's the word I'm going to be used. But I think if you're looking at as the coaching staff in this situation, when you have so many tools to work with, you have the pick of the litter. You can do what you want. You know, I was talking about the Trist Rel potential combo coming out of Viperia when we're talking about that. Well, that's something which has been played by Lucendi's bot lane on their OPGGs. It's been put in their solo queue. We can talk about in top lane, loads of fights. It's pretty much the whole bunch. Mid lane is probably the most mage heavy mid player I've seen across the OPGGs too. So there's a lot of different ways this team could pick and choose ways through the pick and ban phase. There's a lot of work to be done if they haven't gotten used to each other at that point. Again, moving parts tends to be... It's like, have you ever been over to a friend's house and tried to use their microwave? It's like, you know how a microwave is meant to work, but the buttons are all different, and you just got to take a while to figure out how it works. That's pretty much what I'm going to be looking for Lucendi. Have they figured out how to use the microwave?
I don't fully know how to use my own microwave, to be honest. I haven't used like half of the buttons on it. It's like space age. It's got like a tinted window. It's mad.
That's it.
That's
it. You are Lucendi. By Prune, you are Lucendi in this situation.
Love that.
Have you figured out how to use the space age microwave?
I looked up the instruction manual for my microwave. I was that bored. I found out after we owned this microwave for like, I want to say 7 years or something. I just wanted to know what power rating it was because it didn't say anywhere on it. I looked up. Turns out it has a grill.
1.21 gigawatts.
It's a grill.
There's just
What
a
microwave
grill
has
in
a
the top
grill?
of the microwave. We had no idea because you never look at the roof
Okay,
of your
so-
microwave. Like, I'm
The
taller
analogy
than
goes
it.
deeper. That's what I'm saying.
There's so
Off-season
much.
League of Legends
I had no
is
idea.
microwaves. You heard it here first.
So it's a case of we're going to watch Lucendi, and when mid laner stomps, going to be like Limsey is the grill on
That's
this
it.
microwave. It's the feature
your
that
hot
you never
pocket's done.
knew was going to be needed until now, but now it's gonna. Have you used the grill on your microwave yet, Doctor? Is that something you've attempted?
No, not at all. Haven't needed it whatsoever.
No.
And like I haven't needed it in the last 7 years. But I was shooketh. It blew my mind to say the absolute least.
Yes.
Found out
Bring it back to
reading
Luke.
microwave manual. It had a lot of features that I was not aware of.
Oh.
I use any of
Anyway.
them, but it's good to know.
The initial point is, speaking of all these features, you don't necessarily know about until you kind of like actually look for them. It's kind of like that slotting into a new roster, and again, it gets a bit off track. But Lucendi, a lot of new players to this roster, a lot of ways that they can experiment, and I'm hoping they're putting in the work to experiment because looking at the champion pools and the success rates on them in their solo queues, and again, that's a lot of what we got to work off of. There are tools there. There are ways that if they find what works to them and they manage to put everything on rails and say, you're playing this kind of champion, you're playing this kind of champion, and then everything works out, they could make a deeper run into UKEL.
Sure.
I'm excited to see how they do as the kind of the mystery point for the teams. Let's look over the last team that we've got to look at. A team that we've kind of seen a little bit from this year, but not really when you see the players. It's Nerd Rage, of course. They lost out in the promotion matchup against Bulldog, but Nymera, it's a different look team with a couple of similar parts.
Yeah, so to my knowledge, same mid and same marksman. So here and Zich coming back into this lineup. And then we've got, see, I thought that jungler was called Magikarp. They've renamed to Midshot Wild. So that explains why the OPGG changed. Yes, I know now. And Magic in the top lane, and then Flajian coming into support. Looking at a couple of these players, mid lane, massive Z1 trick. Probably going to have to see that banned, but it looks like this team, to me, looking through what they're kind of playing, looks to be moving towards the top lane because and trying to enable Matchak in that top lane to play the carries and go into 1-3-1s, have here play something like a Kai'Sa or something that's better at wave clearing mid and play around side lanes. That's my first view of this team. I don't know if you guys have a different take on that.
I think from seeing them play, and this is only speaks towards Higher and Zyke, it's that the difference between the mid laners, Zyke and Shiklin, who was playing on Bulldog, who did 3-0 that matchup, was not massive. Zyke was not outplayed across the map in any of the games that he was in. He looked very stable, very much like the kind of UKEL mid laner that you'd want to have in your roster. He got played absolutely off the park by Casper. But I think that's one of those things where Casper was playing out of his mind and skin in that series. And Hiei we talked about this as well, Doctor, and I want to take your take on this again. Hiei and Fuyu, I kind of always think of them in the same breath as that kind of, when you're putting together a UKL roster or you're putting together a UKLC roster, you can kind of grab one of these players and think like, yeah, we know what we're going to get. There's a talented marksman there.
Yeah.
Maybe not going to take over the game, but definitely someone you wouldn't be mad about having on your team.
For sure. I mean, they're both just very... I don't know if role players is the right term, but it's like, yep, they're just ADC. Yeah. They will do the job. We'll slap them in, build a team around it. That's nice. That one's sorted, right? You just get it in the bag. What I will say is that, just to go back to that series that we were just talking about, yeah, Casper is kind of an absolute machine. So getting rolled by him doesn't mean too much. But also going even with Shiklin, I think is something that if you told me before that series and before this season, I'd have been like, oh, even with Shiklin, isn't he retired? Isn't he slightly washed? These were sort of the sentiments that were coming out towards him. But actually, he's been looking pretty good by all accounts. I think a lot of people have been very surprised at his sort of return to the scene. So to be going even with him, I think is, at least when it's someone that we don't know too much about yet, it could be seen as sort of a compliment. And then could have a sort of a promising a promising light to it coming on into this next season.
There are a couple of wildcards about here too. So Mashak in the top lane was the former #1 Clyde player in EU West, or might have been even more than that, but really big on Aurelia 2, Camille, Set GP. So that's why I'm saying maybe go towards top lane. Jungler plays a lot of fiddlesticks. So I think he's ended up playing like 3 or 4 Fiddlesticks games a day since the start of the season. Also has some Ivern in there too. So not the most conventional jungle pathing junglers. So if you have teams which are very practiced around playing against a certain style of jungler, because you know that Olaf's and Matty kind of know what he does in the early games. Same kind of thing with your Graves and your Talia and whatever. If you bring out something like a Fiddlesticks and Ivern, I wonder how many of these early games with snowballing mids like the Zed we were talking about, who also play stuff like TF and Echo, who can transfer that pressure across the board, whether you need this bot lane to be a bit more role player, a bit more standard,
Sure.
you're just going to wave play with your Ezreal and stuff like that, just to see if this weird jungle pathing and these carry solo laners can pop off.
Yeah, I mean, Kled is basically the best champion to pair with Ivan. It's just everything that the Ivan wants in a laner, and then the tank Kled build coming out now is really, really just able to completely take over fights and take over games. So yeah, if you've got a very skilled Kled player and then someone that can enable him, either with an Ivan or you even slap some sort of enchanter support down there with Moonstaff, then
And
absolutely
is really good with all those shields too. So
True.
It's a win-win.
Yeah, so you just go ahead and say, yeah, you know what, Ezreal, it's fine. What's that? You haven't played the champion in 3 years? Doesn't matter. Just throw out a couple of Qs. We're going to take care of things. And
how much does Ezreal really change?
Yeah, like that's a pretty effective strategy. And no flame on the man, but sometimes that's what you need from your ADC. So when you want someone like Kaya to just sort of fill out a slot, there's really nothing wrong with that if you want to be playing around top side. So again, there's a nice bit of potential there.
And this matchup that we're going to have, third game of the day between Nerdridge and Lucendi, like, it's weird to look at it on paper, but it might be the most excited I am for a matchup today. Just because with the other games, I was sitting there looking at my predictions and looking at how I think these games are going to go. And I kind of had my favorite for all of the games and my this is kind of what's going to happen. This is how these teams are probably going to play. There might be an interesting pickup, or there might be an interesting pick, or there might be one of the players on the roster that's new that might absolutely pop off. But this game has pop-off potential from 10 players that I don't know that much about. It's just higher that I know to a good level even. And having a Lucendi roster where they're going to be able to potentially, any of them could come out and really impress me, because there isn't that massive expectation the same way that a lot of people have for Demise, have for Hive. And a lot of these players on Nerd Rage as well have that opportunity to come in and look really good. And you look at their solo queues on all of them, Lucendi especially, and some of them are pretty impressive with the different champion pools. But we've not got that much time left, so we're going to actually look at all the fixtures coming up for you today on the UKEL, because it's not just this show. We've got real matches as well. So, of course, we're going to be starting off with that Demise Academy Hive matchup, which is a massive matchup, and on paper it's amazing. Yeah, you can see it on the screen right now exactly what is going down. Mythos and Monster Rugby Gaming will be coming after that. Trajan and Doctor will both be covering those two matches, and then we'll swap for Initialized Online Mirror for Nerd Rage versus Lucendi, and then rounding out with the only matchup between two teams that were here last season. It's going to be Viperio and London United taking us home for the end of the first day of games. Gentlemen, and I'll start with Doctor. Is there a game that stands out to you as really exciting from those four?
I mean, honestly, the ones I'm casting, right? I think Demise Munster, whilst I think is probably pretty Demise-sided, is still very interesting to see lots of rookies coming out in that game, right? I think the vast majority of the players in that we haven't really seen before. It's on like 8 out of 10. So, yeah, just having a season like that is just going to be, or a series like that, not even a series, it's the best of one, but you get where I'm going with it. It's going to be nice to be able to see all of those players come out and see if they can get any strong performances out the gate. And then afterwards, Mythos and Hive. Obviously, this Hive team is something that we're all very impressed by, but I think the Mythos are looking pretty good as well. And we put Mythos as a very sort of close third or fourth, possibly. Really could go either way in our tier list, and then we put Hive first. So this is a matchup that we could well actually end up seeing in the finals, potentially, or in the semi-finals, in a couple of weeks when that one rolls around. So it's just a really, really nice way to open up the season, I think.
See, it's funny you mention which games you want to talk about, and they're the games that you're casting. Because I actually really like the games which I'm going to be casting, so that fills up really.
Works out perfectly.
Yeah, I think particularly the second of the games which I'm casting, which will be the Viperio London United matchup, has a lot of benchmarking. So Viperio came in, and so their mid lane Killikin said on Twitter they expect to go with 14-0 or 13-1. Very confident. This is the benchmark. If you're gonna do that, show us today. That's what I need to see. Be casting that with Initialize, as we said, and of course, Node Rage and Lucendi. A lot of different players coming in, a lot of different microwave assemblers coming in, seeing what they can do. And yes, I think there's a lot of unique picks in that matchup in third game of the day. Like I said, maybe we'll see that Fiddlesticks, maybe we'll see a Zed, maybe we'll see something a little bit weird coming out from the champion slate to get us racking our brains for what they do in the game.
And let's have a look at what the casting team and the talent team here thinks of these matchups and who they think is going to win. As you can see, we've got our lovely Phil, who is our producer, and Patters, our stats magician, coming through. And as you see, look at those lovely faces. But a couple of things standing out to me on this one. First game and third game, very, very split across the board. Fourth game as well, with a couple of people deviating from the norm. But second game, Initialize. Nightmare, could you have a chat with him about what's going on here? Going for the old Braver. And of course, Dara Darksil has to represent Monster Rugby, the Irish talent.
So Sam and I have that the Gaelic roots being half Welsh. We loved our rugby. Munster included in that part, very much woven into the fabric. I don't know if it's gotten to his head because I went with Mythos on that one.
Do you ever have the talk with your dad being half Welsh? Because this is a talk that I had as well, which was basically identical to that one scene in Gavin and Stacey, where James Corden is trying to explain to his infant son, it's like, look, when it comes to the football, English. When it comes to the rugby, Welsh.
See, I had the decision made very easily for me because I saw England versus Wales in the Millennium Stadium in about 2004 and decided whoever would win that, I would support. And Wales took it by about 2 points. Anyway, that's my history with the very start of my rugby history. And so it was really fun for me to see Munster in UKEL, but so many other orgs will be looking to take that scalp and look to take many more and see what they can do with this whole split because it's the revamped format gives them a lot to show.
It's one of those things where anyone could win it. I know myself and Doctor were talking about this on our tier list and before, even saying anyone could win this season. There's no cut and dry. There's no resolve this time around. It's just going to be who plays the best over those 14 games each team gets to play. There's so much UK League of Legends to be watched, but we're going to have to jump to a break, everybody, because we are going to be back very, very shortly. Doctor needs to go get himself some water before he casts the first games of the day. But do not go anywhere, because when we come back, it's going to be the first match between the Demise Academy Hive. I can't wait. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second.
welcome back, everybody. It is myself, Trajan, joined by Doctor, as advertised by Viper. Thank you for the throw. Thanks for that great desk hosting as well. But it's time to get stuck into the meat of the matter. It's time to get the games going with Hive Central versus Demise Academy.
Yeah, absolute banger of a game to open out the first week of 2021 UKEL team. Both teams looking very strong, and Hive, as we said on the desk, pretty much pegged as the favorites, at least by me and Viperoon, but then looking over at Mythos, very much contenders for playoffs, probably making the semifinals. So could well be a matchup that we see in the actual finals of this series, of this season. So why not just get it out the way at the start?
Yeah, let's just call the season right now. We'll have this one, we'll see who wins, and then we'll just go home and we'll see you in the summer. But to to get down to it, Demise Academy, they do look like probably the generally considered the most the closest contender behind Hive. And as I mentioned on the earlier desk, perhaps Hive Central, a lot of these players, they've had a little bit of a break out of competitive. Maybe they'll be a little bit slow to start. Maybe Demise Academy can capitalize on that depending on how well their own prep has gone. And all that prep starts the minute we get into the draft. So we have had a little recent patch, so we'll give Doctor a little test here. What do you think is going to be most impactful coming on to this latest patch 11.2?
I think the Akali changes coming through pretty hefty. We're just going to start at the top, get that one right off the list. Just do it in alphabetical order. There's Aatrox and Akali. All right, so the Akali enough was kind of up there. I'm interested to see the impact of the changes to Aatrox and Olaf, those Gore Drinker users. But Gore Drinker itself wasn't actually touched. We see even things like Kha'Zix and Pantheon coming out that can still use that item very nicely by themselves. The major thing is that there haven't really been any changes to Moonstaff yet, and so that build's still looking pretty strong. And I actually think that even though Maokai got hit as well, he got hit in his AP ratios and he got hit in his mana regen later on. But Moonstaff Maokai is kind of a thing. And I think looking at it, it's like, okay, well, who cares about the mana regen when you build that much, basically fairy charms? You buy like 1k of them and call it a day when you do that build. And then, the AP ratios is like, hey, you weren't really building that much AP anyway if you did Mandate. So I think that there's still a chance that that champion sticks around, especially it seems like something that a lot of UKEL players would like to sort of play that kind of style, something a little bit more interesting as opposed to your classic Alistair Leona every game. So I don't know if too much has changed at the bat, but there's still a lot of opportunities for various interesting picks to still come through.
Yeah, for sure. When the other thing that stood out to me when I was looking through these notes is looking that they are trying to buff some other ADCs. Both Caitlyn and Varus got little kind of touches. They were pretty minor though. So I guess my question is, do you think it's enough to open up the ADC pool at all, or is it still just Jhin, MF, Samira, Kai'Sa?
Yeah, I think it's still going to be those sort of champions that can. Each of those champions sort of offers something, right? Varus is, as always, he's basically the same champion as Jhin, right? And nothing's really happened yet to push Jhin away from the spotlight and Varus a bit more into it. Likewise with Caitlyn, she's a sort of lane bully, but she's notoriously weak on 2 items. And again, you put her versus someone like Kai'Sa, like Jhin, they're going to be in a really, really happy spot right about then. So I wouldn't expect to see her coming through too much. But if we do want to look at bot lane changes, there are the changes that we saw coming through to the Sunfire, the Sunfire Aegis, and its equivalent items, all of those Bammy Cinder tank mythics. The 2 that aren't Sunfire, the Chem Tank and the Frozen Fist, those got dropped down a little bit in price, opening them up towards the support pool with their stats being hit a little bit to adjust for that. And that's something that could be very interesting because right now tank support itemization is a little bit, okay, you've got Locket and maybe you'll buy a Thornmail at some point in the game, but it's not that great. I guess we'll get a Zeke's. So opening up that sort of item diversity is really nice. Is it something that we're going to see today, day 1 of the patch? Maybe, maybe not, but there's a small opportunity for it, and it should be nice to see it sort of over the course of the next 2 weeks, how that one develops.
Sure. I do personally have a hope that I do get to see some Vanguard Varus before too long. Any excuse, to be honest, because I really love seeing this player and that character. It's been a staple of his pool for so long. And to be honest, if I'm looking at how the pick ban's going to go, something I mentioned earlier on the desk about Demise Academy, I'm really high on Fuyu. I think a lot of people see Fuyu as the star of this roster. And I mean, maybe you just target him out. Target out the Kai'Sa, the Jhin, get rid of these power picks, and then you've got some pocket picks that Vayne God can bring out. I mean, obviously, the Vayne as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I think that Fuyu, he's kind of the star of the team, but only because we don't know too much about anyone else
True.
on the team coming through. So what I'm actually really excited to see from Demise is going to be their solo laners, because I think looking across the rest of the rosters for this UKEL season, I wasn't really too taken away by anyone, especially in the mid lane, but also up in top lane. In top lane, we had, okay, I Won't Lose is a machine. And then it's like, okay, you know, Kung Fuhrer, maybe he's doing well, on a good day. They're on the same team. So
Well,
so that's not too hot out the gate. But if you're thinking, okay, so is there anyone else that's going to be able to step up? Are they going to be able to compete with I Won't Lose? Or at least sort of vie for that second place spot, because right now it's Victoria in second place, and I don't think that he's that good of a top laner. He's a very good top laner, but I'm quite surprised by the fact that that's where he ended up falling. So maybe Sin could be the one to then sort of try to vie for that top spot. Likewise, in the mid lane, we've got Disco Dano and Articuno, and of course Articuno is, Anivia is very strong right now, so that's a massive boon for that guy.
feels good for him.
But between those two, it's like, okay, they're both pretty good, but they're also kind of role players. It's like, okay, they're good on their mages. They sometimes have very strong performances, but mostly versus weaker players. They're the kind of guys that they're sort of, they're up 10, 15 CS at 10 minutes, and you're like, okay, right, he's doing his job, whatever, cool. So is there opportunity for Kurosh to be coming through and absolutely taking over in the mid lane, suddenly just slamming his way in the door as, yep, I am the best mid laner in the league, call it now? Maybe, right? So I think it's going to be really interesting to look towards those two solo laners. And what a better game to do it than here versus Hive. They would just be competing against their top spot players.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have gone to you're getting a quick shot of the champions here, and there's something standing out to me on most areas of this champs. Like, to be honest, we've got what looks like a Lux Sona down in this bottom lane. We've got Twitch AD carry on one side with the Lulu. We've got Karthus jungle. Just where do you want to start, Doctor?
Game one. Okay. All right. So this might look a little surprising to some of the people in the chat, but what you have to understand is that every single player of Demise Academy, except for, I think, Little Pants, but I would not be surprised if he was, but every player loves themselves some Kai'Sa. Don't know why, but they play Kai'Sa jungle, they play it mid lane, and of course, as we see here, they play it top lane. Now, looking at the comp, this isn't the game for it. You've got yourself 3 ADCs and a Lux and a Sona. Some people like front lines in their team, but to be fair, Graves, you could build a little bit tanky. I'm just excited that we get to see it the first game here, and how it pops off, because I've had a couple of top laners. About my top lane for the team I coach, he's a big proponent of Kai'Sa top. He's always trying to get it. He says there's exactly like 12 matchups it goes even, and then like 3 that it wins. I don't know how Aatrox falls into this spectrum, but he's very confident that sometimes it wins lane. So, yeah, keep our eyes up there, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I was just kind of assuming that Kai'Sa would never make it through, but if we take a quick look at what bans did actually come through, looks like the opt for Nautilus, Seraphine, Olaf, and then 3 other junglers as well, the Hecarim and the Talia. So targeting Leon and Little Pants pretty heavily by the side of Hive Central, leaving up these carries for Fuyu, Kurosh, and Sin. And the Kai'Sa was an easy pick for them, as you say. The stats that both Sin and Fuyu are putting on this champion in their solo queue so far is nutty. After all the players, we took stats from all the UKL players' solo queue performance up to this point at the start of the league. Fuyu and Sin were top 4, top 5 in damage per minute, gold per minute, damage percentage, and that's because they're spamming Kai'Sa every game. That is the lion's share of their games. They will take this strong pick, and they, I think, will try and make the absolute most out of it. So let's see what Hive can do now they've got this challenge in front of them.
Yeah, I think one final thing to note here is that, as per, it is Vayne God on Twitch in the bot lane. We slam a Lulu alongside it. Vayne God, obviously, as the name might imply, is a bit of a Vayne fanatic, but essentially likes to play anything that you can pair with a Lulu. It's actually kind of one of the reasons that I wasn't too keen to shout him out as like the immediate hard carry of the team, because Vayne God looks good. Vayne God has won the UKEL quite a few times, I believe, but it's always he's always just paired up with a Lulu, and it always looks very it's very easy to make Vaingod look good.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's quite hard to get an accurate reading of him on that champion and or of him as a player in general. Today will be no different. This could, however, be a little bit of a problem for Hive because they've also got an Aatrox up in the top lane. So now you're trying to sort of play around to get some strength and to funnel into your Twitch, especially when you're versus a Twisted Fate. You have to be a little bit worried about any potential roams coming down there. But you also have an Aatrox top who he kind of calls for resources. He's a champion he wants to play around because then he can very effectively start to deny the enemy top laner and get himself ahead. So now Karthus is trying to play to both lanes at the same time, and this could be a problem if a coordinated attack comes through from Demise Academy. Again, especially with a champion like Twisted Fate in the mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. They do have these tools to push the game forward at a pace that maybe Hive will struggle to match. But now, if we took at the jungle as well, if Wilhelm was taken that Karthus and maybe could look to get dragged around the map and not have enough resources to put everywhere. If we look over at Leon on the other side, who's got the Graves, another heavy farming jungler, but still one that can have a huge amount of impact. What do you think Leon's role is in this game for Demise Academy?
Well, it's a hard one, is what it is. I mean, I think the play here is you try to get some sort of control with your mid lane if possible, and then try to see if you can move that on into jungle. The thing is, the bot lane, nothing is actually really happening for Leon before you bring a Twisted Fate into the equation. So you need to make sure that the Twisted Fate is ahead. You know, it's going to be very hard to get the lane set up in the way that you would need as the Lux and Sona to be able to facilitate 4 ganks, and they're definitely not going to be able to get too much prio, I think, over that Lulu and Twitch, because the second you overstep, you are just dead to Karthus, you know, with or without his ult.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you're the Graves trying to get prio into the enemy jungle, trying to walk up on that Karthus, which is something Graves can do, especially when you get that phase rush, you can just sprint into the man at melee range and just, you know, blast him in the face with a shotgun. That's usually something that most people are quite averse to. The issue is that you'd also need a bit of strength up in the top lane. And again, I have got no idea how the Kai'Sa Aatrox matchup goes. Now, if it was Kai'Sa jungle, that's something I've got a little bit of knowledge about. I've played it a few times.
Sure.
But Kai'Sa top, I have got nothing. She's got move speed on her E to dodge the Qs, and it's a ranged champion, which Aatrox doesn't usually like those. So I don't know, maybe we'll just have to see.
Yeah, we will have to see, as we have now gotten onto the Rift here with Game 1 of the UKL Spring Split, and Leon is not wasting a second punishing Wilhelm with that shotgun in the face that you mentioned, as Wilhelm will get that ward down. So they are going to find each other out, but it's just going to be a simple 5-point start for each. And Sin, if we take a look at this interesting pick, has gone for some interesting summoners as well. We've got the Ignite and the TP on that Kai'Sa there, so I won't lose. He's got to watch out.
Right, I said this is the game. We've got to see what kind of message Demise Academy are trying to send. Will they be able to step up to these top tier solo laners here on Hive? Sin's like, right, let's just get this one out the way. No first day jitters, we'll just flip it. Day 1, am I the better player? Let's find out. TP, Ignite, Hail of Blades, Kai'Sa top. There's not many other ways that you can try and send a message.
Is stamping the name Sin on the top lane of this league, and let's see if that will stick, as he's hiding out in the brush right now, maybe looking to punish. I won't lose, but once again, this top laner is someone with a lot of experience. They're a very respected player here in the scene, I would imagine, so they're probably not likely to get cheesed super hard, or at least I would hope that they can play at least, you know, maybe they think, I don't know this matchup, I don't know what's coming at me right now, I'm gonna play in a way that respects that and not go too far behind.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, Sean Rengus Kelly, aka I Won't Lose, is a player of idiosyncratic, godlike talent. A top lane prodigy that is predicted to dominate the Rift for the foreseeable future. The untiltable personality of pure focus allows him to slash through his enemies with ease as he simultaneously calculates... I'm trying to watch the game and read this copy paster at the same time. What's he calculating? The mass solar energy output emitted... Stop typing chat, it's moving my chat, geez. The solar energy output emitted from a nearby galaxy. Each foe adds a string of hair to his incredible masculine beard as he spits on you from above. Didn't know that's how that ended, but...
I'm about to vote for the president after that one, I think, not just expect him to win this matchup. Did take a bit of chunk there from Sin landing the Prey Seeker on that brush contest, but, I mean, I would expect... I don't know much about what's going to happen in this lane, but the one thing I probably would expect is for Kai'Sa to have the push.
You would think so, right? Kai'Sa ranged champion versus versus a melee Aatrox. Usually they tend to get the push in on that one, but Aatrox does have a very strong amount of lane control with all of that AoEs that he can be mashing around. Now, Kurosh taking a fair bit of damage there in the mid lane, though. Syndra is usually one of the harder matchups for a champion, but we can see this go down a very low on the old mana there. So Kurosh should be in a pretty good spot to actually just be able to shove him on in and try to look for that level 5 push into reset into cheeky little ult down onto bot lane.
Absolutely, and if we take a look at this bot side, we do see Vanguard with a sizable CS lead so far. We do have double support items for the Lux and Sona right now for Puyu and
Yeah.
Pants. Zurich just happy to sit and watch and have a great time doing it, but I mean, I guess we'll need to see when the base damages start going up, when all the skills are available, when the ults start coming through, and as you said, when Kurosh gets that Destiny, let's see if they can maybe push Vanguard out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, and I have to say I'm not too sure about how that double support item works out, because of course there is that penalty to farming CS to basically dissuade people from doing these kinds of strategies, and
Yeah.
you wonder if it is actually enough gold. But this is textbook Twisted Fate by Kurosh here. Push on in that wave 6, hit level 5, reset, get yourself a nice buy, probably working towards Merc Treads. Yep, there's the Null Magic Mantle. Sprint it back on into lane, and now it's just shove the wave, ult bot.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like it's good to see that Demise are playing with a certain strategy in mind, it seems, and we haven't really seen much of either jungler so far. Wilhelm extended a little bit of a lead on the Karthus there, but this is Karthus Wheelhouse, you have to imagine, and there's a lot of good vision behind right now. Wherever something's expected to happen, there's a whole lot more red wards than blue, it seems.
Yeah, they are very ready for a potential Twisted Fate roam down bot. They've seen this one coming. I want to make sure that they have full information of Kurosh, but you can see this is very well coordinated by Demise. They know that this is what they were looking for, because Leon down there on the Krugs as well. Now, having said that, he is making his way up towards the chicken, so maybe it's not that well coordinated. He is walking away, but Kurosh moving on in. He's going to do. He could well be looking for the ultimate on bot, looking to try and get position, but yep, Hive, they know, they are terrified. They're backing off and resetting, opening up a potential window for Leon. But what's going on top lane? Actually, Ignite has been blown.
We've got a TP. Sin actually just about to do it himself. Doesn't even need, but maybe he does need the assistance. I won't lose. Doesn't quite get it done. Kurosh, I think, had to make a decision as to whether he thought it was going to happen, but Sin is going to get it done with the Ignite on top side. Wilhelm is sneaking through the river, maybe looking for something, but Sin knows it's there. And there we go. Kaiser top gets it done. First blood.
Yes, the classic roam bot into TP top when your top laner starts out with the 1v1. I won't lose. He never saw it coming. He thinks this is perfect time for a fight. And it all goes very downhill very quickly. Sin able to grab himself out that first solo bolo of the game and making a pretty strong impression here. Like we said, it's all going to be about these solo laners. How can they compare to these top tier Hive players? And it's looking good so far.
Effective cheese activated for sure in this top side. It's gone straight into the BF sword and the long sword. So flat AD across the board so far off that advantage, matched by I Won't Lose's steal.
Oh no, I
boots
won't
there.
lose.
But here comes the ultimate, the Destiny from Kurosh following it up, trying to get even more down. A flash forward will not quite get the kill though, and I Won't Lose this time steals away with his life as now Hive, they're onto the dragon.
Yeah, this is the response here from Hive. Very much the stronger bot lane right now. 2 Bandle Glass Mirrors coming through from Demise. You've essentially bought nothing, but I Won't Lose is in a really scary spot now because coming through, having his flashburn like that, look at the wave. He's terrified to teleport back because he's thinking maybe Graves is here, maybe the TF is still lurking. And Sin is able to just really set up with a lovely freeze. He's got the wave exactly where he wants it. So having this Aatrox, the early pick, be set behind up in the top lane is looking really rough for Hive. But of course, they still have Vanguard Twitch Lulu as an insurance.
They absolutely do, and they are doing quite comfortably right now. Vanguard almost at 60 CS with a pair of 20s shared between Fuyu and Little Pants. Happy to get the lane pushed in and just be ready to support and cheerlead for Sin as we get to this mid-game. If the game continues in this way, we saw that the dragon was at least taken away by Hive there without contesting, but when it comes to the heralds later, maybe further dragons, if the teams are at this relatively even state, do you think that Demise does have the advantage there, despite the fact that maybe Lux and Sona need to scale more?
It's so hard to say because, again, the Vanguard Twitch Lulu, this is where... it's just where Vanguard excels, it really is. But right now, the game definitely looking good for Demise. However, looking over at the jungle, nothing's really happened. You know, it's just been trading in farm for now, and Wilhelm is slowly sneaking up an advantage there. And when you're Karthus doing nothing but trading CS, that's usually pretty good for you.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at Sin's build with the BF. We actually might have to wait while I Won't Lose is maybe about to get 3-man dive right here. Wilhelm is in the area, does have a bit of mana, does have the ultimate, could look to counter, and already is rotating over to help their boy out because I Won't Lose sees this coming. All 3 members, Demise Academy pushing this wave in. Leon having a scout,
but look at bot lane.
Check.
Vanguard is moving, he's rotating, as is Zerg. They are ready for this, and I don't know if this has been spotted by Fuyu and Little Pants, maybe predicted. No, it's not. They reset and they're moving back bot. So this starts off as a 3v1 dive, but now a very real threat of it turning into a 5 versus 3. Now, maybe this is something that Demise saw coming. They call off the dive, especially once Disco Dano turns up. And now it's actually pretty good for Demise if they can get back to that bot lane and push in this big wave that's building. But Sin may well be about to get 4-manned, so he has to be a little bit careful as well. If Demise play their cards right here, if they don't make the mistake of Sin overextending, this
Maybe
could
Sin's
actually work out quite nicely for them.
Maybe Sin, I thought he might look for the fight there if Vanguard stepped too close. Of course, there are 2 members on the Herald right now. Leon is going to find that out quick smart, drops that vision plant and is going to spot them, but not really much to be done there. Sin is now going to go, and Aatrox is actually going down to the bottom side. So I Won't Lose has had enough of the top Kaiser, and they're going to put Vanguard and Zerg there to stop Sin getting so much free advantage.
Yeah, just swap him down there whilst his bot lane's up top. Surely they will reset at some point, but now it's kind of rough because I Won't Lose hasn't really been in a lane for 2 or 3 minutes. So if the bot lane now swap back down, he's going to be very unhappy, but he's looking for the engage.
Here comes Dano around the corner. A quick TP coming in from Sin is going to cover that aggression. That Dano just skulks back to the jungle. Demise Academy, despite the moves that are being attempted by Hive, they seem to always be ready. They're not giving up anything.
Yeah, very commendable to have this level of awareness of what the enemy are trying to do, but this is pretty big for Hive. They blow out that teleport from the Kaiser, and it was looking very rough for them. You know, I Won't Lose on that Aatrox, not able to take a 2 versus 1 under his tower here, so even though they got the Herald, there was a chance that they would just start hemorrhaging plates and waves down in that bottom lane with the Aatrox not able to do anything. But with Disco Dano moving down, that's going to bait out the teleport from Sin, which means that his bot lane are given free time to farm up in top lane, get those plates as well, and completely switch it around. So now it's Demise that lost out on the waves, they lost out on the XP, and they lost out on the plate gold as well from an excellent roam of Disco Dano.
Yeah, and there we go. A lot of smart moves being made. Some calmly executed macro from both teams has avoided anyone getting too much advantage. We've got the Dragon advantage to Hive, but the first blood gold in Demise's pocket. But now there are 4 members of Demise Academy hanging around Disco Dano. He's got Flash, he's got Cleanse, he's got Phase Rush. Will it be enough? Here comes maybe an attempt to step out of the brush. They're not going to go too hard. Bit of damage from Fuyu. They're going to get away. Once again, Dano doesn't overstep, doesn't put himself in danger, and he lives.
Right, all right. That's I've seen some 5-man plays in my life, and boy, that sure was one. The issue now here is that we see a couple of people moving up towards that top side. They don't find the pressure they need to onto Dano. Everyone leaves the lane, which means Dano's able to push it out and try and get some prio. People start moving onto the top half of the map, and now the Dragon is spawning in just 10 seconds. And again, Hive are pretty much in the driver's seat with an unattended bot lane for a lot of that time. Vanguard and Zerg able to push it on in. In comes Wilhelm. And this is the kind of play that we were expecting to see from Hive. With the experience and skill that they have, they're able to create that priority and move in on towards the Dragon. Having said that, Kurosh is resetting. He might be looking for a Destiny port down in here, but it's a Cloud Drake. It goes down very quickly.
Yeah, Leon's over the wall trying to get this straight smite fight. It's actually taken by Wilhelm. The Lux ultimate commits as well. Dano dropped quite low by the laser and Sin as well, but no one's going to go down. I was hoping maybe this would break open the game somewhat, but it's just going to be a second Dragon secured by Hive. Bit of ult CDR.
Oh.
Everyone loves that for the Karthus jungle. But they are gonna...
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, Kurosh is looking for the roam. Bear in mind, I Won't Lose. He has the teleport to respond to this, but he's spending so much time trying to make up his mind. Here's the play.
Oh, the engage from Sin onto the backline. Dano drops instantly to Kurosh, and now Wilhelm forced to retreat as well. I Won't Lose front siding up this one, but in comes the Requiem. What can Aatrox do? A knock up onto Sin. He's dropping very low. Can he escape? But a flash forward from Zerg, and Vanguard is now in control of this fight. Leon on the side trying to get rid of this Lulu. Wilhelm over the wall. Vanguard suddenly with no support has to flash away. Kurosh, maybe can he find this? Doesn't have the flash, can't get the stun, but man, that fight got incredibly messy very quickly, despite what looked like quite a calm dragon take.
Oh, that suddenly snowballed. This was looking really good for Hive, because Demise Academy, they were unsure. You see that Kurosh was moving for the Destiny play, but then he moves back to top lane. But then he's like, no, actually, maybe we can get this Destiny going. So he starts moving down. The fight kicks off. Whilst all this is going on, I Won't Lose just slamming away on that top tower. But they do manage to commit, and they get the advantage. They get some of the kills coming through there. And right now, Hive just didn't quite have the damage to be able to contest that. Don't have the items and the levels that you need on Vanguard there. And it means that once Dano goes down, once Wilhelm is pushed out, Demise Academy are able to push on through that fight just with the stronger base damages and the healing and shielding powers that they have right now. Only going to get stronger for them with both of those Moonstones being finished. But the response from Hive is to drop this Herald down. It's out of the top lane, but it will not get any of those plays.
Yeah, and on the backside of that fight, all 5 Hive flashes burned, TP burned, 2 cleanses and a heal. Everything apart from Wilhelm's Smite was burned on that one. So if Demise Academy can find another of these openings in the near future, it could be an opportunity for them to extend this lead.
This is a pretty good window for them. Just look over at the items. 4 mythics versus none. So this is the time for Demise to be taking over. This is the time of like, right, Kurosh, TP into the middle of the team. Doesn't matter, just Messiah it. You've got a stopwatch. We need to force plays pronto. And this is why there's 3 people moving on here in the mid lane. If Disco Dano oversteps, especially when there's not a shield, that's going to be a binding from Fuyu. And although it doesn't connect this time around, if it does, that's a kill, that's a tower.
Yep, for sure. Dano playing with fire right there. Vanguard stealthing into this mid lane, having a wee look-see. Leon and Sin heading up to this top side, maybe looking to try and punish I Won't Lose again, but I imagine he will be ready and waiting for the pressure, given he knows how far this game has gone so far. So, they're looking to make the plays. They need Kurosh to get the stun. Doesn't have a flash, but he's got his TP, he's got his ultimate. Dano, actually, maybe stepping too far forward, dodging the binding again.
He's playing with fire a little bit right now, but Demise are really looking to try and force something. That Destiny will be coming up in just a couple of seconds, and it looks like it's targeted up towards the top lane.
Here comes Kurosh now, pulled the card out. Sin pulled back, takes a tower shot, and this isn't the best start for this dive. No wave. Here comes Leon and Little Pants to maybe try and push this one through. Kurosh steps through the bush, but I Won't Lose is well away to safety by now. They might just look to get the tower instead, as bot lane's getting knocked on by Hive.
This is so good by Hive as well. This is a great match. This is really good. Both teams trading back and forth with pretty strong understandings, but it looks like Hive just have the slight advantage here because Demise, they know this is their time. This is when they need to force. When they have these colossal item break advantages, they move up in towards that top lane, but they can't force the play. They send all their resources up there, and what ends up happening is they just lose the tower in the bot lane as well. Of course, now they will get the Herald as well, but because Hive anticipate this and because the execution's just not there from Demise, it ends up being a relatively even trade when there was definitely a bit of potential for Demise to truly open up the game right there. Hive now, they've got through most of the worst part of this of that series for them, as now you have to assume that their players, they've got the item breaks that they're looking for. Except maybe I Won't Lose might need a little bit more after buying such expensive sets of boots. But now, here it is. We've got the Ludens in mid, we've got Gale Force, we've got Leandris. So Hive, they managed to weather that storm just in time for the next dragon.
Yep, absolutely. We now have a little bit more parity in power, but there are still a lot of Hive wards around this Dragon Pit right now. They're going to see Demise coming, and we see some members sitting around there. I Won't Lose, not with TP just yet. It's going to start walking down now as the Herald's been dropped to try and pressure mid. Still a little bit of time on a lot of flashes there. This is Demise's last opportunity to maybe find an opening.
Well, they seem to think that it is. I Won't Lose is coming in on the flank. He's a little bit out of position, but the gold card doesn't come through quite in time, and
Kurosh Destiny on Zerg. They maybe found him on the side there, going aggressive, but now the huge engage on the backside from I Won't Lose and Demise Academy. They get torn apart in the mid lane. Sin falls apart. Wilhelm's dropping the Requiem. The roots from Fuyu will stall out this chase. Maybe Demise don't want to give up just yet, though they have lost Sin. What can they still do with this Dragon Pit? They're throwing out the cards, they're throwing the spells. If there's one thing this team has, it is poke, and can Hive find a way through it?
It will be hard, especially with the Lux and Sona still alive and kicking, just dishing out huge amounts of poke, huge amounts of heals, huge amounts of shields. Hive needs to commit, and they already blew so much.
Here comes Aatrox right now, gets another lock in onto Little Pants. He's going to get dragged in, he's going to get taken down, and this surely will be the dragon falling. Kurosh actually goes forward with that stun as the TP has come in from Sin. What can he do now? Gets one kill, a lot of low health bar. Sin drops another. Maybe he can get these kills on the backside through this Kai'Sa, taking a lot of damage from the Karthus, but is going to get that kill nonetheless. Steps away from that lay waste, and now Dano is still alive. Snipes him out with a scatter. The weakened Kurosh trapped in the pit with no mana. Dano gonna let him live, but man, Hive and Demise Academy going at it hell for leather on that dragon fight.
And they are just going toe-to-toe, but again, Hive come out with the advantage. Demise, they're buying time to get Sin to teleport back in, but they're not able to put out the poke they need. They burn through all their mana, and then again, I Won't Lose gets a kill in the exact same fashion with his Infernal Chains into that Q3 slam. They pick up another kill, and now the fight, it might be restarted as the teleport comes in.
Nano comes through with a flash, Unleash Power to try and get some kill, lands a stun, but stunned himself by Kurosh. Can they keep Fuyu alive? The heals are there. Little Pants gets some revenge, and Dano is caught bot.
It's a bit of an overstep there from Disco Dano, but still, across the board, I think we have to give that play to Hive because they get that third dragon. They put themselves on Soul Point, and it's an Ocean Soul, which is pretty much the best soul you're going to get in this situation, and so valuable to keep Demise away from it. I mean, we saw in that fight how hard it is for Karthus to really have any sort of impact. You know, when you're playing versus this Sona and Lux pick, it's what are you going to be able to do, you know, as the Karthus? You drop the ult, nobody takes damage. They actually walk out of it with more health than they walked into it with. Having the Ocean to be able to keep up your resources, keep up your health and mana during the sort of poke stages of that fight, as well as denying the dragon that Demise so desperately want, that is pretty huge.
You're absolutely right, Doctor. This Ocean Soul is going to be very threatening for Demise, but now we've seen that they are willing to try and force it. Didn't go particularly well for them. They had to scratch and claw for every kill they got, and Hive was matching them blow for blow. But if Demise Academy can keep using these tools now, they've got 2 items on Kurosh. They've got the ultimate backup. He's got that extra range. He's got the speed. He can maybe keep finding the openings for them. You know, Fuyu and Little Pants, they've got their mythics. We can see a taste of the healing they can give each other and the rest of the teams when Dano was trying to get the kill onto Fuyu there when he was caught out. And now we see maybe if Demise can bring this comp together. It's pretty strange. It's three marksmen and two supports. So, I mean, who knows what's going to come through of this one. But Hive, they are looking very scary as well, looking very comfortable and looking like they're willing to fight back. They're not just going to get aggressed on for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, we did see in that fight how this can go wrong for Demise when they have, you know, this essential sort of 3 marksman type comps. I'll call TF a marksman for the sake of it. It's close enough.
Why not?
And then this double support. You don't have any front line. So when I Won't Lose is picked with the Infernal Chains, he's able to just absolutely one-bang someone with the help of his team. And oh gosh, he might have been looking for the flank something, but they do know where that Aatrox position is, and in he goes.
They find Wilhelm, and there gets the kill. Kurosh drops into the stasis and gets out of dodge, but in comes the Requiem. What can I Won't Lose find? Gets rooted up. Crucially, is going to get pushed back, but now gets the change onto Sin. He gets out of dodge, doing damage on the side, but there's so much power coming out of Vanguard now, unleashing on the Twitch. Dano finishes off Sin on the backside, and Kurosh is going to fall. Hive, they take this fight conclusively now.
And again, that's all the engage that Demise have is a Messiah. All they can do is teleport the Twisted Fate in them and pop for Zhonya's. And look, they can find one pick, but that's not what their comp is designed to do. Now you've overcommitted, you've overextended, and that's the time for I Won't Lose to teleport in with that Aatrox. It's not what he's supposed to be doing. It's not what an Aatrox does, playing frontline engage. But if Demise are going to play right into that for Hive, then obviously Rengus is going to take the opportunity, and they pick up 4 kills for their team, swing themselves into the lead in a game that was looking so close, but now it's a triple kill onto Vanguard, the carry of the team, and Demise, they should be a little bit scared because, again, it's a huge injection of gold just in time for the dragon. This Ocean Soul Point for Hive.
It has been all about I Won't Lose and all about Dano up to that point, but then Vanguard quietly stacking power comes into that fight and absolutely wrecks the Mize Academy. Let's see if he can do it again. The carries of Hive are coming through from mid lane. Little Pants maybe looking to get the ult, engage onto Wilhelm, but doesn't get the kill this time. Stasis will keep Karthus alive for now, and Little Pants forced to flash away from the Aatrox. Demise, a whiffed engage this time. All 5 members are here. Zerg walks straight into Sin in that brush, and the Killer Instinct will look to secure the kill. They are going to get Lulu down. It's a 5 versus 4 now. Now, Demise Academy, you have the advantage in your hands. Can you get something done with it?
I don't think they can, so they're going to move up towards the Baron. It's so hard to reclaim control of this Dragon area versus this Demise comp. Hive know it. They say Ocean Soul is cool. Let's go try and see if we can get control of Baron and force Demise to come into us. They're a comp with no engage. It should be hard, but Vanguard might be still out a little bit.
Down onto Vanguard, and the laser comes through. Kurosh forced the flash away defensive again, but now it's Dano looking caught. Or is he? A shutdown from Vanguard as Sin is the first to fall off the back of another Requiem. Wilhelm on the side with the Wall of Pain, slowing down all the remaining members of Demise Academy. There are some low health bars on Hive, though. They don't want to follow up on this one, but again, Demise Academy, the engage, it's not working out for them.
It's not what your comp does. They got the Drake. They did it quick enough that Hive weren't able to try and threaten the Baron or gain any control of the area. But then it's just Kurosh ulting in, trying to find the pick. You have so little damage on your team, and especially as Twisted Fate with a second item Rapid Fire Cannon. That's no damage at all. Even ADTF doesn't build that as a second item. It's just there for the pick potential. So what can he do? He can teleport in, he can get a pick, but there's no one actually there to follow up to put out the DPS onto Vanguard. Disco Dano's there to throw out the stun, and now, of course, he has to flash away, and now he's in risk of getting caught because Demise, it was looking good. They had a strong understanding of the map early on. Not quite as good as Hive. There was a couple of flubs here and there, but it was looking good. But now it seems like they're sort of falling apart. They haven't really been tried with this comp before, and so when it's so close, they're not 100% sure how to execute on it, and if Kurosh is out of position again, or if Sin is out of position, neither of them have flash, and if they're too far away from Fuyu and Little Pants, very easy for them to just get one hit by Disco Dano, by Wilhelm, by I Won't Lose. Alternatively, Demise, they try to force another engage into I Won't Lose when his flash comes back up in about a minute or so, and we can see just another fight, the same that we've seen for all of Hives before. I Won't Lose, he hits the Infernal Chains, he gets a 3-man Q3, and then Vanguard and Disco Dano clean up before there's any chance to poke or heal from Demise.
This is the dreaded inevitability that Hive is bringing, and that these players, Dano, Vanguard, Zerg, Wilhelm, they have brought in their whole competitive lives. They did the same thing on their previous teams, they're doing it now. The aggression, the activity from Demise activity, it's just coming up against this stony-faced wall of Hive, where maybe they lose people here and there, but they're always getting something back. They're never falling that far behind, and slowly but surely, the wall just gets higher and higher, looms over you, and now Demise Academy are struggling for a way back into this one, while Hive are looking so comfortable. Here comes the Destiny, maybe looking to make some sort of play happen on the bot side, but they know there's 2 versus 2. They can't opt into these fights anymore. Demise Academy, that's their one quote-unquote engage tool, not even being used now. What can we say for how this is going to keep going, as Little Pants is just absolutely stepped on in that bot side rush?
Just so out of position there, and this is huge. Hive now moving in towards the Baron, and it's so hard for Demise to ever gain control of an area. Again, as you said, they don't have engage. This is not an engage comp. They can't really walk up here, especially now that Hive have control of the 2 choke point entrances into this objective. It's so hard for the blue team here, and you can see it's just 3 people walking up. The stun doesn't connect, and they move into the pit.
Sin steps forward and eats a huge chunk of damage for his trouble. The Baron is still alive. Kurosh has come back in. Look for a stun. A big amount of damage from the Graves. Diving from Sin. They get them very low. They're burning through the targets, but they can't quite get the job done. Looks like the members of Demise Academy, maybe they can get it done now, despite Sin going down. Can they? Here comes I Won't Lose. Down comes the Requiem. It's awfully looking very tough for them now as Vanguard lives in the backside. What a nail-biter of a fight, Demise Academy. They throw everything in the kitchen sink at Hive, but still they cannot get the win.
And it started off looking surprisingly good for Demise. It was a good card coming out from Kurosh, but again, he's just thrown himself into 3 people to get that card. The collateral damage comes out from Leon across 3 members. It's a lot of damage when you pair it up with that final spark, but there's no more follow-up. There's nothing more that the Demise team can do. And there's nothing to stop I Won't Lose on full health, just moving through, cleaving out the team. And the impressive thing to consider here is that for all intents and purposes, Hive are playing this game as a 4v5. There is nothing that Wilhelm can do versus Sonar Lux. This is probably, we didn't see the draft in order, but this is probably what happened, right? That they early picked the Karthus, and it's like, right, Sonar Lux it. We'll just remove that champion from the game. But even still, Hive are able to get the advantage in these fights because Demise just seems like they don't quite have the understanding of how they need to approach these situations, and Hive do. Now, Hive have control of the pit. They're again trying for this soul point, and we just saw what happened when Demise tried to move into them.
Yeah, there is no Dano right now. Another aggression move by Kurosh, but he's over the wall, doesn't have flash, can't get in range. Tries to get a target now, will find Wilhelm. A shutdown goes on to Sin. It's now 5 versus 4, but we've seen this story before. I Won't Lose on the front side, but now over the wall comes Kurosh, and Little Pants locking up the backside. Dano has fallen as well. Leon still lives along with Sin, but Vayne God has been activated once again. Can Kurosh get away into the stasis? Sin takes down Zerg. Vayne God and I Won't Lose, the carries that have kept them alive in this team fight. It's a 2 versus 2. Who will come out on top here? Do DMSA even want to opt into this one? As Leon is looking pretty low, Sin gets knocked up, has to dash away. Vayne God searching, hunting for a target. Sin firing back onto I Won't Lose. The dragon is live. There is
Requiem
a
in
smite.
10.
There's a smite on the side of DMSA, and you're absolutely right. The Requiem could come up and turn the tides. Leon is still not looking that healthy. Dragon resets. Vayne God throws the poison. This is so tense around this soul point. Here comes the Requiem. In comes Vayne God. The Dragon has just been taken, but surely DMSA are going to get wiped on the backside. Vayne God's going to get traded by Sin, but the Dragon is taken crucially, and the Demise remains alive.
And that is huge. With Vayne God dead, the Baron threat diminishes tremendously. Now, they're still looking to try it. Wilhelm is moving in towards that pit. He has a Leandrius, that's a lot of damage, and I Won't Lose teleporting in as well. They are just sprinting onto this objective. Maybe the pit can be found onto Disco Dano and Zerg.
Oh,
Lord damage comes out.
There's the
connect.
There's the Renewer damage, I guess. A little bit of a tickle onto Dano, and Little Pants and Fee just going to have to watch. Kurosh is coming through, but no ultimate, no flash, no teleport. What can they do here? Looks like they're stepping up. They want to make something happen, but they can't even damage the Aatrox. He's just healing up everything he takes. But now, a huge crescendo over the rest of the team. Zerg getting assaulted by Kurosh. Baron's been taken. Looks like Lulu is going to fall. Destiny has been used to maybe get them out of dodge if they want to escape. Little Pants, no such luck, my friend. I think you're going to be left in the lurch here as Kurosh will TP to safety.
He's able to get out alive, but cannot say the same for the bottom lane. I Won't Lose. Moving on into that jungle a little bit too far. CC spotted on the ward and will be piecing out of there, but excellent moves from Hive. Is at the end of the day, Hive understand what Demise's comp need to do, and it just looks like Demise don't. They're trying for that contest, and it's never going to happen, and this is kind of where this comp is starting to fall apart. You think that you swap if you swap the Kai'Sa out for just someone with a bit of engage, or even disengage for someone a bit tankier, you swap out the... Maybe if you swap the Kai'Sa and the Graves for like Ornn Kindred, you're having a really good time. Or if you have some way that you can turn this into a 1-3-1 where you never have to fight, you're having a really good time, but with this setup, it's just not working out. There's no way for them to gain control of an area. And because Hive know that, Hive are putting so much priority on getting there first, on establishing control, that they can then win every fight when Demise try to play into them. They try to take control, even though it will never work. And it just means that Hive are able to secure all of these objectives. Having said that, Demise Academy got 2 of the dragons. If they can get 2 more, suddenly it looks really nice, but they're definitely not quite out of it yet, even though Hive have the advantage.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. Demise, they're keeping these fights close, despite the kind of slightly harebrained aspects of their engage and the strategy that they're trying to employ here. They are keeping it close. Sin is still getting kills. Kurosh, 6-3 and 10. Not a bad scoreline by any means. Leon's still scaling up on the Graves. They have these tools that they're using it to keep the game close, but it just never feels like Hive is out of control of the game at any point. Now they've got the Baron in their hands, they're looking to finally make some aggressive move for themselves, pushing these lanes in, and let's see what Demise do now when they're the ones getting shoved in.
It looks like Hive are a little bit scared to walk up there, especially without I Won't Lose, who has been integral in all of these team fights. every fight that's been won by Hive, you see I Won't Lose is coming out on full health, and you see that he's the guy landing the chain, landing the knock-up, taking out the priority target, and really flipping the tempo of the fight. So Demise Academy, they are not going to be walking up too far without him, but it does mean that they're not really getting too much use out of their Baron, and I don't find all too much from it. Not 100% sure why they're so scared exactly right now. Maybe they're just waiting for certain particular spikes to come through.
You were right earlier in this game, Doctor, when you said, what a great match we're having there. What better opening game could we have of two top expected contenders employing what seems to be great, there's great macro choices in the early game, and then there's really strong clutch team fighting now in the mid and late. DMSA put themselves in a bit of a bad position, but they are fighting tooth and nail to get themselves out of it, and Hive looking like the contender we know them to be. I love that we get to cast this one. I love that we're kicking off UKL Spring 21 with this amount of energy, and now let's see what they can muster to get this next dragon fight going, as it is 45 seconds on the timer, and this is where the game has pivoted.
Okay, once again, Hive have control of the pit. Once again, Demise Academy will struggle to gain control of the area, but the Demise is up, and Wilhelm is slightly out of position, but Dano finds Prio in the mid lane. You can see him lurking in that bush, just waiting to grab Sin on the pass through, but now he might be a little bit out of position himself. He comes to Destiny.
Into the stun, forces the cleanse and the stasis, and engage from Little Pants, ulting across the side of Hive, but now here comes I Won't Lose with the World Ender on. Another stun from Kurosh, but he gets knocked up, has to flash away himself. I Won't Lose, stepping back, doesn't want to get too aggressive here. Nobody has fallen. Kurosh, a little low on mana, is going to have to get that blue card out if he wants to keep himself active. And now, here comes the Requiem. Just going to throw this across, make it a little easier. Stasis used by Kurosh just to block the damage. And now, here he comes with another card out. Gets the stun. Maybe looks for it onto Vanguard. Doesn't get stunned by Dano. In comes the stun onto Twitch. There's the shield, though. Once again, they're just dancing. They're tiptoeing around each other. No one can find a good way in. And the Dragon is just kind of watching. Like, come on, guys. Do you want to get stuck in?
Now, Hive are putting out some damage onto it right now. They're doing a good job of zoning away Demise, but they need to burst it down.
Here comes yet another final spark comes through. I Won't Lose deep into the backside for the Wilhelm. Goes into stasis. Vanguard takes some damage as well. Demise have not gone down yet. Wilhelm is surely going to fall, but who's going to take the dragon? It is going to be shut down. Leon gets it, and Dano takes the soul. Hive, they finally get it secured, not by their jungler, but by their mid laner. Demise Academy trying to get something in the mid lane, but finally Hive have got this objective.
Hive did a good job of zoning Demise out there, but they kind of forgot the part where they have to actually do the dragon. We see the zoning Requiem. It does nothing versus this comp. That's whatever. There's a very good wall of pain coming across. No. Hang about, Kurosh. Taking a little bit.
Will get taken a lot of a bit right there. A flash forward from Dano into the stun is the punish. Gives them the final spark there, but it's just going to force another stasis. And I mean, with Ocean Soul on there, he's not that fussed about it.
Yeah, he is not worried at all, but yeah, Hive, that was a lot closer than it needed to be, I think. Vanguard now, he's walking into a lot of people, but Kurosh knows he's there.
Gets the gold card for the stun, for the follow-up. Sin is going to take that shutdown happily. And now, once again, it's a 4 versus 5, but the Ocean Soul's still going to be there. Unless the Demise Academy can get something off this advantage, it's not going to do too much for them. Fuyu takes a lot of damage. I Won't Lose. He steps forward, starts to get shredded down, but here comes another Requiem. Going to do a lot of damage here. Just going to be healed up by the Sona and the Lux, and Demise Academy are going to step away. Looks like it's just going to be the one kill.
Just the one kill, but it doesn't mean too much for Demise. Having said that, the Baron spawning up, but they just don't really have the damage, I think, to do it right now. They essentially only have one target that does damage to it, being the Kai'Sa, whilst Leon tanks it. But having said that, it's actually going down pretty fast, and Hive, they're not looking to contest it at all. They will hand that over, not able to trade for the mid inhibitor like they might have thought. And Demise Academy able to just pick up the Baron off the back there, and that is pretty big for them. Their comp, it struggles to engage, it struggles to gain control. Having the Baron will enable that quite nicely, but unfortunately for them, no dragons up. The Ocean Soul, it's already been taken, and it's 4 minutes until the Elder. So their only options now are to try and just secure some towers in mid or in top. And I think that's really the issue here, is like, when you look at this comp, it's like, okay, how are Demise actually going to win? Because they can't really siege, they can't really engage. Yes, once they've got control of an area, it's pretty hard to push into them, but it's hard for them to get control in the first place. And also, a control of an area is not a destroyed nexus. So other than the Elder here, Demise Academy are not made of options.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned earlier that maybe if they could find a way to 1-3-1 it, they'd be able to get some sort of advantage. The Baron could maybe help them do this, and I mean, something that we have seen, we've been going at Demise Academy for not having enough engage to make their kind of game plan work out properly, but these dragon fights are taking a long time to get started, and it's not just because Demise can't get stuck in. Hive as well, they don't really have the tools to force anything themselves, and that's why it seems to kind of stall out, and it's down to the Aatrox to be this frontline engager, or maybe Dano with a flash stun. So if they can get some control, if they can push these lanes in, it seems like Hive, they have struggled a little bit to kind of
Yeah.
get that snap fight started, and maybe that's where they could suffer a bit.
Well, a lot of these fights I feel like could have gone Hive's way, but we see early uses of that World Ender from I'm Won't Lose, and then when that runs out, he's suddenly a little bit more scared, trying to play a bit safer. Now here the Destiny Port, it's coming through. That's dangerous!
Stun straight onto Kurosh, has to go into the stasis, but where does he go from here? He's got no flash, tries to get away with the Proto Belt. Damage goes through, but shields come out as well. A lot of Demise Academy here, people stepping forward, but Twitch has fallen. Sin has got the killing spree going, but now gets shut down on the backside by Dano. Wilhelm on the front line, healing up, but it's not going to heal up enough so far. It's a 2 versus 1. Here comes the Requiem, the shield comes down, but Kurosh has no stasis left. He's going to fall and make it a 2 versus 2. These fights, Doctor, why can nobody just win them?
Oh, it's so close. Again, it's looking good for Demise. They even take out Vanguard, but I'm Won't Lose his full health, and once his cooldowns are up, he's able to go right back in. Honestly, that pretty much should have been game for Hive. I think that that was a very hittable Q3 onto Kurosh. When he goes for a Messiah as an engage here with this team, it's dangerous to do that into the Aatrox Q3, but he's able to dodge it with the Proto Belt, and again, it's a really close fight, but that is good for Hive because it just spends some of the time of this Baron. Now, Demise Academy, they're out here just trying to freeze mid lane or hand over the gold to Leon maybe instead, but what's the point? Like, again, like, see, they're playing well. They have, like, understand. It's like, yeah, let's just freeze mid whilst we wait for things because we can't siege. We can't, there's no dragon to go for or anything like that. We might as well just deny some gold whilst we wait, 30 seconds until we need to try and get control of that river. That's a pretty good strategy, but again, they've got some good strategy here and there, but then it's things like the plays earlier, just slightly off trying to make those moves happen. And then now it's like, at the end of the day, your comp can't actually do anything. Like, this is really good fundamentals, but like, you actually just can't do anything. It's like playing football with a really, really strong defense lineup. You've got one goalie, then whatever it is, 10 defenders, and then you're like, oh, why can't we score? Like, huh.
Dang.
Like,
no one's making
the worst case of the game's a draw, but like, if we don't have those in league.
Oh, we've got a pair of death brushes. They get spotted out by the trinket there. Good use of that one, but I like the competing death brushes. TP in from Kurosh as well to get himself at least in moderate range. But now, here comes Daddy Riot to save us here. They've got a game-ending objective on the board with the Elder Dragon. That's what this is for. In comes the Destiny. Let's see if somebody can win a fight and win this game.
Oh, no suicidal ports yet.
Oh, but now here comes Kurosh on the side. Maybe looking for I Won't Lose, trying to get something done, coming through the wall of pain for Demise Academy, and the healing is still there, remember, for Hive from the Ocean Soul, so poke is not really a problem for them. And now Wilhelm stepping forward, gets rooted up. Kurosh looking to follow up with a stunner. Sin maybe looking to get this one kill, but I Won't Lose is down on the side. Vanguard gets taken down once again, though. Polymorph onto Sin, but Kai'Sa has survived the engage this time. Zerg pushed away. Requiem coming down. I Won't Lose left in quite a dangerous situation, and Sin with the kiting gets the shutdown. Top laner, my butt. This guy is an AD carry main. Dano gets the shutdown and get aggressed by Kurosh, gets the cleanse, goes into stasis, but now he's surely trapped in this disastrous situation. Demise Academy, finally, they are the team that take a win, and what can they get? The Elder Dragon is surely theirs for the taking.
That is a reward and a half for them, but how does this happen? Vanguard just doing a bit of Vayne spotting on the Twitch, walking up into 5. He's taken out immediately, and this time Demise not what they're doing. They space it out. It's not 5 people running into I Won't Lose. It's just the one this time. It's Sin. He's able to kite it out. He stays alive. I Won't Lose doesn't get the resets. He doesn't get the heals, and then the threat is gone for Hive, with Disco Dano being zoned out the back. Demise Academy are finally able to take the fight, and it's the most important one of the game.
They now get this Elder. Now, even when they can finally show us that they have the tools, they have the team fight prowess to get the wins in the clutch moments, now they've got the Elder Dragon, they should be able to find this one again. Emphasis on the should. Capital underline, bold, italic, should be able to get this one done. They've got the Baron set up, very cleanly done, no contest from Hive by the look of it, so they're gonna be double buffed up and ready to break open this base.
This is just ridiculous. Demise are able to move on through, grab out the Baron for themselves as well, and Hive, they just completely give it up. There's 3 people down on the bot's half of the map. They know they cannot contest it, but that Elder Dragon is being used up. I'm not sure exactly how far through we are. I think we're about halfway. If Demise Academy aren't able to crack open 1 inhib, to be honest, they might need 2. Hive are still going to be able to stall out this game as long as they don't throw themselves into this Elder Dragon.
Absolutely, we got this wave crashing top. We got one being shoved in or caught by Kurosh. They're escorting it in where it needs to be. I won't lose covering that mid lane. But once again, we see some skills being thrown out. Stasis used by Wilhelm to get himself away from the final spark. But now Sin has reached this mid lane tower. In comes the Destiny. Maybe pushing Hive back just with the scare tactics. This first inhib is going to drop. That is part 1 of the plan secured by Demise Academy. Kurosh, Destiny's up the top lane. Going back up to that top side to get a second inhib. So far, now they've got all the tools, all the protection they need. They don't look like they want to throw this one on a crazy Messiah.
Well, Hive, they know they have to play it safe. Now, Elder, it might be about to run out. In Demise Academy, they need to see if they can get these towers now. They have about 30 seconds to try and end the game. But if they can take this tower, they might just be able to brute force through. And Hive know it.
Speaking of brute force, Iron Won't Lose is going for it. Sin is going to live, drops quite low. Final spark does not land. Some stuns are being traded. Leon dashes in and pushes them back onto the fountain. The second tower has fallen. Demise Academy, they're going to go full hit on the base. They're going to just take it down. And that's going to be the victory. Demise Academy, they buck the expectations. They take down Hive Central. It looked so hard for them every step of the way. But they do come up with the victory. What a performance for Game 1.
What a game that was.
Wow.
That was crazy. I'm gonna be honest. Demise, I like where your head's at. I like the comp. I like the idea. It needs some work. There need to be a couple of tweaks coming through.
Yeah.
But holy moly, this was back and forth, and it was really, it's such a great identification from them at the end. They're like, look, we have to force this. We have the Elder. They literally had about 15 seconds before that game was going to go on for another 10 minutes. If they weren't able to take out those 2 towers whilst they still had Elder, they would have been in a very, very sticky situation. Great moves coming through from them to be able to know that's what's up. We need to open the next. And then because these fights all go so long, we can just hit the Nexus, but they have to have it open. Well, that is definitely one that's going to feel a little bit bad for Hive, but a great way to start out the season for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the Moxie coming out from Demise Academy. And I mean, we were bashing Demise Academy all game for not being able to engage. And at the end of the day, Hive are the ones sitting on their fountain, 5 alive, with Ocean Soul watching as their base falls over. So, I mean, I guess we all learned a lesson today. And Hive Central, they look so controlled still. They look consistent. They look almost unbreakable. So hard to break through the line of consistency and of power that they can bring to the table. They're looking very good. But Demise Academy today, they showed that even if it had to be the jankiest of engages, the absolute loosest of plans, they were able to push through and get that victory. And they absolutely deserve it for sure.
That is definitely one that I think Demise, they can go look at the VODs, they can say, right, we need to tweak this comp a little bit. But also, that's one of those games that if you just look at the first 15 minutes of the game, because they were so close, they were 90% of the way there for what they were trying to do. If they just watch the VODs and say, okay, this is where it went wrong, we just had a little bit of mistakes with lane allocation here, and, we had to be a little bit quicker on the play there, they could be an incredibly, incredibly scary team across the rest of this season.
Absolutely. Cannot wait to see more out of them. We are going to go to a short break, though, before we come back with our second game of the night. That was just the first one. We've got a whole season of content coming forward. But after the break, it's going to be Mythos versus Munster Rugby Gaming. Don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back, everybody, to our second game of the night, where we're going to see Mythos taking on Munster Rugby Gaming. We just saw Demise Academy take down Hive in the first game of the split, an absolute classic to kick us off. Now let's see if game 2 can keep this energy up.
I'm gonna tell you, it can't. There's no topping that. Well, like you said, we'll play the first game. We'll call the season off. I think that.
Yeah.
But we've still got ways to prove, because I want to see that rematch. I'll be back in
True.
however many weeks it's gonna be. But it's an absolute cracker of a game, and
the dream of the double round robin.
Yeah, I'm so happy we have double round robin. That's so nice. But now we have another similar matchup. We've got Mythos, a team that we're pretty confident in the abilities of many of the players on it, up against Munster, a team where we have not seen basically any of them except for the ADC. So we're in a very, very similar spot to last game. I hope it goes the same way. I kind of hope it doesn't as well. It's it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, for the state of my lungs and my heart, I imagine maybe we can get a quick 25-minute one in there, guys. But let's see if they can do it. But yeah, so these are teams which I think people are less expecting to be top of the table contenders right off the bat, at the very least. There's a lot of unknown on there, as you said, for Munster particularly, though they do have these Irish roots coming through. We've got the innate synergy coming through there, I imagine, as well. So let's see if they can kick this season off right with a win, or maybe just at least find out what they need to work on, as they haven't had that much time to play together so far. A lot of these teams are formed in quite short order, so they're gonna need time to gel together. And of course, the game is ever changing, and everyone's gonna find their patches they like and they don't.
Yeah, I mean, that said, the Munster lineup, Munster were the latest addition to the UKEL, and they were the last team to announce their roster.
Yeah,
those two things coming together make you think that maybe they had the latest signings, right? I mean, the roster block was, I think it was about a week ago or something like that. So they've had some time together for sure. And I believe that 3 of the players on the team, that top mid jungle, I believe that they were on a team together before as well. I want to say it was Nerd Rage. So there's a little bit of synergy left over there, but yeah, this is still a very new team.
Yeah, absolutely. As we have dived into the full champ select this time, we're going to get all of it straight for you guys. We've got MF and Bard taken away by Mythos already, and it's 2 junglers for the side of Munster. They've taken away the Hecarim and the Pantheon.
Oh, okay. If I was expecting to see any Bard bans, I think it would have been versus Viperia, but not Viperia, it would have been versus London. That's the one with Kum. Because we've seen that man decide, nah, I'm going back to being a Bard one trick instead of playing ADC. We've seen that happen before. It went well. But we won't be seeing it in this game. And then actually Karma being the final ban there from Mythos. So they are not... they've got some plans for the bot lane.
Yeah, for sure. Kartha's definitely not one Karma, I should say, definitely not one I expected. But I guess, I mean, if you've got the Soraka waiting in the wings, it makes a lot more sense now.
Well, that's a quadra flex of a champion as well, so that's something. I mean, I'm not 100% sure on how Soraka mid does right now, but Soraka top is still good. I think Soraka mid is probably still fine. And then both you can put her in either bot lane role, probably a little bit better as the carry, and then you pair her up with something like we just saw last game, because she even got buffs this patch, so she's looking good. But haha, if you're gonna play Soraka, we're going to remove the Seraphine off the table. Yeah. Oh my god, I can already see that this meta is going to get... It's going to go downhill fast. And right now I'm in the phase where I'm like, oh, this is kind of like fun and quirky and interesting. But so was like Sona Taric and Sona Lux for like a week, and it's the same. That's Maokai. That's probably Maokai support. It could be top. It's probably Soraka Maokai bot. Oh my word. But then Lossie, at least he's playing something reasonable. And he is quite a fan of the Old Graves there, so we'll locking that one in.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side for Munster, we have the Olaf locked in for Goose as well. This is a very comfortable pick for Goose, and obviously a very strong in the meta as well, despite slight healing nerfs for the champion. The Gore Drinker is still the Gore Drinker, and I imagine it will be doing very similar things. We do have...
we haven't been told it's a proxy, and I'm gonna say maybe this is just everyone in this game is a big fan of LS,
Yep. Soraka on
UKEL
was on the other.
Yeah, UKEL was tweeting him. They were saying, "Hey, come and co-stream." He kind of rude, didn't respond. Don't know why, but Send him a screenshot of this draft. Maybe he'll change his mind.
Yeah.
Oh my word! I mean, we haven't been told it's proxy, so this could well be the actual just Annie pick. Annie, not bad right now. She's in an okay spot. I don't know if I would say that she's in, quick, let's get that one locked in as soon as possible tier.
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe if you put that up against the Soraka, it just bangs her and you call it a day.
In terms of potentially a blind pick mid lane, I would assume, do you feel like this is quite open to be punished? Do you feel like it's kind of vulnerable in this way, or is it going to be alright?
It's okay. I'm thinking it's bot. If it's real, it's bot. I don't know why. I think you wouldn't put it mid when you have an Olaf, because it doesn't get the prio that you need to enable an Olaf. It doesn't take over the game as an Olaf wants to. I was expecting that to actually be a Lulu mid to go alongside the Olaf, and that would be really nice, but instead it's a Kled coming through. So my guess is it's like Annie bot, because why would it be Annie mid? I mean, why would it be Annie bot either? Let's be honest.
Can someone just draft an AD carry, please? Can we just...
we got Graves.
Any marksman fans in the house?
I mean... Oh, it is Annie. It's not a proxy. We've got that one locked in. The thing is that if it's Annie mid, I just don't see how this does anything to help the Olaf. The other thing is that Annie has, she's a burst mage, right? You get your proto belt and you build electrocute and you go for the all in. But thank God. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
But no, that means that it is Annie mid. So I'm still okay. So the thing is that you get the first part is burst mage. If you don't one hit someone, and plot twist, I think you won't when you're versus Cho'Gath, Anivia, Maokai, Graves. The only person you might one hit is the Soraka, who you're never getting in range of. You're not going to one hit them; they're just going to be healed to full. The other build you can do on Annie is it's a little bit different this season, but it is if we're this is apparently the LS draft here, so it's the LS build which you used to do with the Rylai's and Comet and Leandries, and basically Tibbers just walks into 5 people and does 2k AoE burn damage. It's kind of cracked, but you're versus this amount of healing, and obviously this is going to be an Ocean Soul game for sure. Like,
yeah,
we all know that's how this is going to pan out. So it very much sort of falls apart there. What I do like here is Keverman on the Aphelios. That was the final pick. Keverman is sort of the linchpin of this team, and he's the one that people have been saying this one's going to be built around. And Soraka Maokai aren't really able to punish him very well. They're not going to be able to throw themselves on him. Usually, Aphelios with Seraphine is something you would be a little bit worried about. You either want someone who can really enable him, like a Lulu, or someone that can, try to disengage and keep him very safe. Like the Thresh is his most common pairing in the bottom lane. Seraphine isn't really the best at either of those things, but again, it's not really going to be punished, so he might be allowed to freely scale in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and that has got to be scary if Keverman can get unlocked. We've seen what this guy can do. And now if we look back over to Mythos here, I want to touch on this top lane matchup because we've got a pair of slightly less commonly picked champions once again, particularly the Cho'Gath for Extra Cheeky here.
I mean, I think Extra Cheeky's played a couple of Cho'Gath games before. I'm not 100% sure, but that seems like something in his wheelhouse that rings a few bells. I'll say that I believe it was picked into the Kled, yes it was, because Kled was R4 and Cho'Gath was last pick blue side. So it's an interesting one. I wouldn't assume that to be a favorable matchup for the Cho'Gath because Kled can well dodge him. But I guess if the Kled jumps in on top of him, then Extra Cheeky just queues underneath himself, silences, and sees if he can walk away. The thing is that Kled has a very strong build right now where you just build full tank. UKEL Sunfire, which just got buffed. I'd call it a buff. I would rather have the Tenacity, especially as Kled, than I would have the CDR. And then you do Steraks and Gargoyle, and you get 3 health bars, right? So you have his entire health bar, he dismounts, then the Steraks kicks in, because Steraks procs when you're below a third of your health, and the threshold for Kled is it's basically 35%. Yeah. It's not actually a percentage, but that's where it sort of works out being, that you'll never actually be... You basically you can almost never proc the Steraks threshold when you're mounted unless you've already taken damage. So you took a bit of damage as Kled after dismounting, then you remounted. Then you can take it, but that's whatever. Once you get the Steraks going, it's just shotgun, 4 auto shotgun, you remount, you've got another full health bar, you dismount again, and then you pop Gargoyle, and it's another full health bar. Because that's the problem that Kled has, is he dismounts and then people just burst him or they CC him and he never remounts. And that's why he was very weak and competitive. But with this new season, with the new items, he doesn't have that problem anymore.
Yeah, he is. Let's see if Sylas can activate this strategy or if he chooses to go for something else. I want to see. I imagine that Cho'Gath is going to go for the usual full tank Cho'Gath build. If that's the most consistently valuable here, there's a place for him to maybe go AP, at least maybe partially or fully. But I mean, they would be.
Ah.
I mean, maybe they end up a bit little low damage at that point. Maybe kind of
Oh,
suffering
they've
in the
got
same way
Anivia.
Demise Academy did. I suppose.
No.
Yeah, just
See, okay, that's a good point. Let's compare this to Demise Academy, right?
yeah.
You look at this comp. It's so hard. It's super hard to run into. That happened to Demise Academy before. Demise Academy is like, yeah, we've got Luxona. You can't really poke us, and you can't run into us because we'll gold card you. We'll Lux binding you. We'll crescendo you. This one, it's the same. It's like, oh, you can't run into us. We have Anivia. We have Maokai. We have Cho'Gath. We have a lot of disengage tools, right? But they also have engage because you have the probably chem tank Cho'Gath sprinting at people. You have the Twisted Advance from the Maokai. He throws down his ultimate, his W, all that good jazz. He's having a good time trying to engage into a team. So you can engage if you want to, but you're also very hard to get engaged on. And that's the thing when when it comes to sieges, you need to be able to disengage, but you also need to actually have some sort of threat that something will happen if people don't respect you. And that Demise didn't have that before. So Demise couldn't siege because they couldn't actually walk up, because if they did, then Hive were just like, yeah, okay. And, you know? So this is looking like a much improved version of a similar draft to what we saw last game. Suicide. Oh, thank God, it's Ocean First Drake. Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, we are saved
We're
from
good.
an Ocean Soul, dragging this one out to another 45-minute banger. Let's see if these guys can get it done in a little bit shorter time than that. Of course, if we look specifically just before we start clashing at the early lanes at the jungle matchup for Dunlossie and Goose with the Olaf versus Graves. These are two of the premier jungles right now, but for very different reasons. Who do you think is more likely to be more of an impact on this map?
It's going to come down just a little bit to lane gap, I think. Graves has an okay time versus Olaf. He scales better than Olaf, and he struggles to get sort of completely ran over by the Olaf. You know, if Olaf invades him, it's whatever, he can kite him out, and he clears at a reasonable speed, so he's not going to get outpaced by the Olaf either. But, having said that, if Goose runs in and now suddenly Davidoff is there as well, or Synapse is coming in with an ultimate, life gets a lot harder for Dunlossie. If Mythos are able to stall this one out and they try to scale it, then they'll be okay. But if Munster are able to use that sort of just run at you potential that the Kled has, that the Olaf has, they can do that before Mythos become impenetrable. They can try to break open the game, especially by targeting these scaling and squishy champions in that middle and bot lane, the Anivia and the Soraka.
For sure. We have gone into a short pause, but we can tell you that the game has already restarted again just a few seconds down the line. A little bit of lag from the players, but we'll be back into the action quick, sharp for you. And now if we, so imagine that there's both these junglers have agency throughout this game. We've talked about some of the weird matchups top lane, a very interesting matchup. We'll have to see how that one goes down. But if we look at bot lane now with the Soraka and the Maokai versus Aphelios and Seraphine, just in the straight 2 versus 2 in this early stages. Last time we saw cool double range healy shieldy lane
Was
getting shoved in, we're happy about it. But this game, are they going to be as happy about it?
So here's what happens bot lane this game. All right, and then in terms of mid lane, we're gonna have, you know, this is Annie. She's a burst mage up against the Anivia. I mean, what happens? You know, what's going? Oh, Maokai's he's gonna throw some saplings. Oh, Seraphine's just gonna heal it. Oh, Aphelios is gonna poke with his flamethrower and his sniper. Oh, Soraka's just gonna heal it. Oh well, what if Maokai engages? Seraphine's just gonna use all of her shields. Like it's what's happening. They're trading waves. Aphelios will probably get a slight small advantage, but it's. If there's the bush control coming down, like there's a way that you do get aggressively chunked out because Soraka and the Maokai are both bullies. But realistically, what happens is if you're the Aphelios, you see the bush is here and you're like, right, I'll just walk over there and then you're fine. It just, what's going to matter is having control of the river so that you don't then get ganked. But if you can actually sort of let them push into you, you just bait the saplings into your wave and never push back. It's pretty simple for the Aphelios lane here to just hold the wave outside their tower so they never lose plates, they're never at risk of getting ganked, and then they can just sort of scale up as they please. The upside, though, for the Soraka lanes, you have a little bit better buy timings. You can always grab components that the Aphelios maybe can't. You know, Aphelios is looking for things like a 875 gold pickaxe to come through. That's not really an issue for the Soraka. So Soraka's like, hey, you know what? If we want to try and get some sort of like cheat going on here, we can. We'll get something out of that. Or if we want to just sack a wave to reset in time for Dragon for an early first Drake, that's also an opportunity.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you're doing a great job so far talking through these comps. These are some wacky comps, and I think you're doing a really great job explaining them. But
No, you're doing a great job of asking.
Oh boy. Did you expect the comps and the drafting to be this out of left field starting on this season, on this patch, or were you expecting a bit more consistent, kind of normal comp drafting?
I was expecting to see a couple of comps like this. I mean, mostly the Mythos one, because the Monster one, actually, the problem is it's really just the Annie. But I mean, it's a bit weird because you've got the Kled and the Olaf trying to run in, and then Seraphine can kind of facilitate either side. You know, her ultimate is insane for run at you comps, but she also has a disengage power. It's basically the same as a Karma. And then you pilot the Aphelios with it, who can also follow in, get in close range with his red-white combo. And then the Annie's like, whatever. But then, looking over at the Mythos side, I was expecting, like, a couple of teams to try something like this, but I didn't think it would be very widespread. I did not think that we would see it, in both of the first two games, because I thought it's something people might be a little bit more scared to try out, especially when it's so different to what they might be used to.
Yeah, for sure. But these teams' strategy playbooks are deep and diverse, as we can see so far, as we are seeing bot lane getting.
Oh, hey, look at
expected.
that. They pushed it. They pushed in. They didn't have river control, and now Dunlossie is just walking on it. Who could have seen this coming?
Flash twisted advance onto
I'm a
his Spinny.
genius.
Agent Tau following it up. Dunlossie takes that first blood. Doctor called it. It plays out exactly as that. Mythos pretty happy with this one.
It's big moves from Dunlossie, right? This is why I labeled him S tier, okay? Because he's built different. But yeah, because no one expects a level 3 Graves gank. No one expects that you're going to do blue Gromp red bot. But Dunlossie knows. He's like, okay, I'm just going to start blue. I'm going to do my Gromp, and then I'll just see what happens. And the second that Keverman starts pushing in that wave bot, it's like, right, Wolves, see ya, I'm going. And he just paths on down, picks up the easy kill, because that is his window to punish MRG if they play into it, and play into it they do. Now Synapse getting a strong early roam here with the advantage that he found in the top lane, but not enough to secure this crab for his team.
Yep, Dunlossie going to catch that one nice and easily, as Goose is still chilling in the red side jungle. So that's going to be a one crab apiece so far. Dunlossie happy to get that kill, doesn't need to hang around for the river objective. He does use his flash to get this one, but Ispini is also flashless and healless on the side of Keverman. So there's potential for maybe some repeat pressure here. But I mean, as you said before, that was probably the most exciting thing I was expecting to happen in this lane. And do they even need to like go back and regank? Is that a good use of Dunlossie's time, or should he focus elsewhere?
It sort of depends. I mean, his top lane is kind of getting a little bit kicked in. That is what we expected. But Extra Cheeky, I'm sure, chose this matchup for a reason. But I mean, look at it. Keverman's still pushing in. The thing is now, Keverman they've been able to get some sort of control in the bot side. They've got that vision in the river. And again, because they weren't expecting a level 3 Graves gank, Dunlossie knew that that was his window to try and take it over a little bit. And
oh no,
actually,
the damage onto Arcurath pushes him right back behind the tower with the Ignite used as well. He's going to have to stay very safe as the wave crashes.
It'll crash on him, but it's a Soraka, so
well, there
not
he
really
goes.
too worried about it. Agent Al's going to walk up there and start healing him up. And if anyone overextends, they'll be handing over Rejuvenation to him as well. Now, what I would have liked to see would actually just be an early sweeper. I think that someone from Mythos will pick that up in that bottom lane when they next reset, because they know it's like, yeah, if we can just get control of that river, we can just punish this very easily. But now Goose has seen this one coming, and that pink ward being placed will show the world that Dunlossie is here in the bottom lane. He won't be going for the gank, but Goose is lurking around just in case anyway. He's ready for the counter gank, but honestly, he should know that Dunlossie isn't going to look for this, because Dunlossie knows that they know. It gets a little bit confusing.
He knows Dunlossie knows that they know that he knows. Yeah, so Dunlossie's going to go mid and forces the flash out of Davidoff off screen right there. So a nice little easy, clean executed gank, followed up by Man Robbo. Maybe look for more in the future.
Again, this is really good communication from Mythos to get that early path going and get the level 3 gank. And then it's poor communication here from Munster, because Munster knew Dunlossie was on the bottom half of the map when he dropped that pink. And
Quick solo kill.
all right. Just a bit of a cheeky solo bolo. Man Robo hits level 6, throws down the ultimate there, and grabs himself a nice kill. But yeah, that gank is very predictable for Davidoff, because the second that he sees that Dunlossie is bot side, he's like, right, I guess I'll just play for the top pocket. And he doesn't, and he loses his flash, and then Man Robo able to pick up that first kill. So he's having himself a pretty good time. Now Dunlossie tries again on the bot lane, but he is spotted out. The gank doesn't quite happen. There's some laugh spams coming through from the Seraphine, which I think isn't really that warranted at this stage of the game quite just yet. But Dunlossie, he'll back away for now. He'll reset, get himself a strong early buy. Looking towards getting an early Gale Force.
Still
maybe the
confidence
healing
on
one.
the side of Ispini, but yeah, we will see which they choose to opt for here. Checking back on the top lane, there is a nice CS lead developing for Synapse, about 20 in that top side. Cheeky just happy to farm up, and now Synapse is going to step into the top side jungle, maybe get some vision down. It's going to spot Dunlossie over there as Manrobo is getting shoved back behind by Tibbers, the bouncer, stepping in under the tower. Not going to get the kill, I don't think, but man, if that wasn't close.
It was pretty close, but that is kind of all that Davidoff ever has to offer. So he doesn't get the kill, but, you know, he takes a heavy amount of health away from Manrobo, will force the recall, but Manrobo can just teleport on back. Meanwhile, bot lane Akraf is pretty low on mana, and
Root's going to land, damage is going to follow, and force the flash out. We see the confidence from Ispini and Kevinman stepping up there when they knew they had it going for them. Easily follows that up, and now maybe they can get something done on the bot side as Goose happy to take the dragon.
yeah, powerful moves from them to push back the Mythos bot lane, and yep, Goose will be moving in onto that Drake. Dunlossie, he knows something's up, but it is pretty low already. He's actually taking a lot of time to clear this ward, but MRG just back away. They're going to actually open the option for a steal.
And the option is taken happily by Dunlossie. Has the flash, can just yoink himself over the wall, doesn't even need it with collateral damage. MRG, another little fumble in this early stage, and Mythos going to snap up the first Drake.
I'm not 100% sure why MRG wanted to back away there. I mean, the Drake was on 1500, and they can see Dunlossie clearing the ward. They know they're safe for a second. Maybe they're a bit worried about Manrobo walking in and putting out a bit of burst damage onto their squishies, but ultimately, I think if Goose just keeps hitting the dragon there, you keep Kevman on it as well, you only need to do like 700 damage to it. Dunlossie, he's clearing that ward, and he has to reload to clear the ward as well, so it's going to take him quite some time. But they back off, and then Dunlossie, he just dashes in blind. He's like, oh, it's a reasonable amount of health, and he wins out the smite fight as well. Nice steal for Mythos there. Some good moves, and you can see that every time that Manrobo tries to sort of set up a big combo onto Davidoff, he does get stunned, and that just cancels out his ultimate, but it's still a winning trade for Manrobo before Tibbers is back up, which is right now.
Yeah, and now Goose is there, ready to assist, but Dunlossie's not too far away as well. Manrobo's going to land that stun, doesn't quite get the wall in the right position, isn't going to be able to punish too hard. A Seraphine making her way up as well. Looks like there's a lot of bodies arriving in this mid lane. Both teams may be spoiling for another fight as Mythos looking to pull up that Rift Herald while they've got this river control.
Yeah, done a good job of opening this one up. However, Munster are moving on into the area. Don't forget they have the ultimate on Synapse, but not on Ispini. It's a pretty big one to have, and Synapse takes a pretty heavy amount of damage there, but he'll be pretty happy. He's cleared after all. He just dismount and then heal that one right back up. Meanwhile, though, Extra Cheeky, left alone in the bottom lane when Kevman roams, he gets himself a plate whilst this team gets the Herald as well. So across the board, pretty winning moves here for Mythos. And Extra Cheeky should just be able to walk that one out, so no risk at all really for him. Just a good time across the board for the blue side.
Mythos, this slightly zanier comp is working out very well for them right now. Dunlossie set up to be that primary carry that we know he can be on this Graves. Agent Tower and Arkarath not giving up too much in that bottom side.
Goose.
Cheeky just farmed it up.
Goose is like, nothing's happening, just going to recall. And then Dunlossie makes his way on into the top lane, maybe anticipating a counter gank here. But actually, no, the second that Synapse dismounts, this is their chance to move on in. He's got the Herald as well, and there's not a lot Synapse can do.
Twisted advance into that shotgun blast from Dunlossie. Collateral damage will snap it up. You could see it coming once again, and now he's got the Herald in pocket. Let's see if he even needs to use it. They're going to shave these plates off regardless, as Cheeky happy to farm up with that passive healing from Cho'Gath.
I think that Dunlossie doesn't actually, never mind, he doesn't actually need to drop it. Yes, they'll get the tower here, but there is credit to saying actually we'll leave the top tower open. and see if we can. The thing is, you don't really want to give Kled the long lane. Just give him time to
get
really.
punished
Oh,
onto the
hang
spot side.
on.
Here comes the Soraka heal, though. He's going to get rooted. Done. Goose is going to find that kill, and Ispini's going to drop very low off the last tower shot. But that doesn't quite work out that well for them. They get the kill, but they're losing more and more tower HP on this top side. In comes the Kled ult, just going to clear the wave out maybe. There's still 3 members here, but it's not going to get caught.
I know Mythos is too low on mana for it, but Dunlossie totally could have tanked that Kled ult and then just dragged it back into the silence, into the twisted advance, and he's alone, but the sapling will be there to ward off any threats. But well, that could have been hilarious. But yeah, there's not enough mana to help that one there for Mythos. Now they're not able to grab that tower, so they don't quite get the 2-for-1 trade there. Actually, saying that, they didn't lose their tower bot lane anyway. But yeah, what I was going to say is they had options to use that Herald in mid lane if they wanted to, because giving the Kled the long lane makes life very hard for Extra Cheeky. Because Synapse could well look to just freeze out this lane, and then what can Extra Cheeky do? Once Extra Cheeky has a Ken tank, it's a different story, because he can just go and force plays, but he will struggle to do that right now. But as it looks out right now, Synapse is just moving to try and grab a couple of plates of his own before those ones fall off. Meanwhile, Dunlossie in a real strong spot. He's got himself his Gale Force, and he's going to pair that one up with some plated Steel Cap, so he will be taking very little damage. And what damage he does take, be healed right back up.
Engaged from Davidoff, followed up by Seraphine. Also, Dunlossie dropped very low and forced to escape into the jungle. But Manrobo doing so much damage on the backside with the ultimate. Dunlossie slides back in to clean them up. All me from the Graves jungle. Arkarath going to get a kill of their own. Oh my goodness, Mythos, the punish was unreal.
That is absolutely beautiful. That is what this comp does. And Mythos know it. You get control of the air. You have so much zone control that if you can find a fight in a choke, throw down the storm. Drop a wall on it. You've got smoke screens. You've got Maokai's kit. You've got Soraka, AoEs, and silences aplenty. And then Dunlossie, he just goes for the double dash, double shot, double kill. Picks up that one. Now they move on in towards the Infernal Dragon. They'll get that as well. Option for plates in the mid lane if they can push in the next wave, and they can also look to go bot lane as well. But it seems that the resets will be the call here. Let's get a bit of the tempo going. We'll take down that mid lane tower after we've all gone and refilled our mana. Let's see what's coming through now. Manrobo maybe looking to get item. No, he's not gonna get his first item quite just yet, but holy moly, he has just sprinted out of base. He is zooming along with those Merc treads, and that mid lane tower, I don't think it's too long for this world.
No, I don't think so either. Manrobo with the TP up as well, so if he wants to go back for that quick item drop, he can do it and get right back into the thick of things quick, sharp. We did see at least kind of the idea for Davidoff and Ispini coming through there, but they just don't have the damage yet to make it work. You know, if they had an extra couple 150 damage between them, Dunlossie'd be dead before anything could be done about it. So they do still have to walk with a bit of caution on Mythos' side, but you're absolutely right. We saw the power of this comp if you let them get away from the first blast.
Well, bit of danger in the middle lane. Keep your eyes on Synapse. Arkarath, trying to find that kill. He's not spotted out yet, but this is the danger of opening up that top lane. It lets Synapse respond to these plays.
Goes for the stun onto Manrobo, forces that passive out, but now suddenly blue members coming out of the woodwork, and Dunlossie will go on a rampage, taking down Davidoff now. Takes a bit of damage in the backside. Synapse forced to retreat. Goose and Ispini have rocked up into a double stun and a TP combo. Double kill for Dunlossie. Can he survive the aggression from Goose? He absolutely can. Synapse the next to fall. Keverman watching, being dived on 5 versus 1. The ace out of nowhere at 15 minutes for Mythos.
And that's the thing. This is just a compositional difference for Mythos and Munster. Mythos, their comp is fine when you've run into them. They have so much disengage, so much zone control, so much strength in the front to back. And the issue here is that Munster, they go for that re-engage. They bait out the pick. They're like, right, we bring in the Kled. They haven't accounted for all the members of Mythos nor the teleport. And then they're a bit stuck. They're like, okay, are we committing? Are we running? You see that Synapse, he dashes back out, but then Goose is running forward. He's like, actually, no, I'm not going to do this. He walks back out. He just gets immediately chunked out by the Anivia. And what you have to do with this comp, you just have to commit. You say, look, we just got to send it with the Seraphine ultimate. We'll get the Kled to engage for the Olaf. If there's any hesitation when you're an Olaf, it all goes downhill so fast. And we see it there. Mythos clean ace 11-1, crack open the mid lane towers. It's 3-0 on the tower front. And they're in just such a great spot now moving in towards their second Herald.
Absolutely. Here at the 60-minute mark, Mythos have opened themselves up a 6,000 gold lead. Very, very tough for MRG looking down the barrel of that one. The Synapse is on this top side of the Herald, and there are a lot of members of Monster still hanging about. But Kevinman down on that bot side, one of their main damage sources, means that they are kind of unable to get something done as Dunlossie just pops himself up behind Synapse, going aggressive once again. Here comes the support from through the jungle. Goose and Ispany. Davidoff shortly behind. A flash forward from Synapse trying to get the kill. Dunlossie dominating before the remount can come through. Malkael is dropped with a TP as well. Will they look for the dive? Davidoff's on the side. They're all bunched up. Here comes the stun. A shutdown to open up on Dunlossie, but Davidoff is burning away in that glacial storm, and Manrobo is going to get the counter kill. 2 members of Monster left alive. It looked like a great setup from them, but man, Mythos is so strong right now.
And there's a world where that goes better for Mythos, because they have this whole strength being their zone control, and Dunlossie goes a little bit too far in. He's taken out under the tower, but if Manrobo is dropping his storm on top of Dunlossie there at the tower, even when Dunlossie dies, they're able to wipe it. But, oh, this sort Synapse is teleporting in. I'm not sure how well this goes for him, though.
He's getting knocked down. He's getting burned through. He's not going to get a chance once again. An unstoppable Anivia Synapse with a bit of a missed call here.
Yeah, that's maybe he thought it was just a 1v1. He thought that the Anivia was already out. Thinks he can just look to pick up a straggler if they're not coordinated enough. But of course, Mythos are ready for that one. They're both able to turn around the kill. But yeah, in that fight at the tower, if Manrobo just walls off Davidoff instead of going for the solo kill, and then just drops the ultimate on top of Dunlossie there, I think they just grab the double and the tower, but clearly this works out for him anyway, as they find that kill onto Synapse, blowing his teleport as well. And now Synapse is going to struggle because he wants this top wave, but also his team's thinking about this dragon. And the problem is that Munster, especially without Synapse, are not going to be able to run into this dragon. Let's be honest, they're not really going to be able to run into anything anymore. But they still have 3 members down here defending this tower, defending the dragon. I think they have to curl it. They have to say, look, this ain't happening. Maybe we can go and get some control up near the Baron before that one spawns.
Yeah, but man,
that's not a lot of damage.
Flashing out of the ult from Manrobo forces him back, but now the support from Mythos is coming through. A TP from Davidoff is going to arrive, but Ispini is already falling. Kevinman now facing down Dunlossie and Extra Cheeky, and now it's Davidoff left in the Alcove gaming zone. Is going to get 5 versus 1. Now they've just got the rotations once again. The dragon, as you said, is wide open. Mythos, they are not putting a foot wrong right here.
Now Mythos are ready for that play. It's a rock and a hard place situation for Munster, but they still make the wrong decision. They go and try and see what they can find, and Kevinman just not in the position to be able to take over a game like that quite just yet. They'll take over a 1v1. Mythos, they collapse down. They grab themselves their 3rd dragon, and now it's tempo aplenty as they deploy that Rift Herald in the bottom lane. They'll take out 1 tower. They're probably looking for 2 with the inhibitor on top as well. If they can get an Extra Cheeky walking up, putting a lot of threat here onto the bottom lane, scaring them away from this Herald as it charges on into the tier 3.
Goose and Synapse still hanging about on the top side, and the Herald is going to die before the tower does, but that can be returned to later. Mythos now extended their gold lead to almost 7.5k with the 3 dragons, with the 6 towers. Baron's going to become a factor before too long, and this team, I think that they are not going to hesitate to go for something like that. They have been playing with a lot of decisiveness so far this game. Dunlossie leading the charge in most cases. Manrobo as well, not afraid to get stuck in. Really loving what I'm seeing from Mythos so far.
I think you'll find it's actually Synapse that's leading the charge. It's kind of how the champion works. But
this guy.
Nobody's even coming out of that charge. I mean, I've got to point this out. CDR boots is not the buy here for Goose. Bro, you're gonna die in like 3 hits. It's a rough situation for Munster. This is just a comp counter, right? This is it's sad. This is like playing Handlock versus Zoo, you know, for any OG.
It's a dated reference. Dang.
It's a dated reference. I haven't played that game in so long. God, hot damn, is it bad? It's rough, but there's not a lot you can do. I mean, all they want to do is run at you, and all the Anivia, Graves, and Cho'Gath want you to do is run at you. Yeah, Soraka and the Maokai, they want that as well. So there's really just no way for Munster to ever execute on their win condition, execute on their team's plan, and there's definitely no way for them to gain control of a Baron pit like this. So all that's left is for Goose, throw in an axe, get some vision, and then see if he can just 50-50 the steal. But Dunlossie is not risking it at all. He even smited him just to make sure this one happens.
doesn't need the smite again. He's going to burn through Goose with that red buff as well, but happy to dive over, forces that Ragnarok and still gets the kill. Archraf is tanking up and is probably
They
about
don't know
to
how
fall.
low he is.
Gets healed by Soraka, but on that bot side,
they're
extra
not
cheeky.
retrying.
Goes 1 versus 1 in that 2 versus 1 bot side. Gets the trade kill onto Keverman. So now the advantage is still in Mythos' side, and they're going to be able to clean this one up with no more trouble. So a little messy, maybe. Maybe it's just because of that bot lane fight that it seems so, but they are going to get this Baron nonetheless.
No, it was a good response from Munster. Like, look, the Drake is gone. We can at least try for a kill on bottom lane because there's nothing that the Aphelios is really offering to try and steal that Baron. It's just on Goose, but Mythos are able to bring it back extra cheeky. He turns it into a 1-for-1, which is really, really good for him. It just neutralizes that play entirely. And then eventually, Mythos get the Baron. You know, it reset to full, but it doesn't really matter. They're still able to take it down. There's no contest there, and it's still just sad times, really, here for the Munster squad. I mean, not to be too pessimistic, but there is literally nothing they can do.
Yeah. I mean, it's 19 to 3.
It's if I knew anything about rugby, I'm sure I could make some sort of analogy to if that's anywhere remotely close to Munster's actual rugby scores. I don't know how good they are. I don't even know if you can get 19 points in rugby. And how much is the conversion? It's like 3 for a try, and then like, is it 2 for conversion?
I think it's 1.
I don't know. Is it 1 for conversion?
I think it's, isn't it
So you
6 for a
could- you
try?
could-
I think it's 6 for a try, and 1 for
I
conversion.
don't know. I haven't played rugby since I was like
Me
30.
neither, bro. You see
It's
our
been
figures.
10
We are
years.
stick people. We don't play rugby. We are skeletons
You know,
in headsets
was-
casting right now.
Rugby, it was such a scam. I remember the first time I was going to play rugby, we were getting changed, and I could hear the enemy team were like sweating because I was, huge as I am.
Well,
oh my,
speaking
hang on,
of
hold on.
sweating,
I'm
Kevin
trying
is
to tell a
sweating
story.
bullets right now as extra cheeky's on that side, but the ult comes through from a spin. He gets a 4-man charm. Davidoff following up, gets kill and followed up with a second one. Extra cheeky's gonna get Davidoff down, but Goose is unable to catch Manrobo, and this 3-man unit of Mythos is going to be able to regroup and turn this fight back around. That, my friend, was a valiant effort by Munster, but still seems like the deficit is too big to get round as they're going to get back into the space with the Baron. The inhibs are surely going to fall. Synapse trying to claw his way back to the base, but is unable to make it. Manrobo instead going legendary.
Very rude, honestly, of Dunlossie to dash in and interrupt me like that. But the rest of Mythos, they're okay with it. They knew what was going on. Manrobo stays alive, and they're able to clean out that fight. They take open 1 inhibitor. I'm not sure that they're going to look for the Nexus here. They say, no need to risk it. We don't actually have a marksman with us who is most of the tower damage coming through here, so we're going to back away. Interestingly enough, Dunlossie looking for that Bloodthirster, so he's kind of splitting the difference between the healing build and the full lethality build, but also lethality not going to do too much for you here in this game, so it kind of checks out, and he's chilling. He's making his way down towards this dragon, and the Cloud Soul is just terrifying with this comp here for Mythos.
Yeah.
Because that movement speed buff, it's just... Here's what happens. Munster either don't run into you and they lose everything, or they do run into you, and then, you know, Mythos kill them, pop their ultimates, and then sprint it into this now spent Munster squad, and there's not a lot they can do to get out. Also, whilst we're at it,
terrifying.
Horizon Focus is pretty bad. I'm going to say this one now. Davidos grabbed that one up. Just for anyone that I'm pretty sure that it's something like Horizon Focus is only better than Void Stuff as like a second item when the enemy has like less than 20 magic resist. Or if you're Zoe, because it applies on true damage. So that's not counting the amount of AP it gives, but I'm pretty sure that's inconsequential.
Yeah.
So Davidoff,
plenty of AP
not looking great. Yeah. It's a rough one. It's a rough one for sure. Having said that, he does AoE like 4 people with stun, so... In any case, yeah. Mythos moving in onto the tower.
Yeah, they're going to get this Inhibitor ult down, but in comes Synapse calling the charge to maybe just kind of get back to tower quickly.
Alright. Yeah. To be fair, there's a pretty good chance that Mythos were about to take that tower, so he defends it for all of 30 seconds before the next wave comes on in. And nothing ends up really happening here.
Now they've got the second wave crashing, the tower dropping pretty darn low. Dunlossie going to step up, covered by the Anivia ultimate, but they do still seem a little bit... they don't want to overstep here. They saw what happens when they group up around these walls. They can get AoE down, but they are going to get this tower nonetheless. Now we've got Supers crashing onto their Nexus towers, and they're just patiently waiting for a chance to get at this last inhibitor.
Yeah, they are playing this nice and slow, nice and controlled. No rush here, because they know they don't need to. Just got to play it out, play it reasonably. Oh, hang on,
They're
though.
going to step forward, actually, Spinny drops very low, but now Davidoff around the side is going to look for that engage, drops Agent Town, Man Robbo may be looking in danger for the first time in his life, drop the passive, Goose is going to fall down extra cheeky, trying to cover their retreat, not going to get the knock-up, and the shutdown is secured, but now Davidoff is going to get cleaned up on the backside, and Dunlossie is just finishing the game, guys. So, I guess it was all for naught. He is Nexus stealing right now. 27-7, Mythos looking so in control this game. What a different story from the first game of the day. They pick up this win with not that much trouble at all.
No, this is an excellent execution of this composition from Mythos. I think Demise can learn so much from today. They can actually just watch the replay of their first game and be like, all right, these are the early rotations. This is where we made the mistakes. This is what went wrong. This is why it went wrong. And then they can also look at this game and be like, so that's what this comp is supposed to look like. I see. And, when you have an actual engaged threat as well as a front line for your team, something like the Cho'Gath and like the Maokai, champions that can be the front line that can also disengage as well, now the comp becomes terrifying because there's no way to move into it, but there's also no way to move away from it if it tries to force onto you. Again, some excellent moves from Dunlossie early on. That fast path down onto the bot lane, just level 3 gank. It was such a great assessment of the lane state, and just the second it seems like, because what happens, they get to lane, the Aphelios autos the first minion trying to build a push because he doesn't want to, he wants to keep the Maokai away from the bushes or whatever it is. And then the second that auto comes down, Mythos is like, right, Dunlossie, come on. And he's like, yeah, all right, I got you. Moves off his Gromp down to his red buff, gets the easiest gank of his life, and then from there he can really get his snowball going. Like we said, the Graves outscales the Olaf, but it also goes even versus him. So if you can get an early lead versus it, then the Olaf is just terrified and he never gets off the ground.
Yeah, and that is pretty much what we saw happen there. Only until the very, very last moments did we see Goose even get a shot at trying to take down people like Man Robbo in those fights. And by then, it was far, far too late. Dunlossie making an absolute statement here. Very strong performance here. I mean, we didn't do an MVP in the first game, but might as well at least cover this one just to give Dunlossie his dues, I think, for this game.
Yeah, and that's why I put him as an S-tier jungler. See, my tier list is through
Where
the roof
did you
right
put
now.
Demise Academy on that tier list again? I don't remember that one, where they were.
It's not important, really, is it? Nothing matters.
Somewhere on there for sure. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
All I'm saying is that Rydona put his own team in S tier. Pretty cringe, if you ask me. And we saw how that one worked. So
yeah, yikes! Unfortunate for them.
If anyone has any issues with it, at Dr. Casts, go find the tier list down there. You got something to say about it. Make sure you reply to the tweet. You can retweet it as well. I don't care. I just want the impressions.
Subscribe. Yeah, do everything.
There's such
you can
thing as
possibly
bad
do.
press.
Exactly. Okay, so that is going to be, unfortunately, that is going to be myself and Doctor's first stint for UKL. Here it was, 2 very different games, but 2 very exciting ones nonetheless, and a great idea of how this UKL split is going to continue, I think. After the break, we are going to be handing the reins over to Initialize and Nymera, who are going to take you through the second 2 games of the day, which I believe, just trying to check what that should be. I imagine the other 4 teams. I'm literally just looking at the casting schedule, and it doesn't say what the matchups are. So, looks like it's going to be Nerd Rage versus Lucendi and Viperio versus London United. So stay tuned for that one, guys. We have more action coming through tonight and more on Saturday as well. So do not go anywhere. It's been an absolute blast to cast for you. We will go to a short break just now. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here for my first cast on the UKEL. And my name is Samuel Initialize Hapgood. You might have seen me earlier. But also with my brother and colour commentator, namely Alex Nymera Hapgood. I did pronounce your name right. I didn't do you the disservice of getting it wrong, which I threatened to do. But we have a very important matchup to talk about right today. We've got Nerd Rage versus Lucendi, and I'm very excited to see how this one will go.
Yep, from all I can tell, there's a chance we're going to get a bit of a split map this game. Looking at champion pools, Lucendi might be going towards a bit more dominance in the TV2. Other side, Nerd Rage, looking towards roaming mids, fighter tops, farming junglers, which normally means you're going to dive the poor enemy top laner at some point. I want to see if that works out, or whether the bans will stop that before it really starts.
And I know, but obviously with what we've seen of pro play thus far on the patch and where things are in this sort of early on in Season 11, there has been a preponderance of picks that can definitely work to dive that top lane.
Oh yes, I have my meta note. That's an important one.
I thought I'd set you up for that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's a whole load of jungle champion picks which we can do that. We've seen the resurgence of Talir. Olaf is making the rounds again. Stuff like Graves, Hecarim being picked out too. It just seems like a lot of these farming junglers, which we kind of saw with Lilia last year, don't really like going bot lane and maybe ending up in a 3v2, which potentially can get turned around. Rather go for the 2v1 roaming mid, make it than that 3v1 in the top side. Make sure you always get that gold from the poor enemy top laner's corpse. Start snowballing the game from that point.
I know we have, when we were sort of doing our prep for our matchups this week, we were sort of looking towards and saying, actually, that top lane could be quite important. But part of what makes it even more of a dicey thing is, of course, the fact that perhaps there could be a little bit of jungle difference, though we're not quite sure where that's going to lie, obviously, this early in the season. Am I right?
Certain Tillis maybe haven't put Shady as high as Mr. Wild on the other side, but now is the time to put up a shut up. Tillis mean nothing if you get results. That's what it means at the end of the day. I mean, we've been doing our own tier list across the board for various different leagues. We know what it's like having the thought process, but that's all they are. Their thought processes, they follow a bit of logic, but logic and plans rarely survive first sign of battle, and in this case, champion select sometimes too. So I'm really looking to see, because again, it is, as I was saying on the desk earlier, it's kind of like figuring out how to use a microwave at a friend's house. You don't know what the buttons do. The first game or the first couple of games, you kind of blind fighting. You're sat there looking for the roles your players are most happy playing, and then trying to figure out their active champion pools, their effective champion pools, and how that works into the tournament meta too. Sure. Particularly in this meta, I've talked about it a little bit on the desk too. UKEL seems to have a lot of fighter top laners. That's probably going to warp a lot of the drafts. It is definitely something to keep an eye on. And speaking of draft, we're right into it.
Absolutely, we are. And as a bit of a heads up, Nerd Rage will be onto the blue side this time. It'll be Lucendi over on the red. And on Nerd Rage's roster, it will be Mache in the top lane, Magikarp in the jungle, Zyke in mid lane, Haya in the AD carry role, and Flajian at their support.
And on the other side, in their debut match in the UKL for this split is in the top lane for Lucendi, Inno, jungle Shady, mid lane Limsey, bot lane Highlander, and alongside them in support, Dandy.
Absolutely. We've got a few bans straight away, namely Galio and, of course, a Draven away from Highlander. You kind of mentioned that Lucendi have a bit of a kill lane preference, and Draven is one of those top-tier options for that choice.
It's up there, and Draven is one of those champions which can still kind of go towards lethality to an extent. I'd imagine he's probably packing something like a Gale Force like every other AD carries nowadays. Not necessarily a Draven aficionado, nor am I watching Tyler 1 in this season right now, so I haven't been up to date on all the Draven builds. The Galio taken away from Lucendi, another really important thing, because Limsey plays basically all your mages, and also the Galio, most of the meta AP champions in mid. That includes the Zoe, Syndra, Orianna, and stuff like that. But also Dandy plays it. It's a flex. Rarely do you want to give a team a flex, especially don't want to give them that when they're on red side, and they can maybe hold on to that for the last pick of the game.
We're going to have to hold on a little bit here, because while obviously we're still moving on screen, it looks like the timer has frozen in place, which is always a little bit of a terrifying thing to see.
I see. They're immediately... That's it. But I thought they were trying to give us like a Rorschach test, and it's like, oh, tell us which champion pick is behind this. I think it's going to be an Amumu with center and Nola.
And of course, it will be interesting to see whether that Amumu is a proxy pick or whether that's absolutely Amumu. And that is just confirmation in from production. It is a proxy for Kai'Sa, ladies and gentlemen. So don't be confused. It is not preseason Amumu who
But
definitely
what if I am
rose in
confused
priority.
already, Sam? What if I'm confused and scared?
Well, you can't
and
be
there's
as
this mummy on my
confused as me because I'm 0-2 on my predictions, and so clearly you're less confused than I am. But that's my role as a
Yes.
play-by-play, and
Good
I
job on
took
that
some
one.
gambles, and it's not gone so well thus far. But that means we have got a few picks to catch up on, as we were caught a little bit behind there as the timer went on. Namely, Senna, Olaf, and now Camille in for Lucendi. On the other side, Ivan will be joining that Kaiser alongside the Thresh.
Okay, so now we've got Mashak to pick something into a Camille. Camille tends to survive in most matchups nowadays, unless you are really a peak Gnar player, or Renekton can win that matchup too. Ornn can survive to a certain extent. You know the Ivan's locked in already, though. You can support a lot of those top lane. It wouldn't actually surprise me if we saw something a bit more like an AD carry top lane, but then when you've already got that Camille Olaf, it gets very, very dangerous. There's a Senna role too. Senna does this, falls into this role of through damage, where you kind of think of the Lux Lays we saw in first game of the day, which was an absolute banger. It's one of the best games I've seen on the recent couple of patches. But you chuck that ult across a team fight, and there's no real stopping it, and it means you're adding on an extra 100, 200 damage onto the target that Camille and Olaf want to start diving. So that means that whatever you pick in the top lane, best have a good chance of outplaying, because that extra ultimate on the table starts unevening the scales.
And I've also got to call out, of course, that I do want to talk a little bit about this Ivan, which is not necessarily in the same vein of some of the junglers that have been super high priority as far as we've seen in the current meta. As Taric now locked in for Lucendi here in the second phase of picks. But that Ivan, of course, it's not necessarily the carry of something like a Graves or a Lilia. It's not even the hyper-aggressive, or like Gordrinker carries of something like a Pantheon or an Olaf. It's very different indeed. So kind of curious to what your thoughts are on that for Magikarp.
Normally I'd say Ivan's a really strong pick. Obviously the Moonstone and Staff of Flowing Water abuse kind of champion definitely fits into the role that Ivan wants to be picking into. But then honestly, you don't. Well, the big Ivan counter is Olaf. Olaf has been locked in. You have chosen to take Ivan into this combo, and then you've also picked a low damage jungler and then an auto attack top lane. So Olaf is pretty happy to go taking stuff like Tabby, going into that and just running into that jungle and making sure that Ivan doesn't get those interesting farming paths. And this is one of the things we talked about in the desk too, about Magikarp being a fiddlesticks and Ivan play. You get very unpredictable jungle pathing, and that can lead to some explosive early games because people just aren't prepared for where the jungler is going to turn up. Olaf just power clears, though. If you fumble on that, you fall behind. And falling behind as Ivan is not an uncommon thing, but it means that if you ever start teaming up for a dragon fight and it comes to a smite fight, you never win those dragons, and therefore you're behind on an objective level. You don't get to win heralds. Ivan doesn't take that quickly. You lose a lot of your dragons, and then Olaf just kind of slides to an easy lead in the game.
Exactly, that early snowball in that dragon control, so potent in the current meta, especially with where AD carries are at the minute as well. You kind of get that help from your bot lane. Quick heads up, guys, of course, with the proxy pick in from Nerd Rage, that doesn't mean we're quickly remaking the lobby. We'll be into game relatively shortly. We've just got to go through this again fairly quickly. As a kind of reminders, we got distracted talking about things like the Ivan and where that matches in with the Olaf. It was, of course, Renekton and Victor picked up as well for Nerd Rage to round out their solo lanes. And, of course, Orianna was the last pick alongside that Taric we mentioned briefly as well. So, interesting comps around. Olaf has got himself a Taric to back him up with, of course, that Cosmic Radiance and, of course, and the Orianna ball on top of it as well. That's a pretty scary run-at-you combo. You've got the Camille who can do similar things as well. So, I'm interested to see where this matchup ends up.
So am I. Of course, Ivan and Olaf were both hit in this patch, which just dropped. Ivan lost a little bit of AP on the shield, the trigger seed, and Olaf lost a bit of his Omni healing, which went into more lifesteal, which means it doesn't apply to the Gore Drunk, which means his overall healing is down, even though his kit, technically without items included, does have a similar amount of items, healing rather, that's the word. Similar mages in the mid lane, but Victor much more susceptible to being ganked by the Olaf than the Orianna by the Ivan in a lot of situations. By my Olaf just tends to run through your gravity field, doesn't really tend to give a damn about what you're doing with that slow field. So I think maybe in terms of the mid lane 2v2, I'm favoring this Orianna Olaf right now.
Okay, so favoring that mid lane 2v2. I mean, we mentioned the fact that top lane could be quite important. Camille Renekton. On paper, of course, Renekton has had options into Camille. Of course, you can just stun Camille as she tries to hop at you. You can do a lot of damage into her. So,
well, there's
see what
two
Match's trying to do there.
Yeah, there's two things which happen with the Renekton matchup in particular, I'm sure we'll see. If you have an empowered Renekton W, it cuts through shields, which is really important for Camille's passive, the adaptive defenses, and also it stops dashes. So if you time it right and you auto-attack buffer when Camille is hookshotting to you, you stun them, either when they connect with the wall with the particle and start getting dragged off, you connect then and it just stops the whole E animation, or you do it as they're in flight, flying the other way. It just means the hookshot doesn't come through from Camille, you don't get the extra damage, don't get the stun, don't get the extra attack speed, and Renekton tends to win pretty handily after that point.
Yeah, hook shot into a hook stop. That's how it works. You heard it there. Colorcaster knows what he's talking about. It's good to know.
Be prepared for sudden drops and crocs.
You must be this tall to ride the top lane roller coaster. One thing that does surprise me a little bit, though, is we were saying, oh, Highlander, Dandy, love their kill lanes, Draven and stuff. That's Senna Tarek. I'm not sure I'd call that a kill lane on paper.
No, maybe not. Maybe we got that. Yeah, okay. It's not what they're going for.
The Draven ban did come out, so we at least saw something there.
I mean, they play the Kai'Sa themselves. Of course, that was taken away. I mean, if we're talking about kill lanes, we're talking about Lucian, Tristana as well in that kind of vein. Without actually mentioning Vayne
being played that way.
Say yeah. No, Senna Tarek, they're for the team fight. What you're going to do is you're going to have a lot of team. You're going to have the Orianna speed up on Olaf or on Camille, having the Tarek ult going forward, either the Camille flying into the fight or the Olaf doing his own business, and then just hoping that they can put out enough damage before those ultimates wear off, and you get the turnaround damage from a really high DPS backline of this Victor and Kai'Sa. Really afraid for this Renekton now, even though because that lane matchup is really good. As soon as you get into team fights with those ults in play, Renekton is not going to get much work done. I can't help but feel that.
Bit worried for that Renekton. Good lane matchup, perhaps a little bit more difficult in the team fight, especially considering in some ways he's kind of the major frontline alongside, I suppose, Daisy. The sixth man, who's again not a bad option for a frontline in fairness. But tell me a little bit more about what you're expecting Nerd Rage's early game plan to be. Are they going to be focusing more towards that top side as well with Renekton, or what do you expect Magikarp to be doing on this Ivern? Ivern pathing's always something you kind of need to keep your eyes on, right?
Whenever I see something like an Ivern in the game, for me it comes down to what's the level 1 plan? Are you going to invade with stuff like Tarek Stun, Olaf Axes from the side of the Chendi? Because they could, if they can track the Ivern, a lot of the X factor of where is this Ivern's first gank is going to be, that just falls off the board, right? I guess let's look at what the lanes of Nerd Rage really want. Victor wants a bit of a quiet early game in some ways, but if you can get involved in kills, that increases your passive stacks. It gets you to your upgrades earlier. But Victor, on the whole, wants to be conserving mana, doesn't want to be buying into too many big fights. Kai'Sa Thresh, that is a kill lane, but against Tarek, against Senna, because you have the range disadvantage in the AD carry position, that Senna Cube just being such a disgusting laning ability, it's going to be harder to make a dent in that lane than it would be in something like a kill lane, like we were saying. Sure. So we're really looking towards that fighter matchup in the top lane. We talked about a lot of UKEL top laners playing a lot of the fighters. Lo and behold, we have it again. So I can't help but feel like the Ivern is going to be walking up there. But if Ivern gets counter-ganked by this Olaf, that's lights out pretty quickly in my eyes.
Okay, so be careful for the counter-ganks, guys. Keep your eyes on that top lane. It's where we've got our eyes. No kill lane on the bot side. We've, of course, quite sad about that. But potentially things are coming quite even. Perhaps that's first, second dragon fight as well. That is 2 control mages, 2 fairly interesting AD carries. The Olaf there as well. Those mid-game team fights could get pretty spicy.
Absolutely could do. And I think the thing about Olaf is that Olaf fell off pretty hard in Season 10. Sure. Less so now, because when you get towards Gordra and Castarex, you get those huge shields. We saw what Aatrox was doing again in that game 1, which went so late into that game. Just because you're a bruiser, just because you're a bit more of that drain lifesteal kind of archetype, it doesn't mean that you immediately get blown up in the late game as you have been in certain other comps and other situations. Renekton struggles a bit more because of the lack of mobility. You don't get to have Chilling Smite like Olaf does. You don't get to have the Ragnarok, which helps you run in and not just have the slice and dice, because obviously Renekton around a minion wave, or if he goes through the first target, he gets 2 targeted dashes, untargeted dashes rather. But Olaf has a little bit more to play with in that regard. And of course, his W does give him so much healing into that late game.
Well, we'll have to keep our eyes on that, of course. It's interesting talking about Olaf as kind of not the hard cliff edge of a fall off he used to have in some ways. Of course, we're coming into a new season. We're coming into
it's not Gale
casting again,
Graves.
and like some of those talking points, like Olaf falls off, which doesn't work anymore. You're like throwing your notes out everywhere. Did you hang on? Sorry, I'm just gonna slip back. Did you say Gale Force Olaf?
No, say Gale Force Graves, you
Oh,
fool. You absolute buffoon.
I was
Sure,
mid rant
wow.
and I
Oh,
thought
wow.
I misheard Gale Force Olaf and I was like, I have not seen that in my
Right.
prep. Have I missed something? What madness is this?
Yes, okay. You know what? I'm not even going to DM that with a further response because normally I have at least some idea of where I'm going to go after that.
Sure.
This one, nope, leaving it. I'm just leaving it there. It is dead. Dead
Don't
in the
talk
water.
about
Deader than Gale Force Olaf.
Well,
There we go.
we heard some rumors about silly mobility items on various characters.
yeah.
Like Prowler's Claw set, I heard, was an entertaining option. where you
Yeah,
could-
Prowler's Claw set so you can ult them back into the team.
Yeah,
Prowler's Claw
without
Scion so you go zombie mode and just like whack them and dash to them and you whack them some more. It's yeah. I think that's the Bauth. You know what? I still don't know how to say his name.
Neither do I. I'm not going to try because that would be a bad idea. You don't want to hear that, guys.
I for one love how AD carries get a free charge of Ariel with an execute on an item. That's just my favorite thing.
Why am I detecting a hint of bitterness from the Ari main? I don't know why that's
knows?
come from, but we'll have to lay that aside as a mystery, maybe never to be answered, because we are onto the Rift here for no
Better things to be doing, yep.
We probably do have better things to be doing. Currently looking like a 5-man fan. Tarek still back in base, but will be coming out fairly shortly. And no particular early game shenanigans to be seen right now, which means potentially Ivan gets a free early clear, such as it is.
Well, kind of, yes, but on the other side, you know that Olaf is going to clear faster than them, so Ivan still wants to keep tabs on where their Olaf is. We said counter ganks by Olaf will make Magikarp's life pretty bad. So for me, it will be about what's happening with the communication. Do they have a solid plan already? Do they have the information to implement said plan? These wards, like you said, not really giving too much information, so looking at that standard lanes, of course, and standard bot side jungle starts.
You can see the vision there. No deep vision for either squad, so it'll be interesting to see where things turn up. Come about 3.5 minutes and those first clears are kind of mostly done. Carp sticks his passive down around the red buff and continue to move on, whereas Shady here starting on the bot side with a little bit of assistance from Highlander and Dandy, and they'll head straight to lane afterwards.
Will do indeed. So I guess another thing to touch on, just one last thing about the team comps, as we do see Gosh and Kaiser zoning off the Tarek Center from the first wave, getting themselves a bit of dominance in that lane. Is that this direction is going to be really important in regards to that Olaf again, because you put that lantern down and suddenly Victor and Kaiser gets themselves an extra half screen away from that rampaging Viking, and that could be the difference between a team fight win or loss, because if you don't lose that extra 200, 300, 400 damage that Olaf gets in an auto QE combo, then maybe they can turn around with that huge back to front to back, rather team fight damage that we know those carries can have.
There's an empowered Cole the Meek there, but Magic still got a bit chunked out early on, and it is Inno who gets that first shot and lands the tactical sweep as well. Level 2 hit. A little bit afraid here, of course. Nothing much more to be seen right now, and at least early on, good stuff from the Camille, and higher inflation just having a quick wander up into the river, maybe scouting out that Scuttle Crab spawn. In fact, you can see that ward on the mini-map. So it does look they'll at least have some vision up in that river come that Scuttle Crab spawn time.
Yeah, so a couple of really important things. So we know that the Camille's getting the push. The Camille has Ignite. That's going to be a lot of damage in these early trades, going into the later ones too. 1v1, going to be going in favor, although that's a good empowered W onto the Camille. Because that push in, of course, that's going to signal some jungle attention. There's a ward in river, but is it going to be the counter gank? Shady is not seen by the vision plan.
Does throw his own bush inside the bush, and bushception means that Shady is spotted. Not sure that Leonardo DiCaprio would star in that movie though, so we'll just have to leave this one on the Rift.
If he starred in that one, he was in the river, you know, like even if there was a suitable cupboard door there, he's just not having it. He's just dies when he walks into the river. That's it.
Yeah, and there's no Garen here to be a replacement spinning top either, so you know, who knows.
Oh gosh.
Could you imagine that as kind of your tell us whether you're in a dream? Does Garen stop spinning or not? If it was an Earth game, probably not.
I think my tell if I'm in a dream is there's a Kaiser top with Ignite and a Twitch starting Doran's ring. Does that sound about right? Yeah.
It does sound about right. I feel like I might have seen that before somewhere.
No.
As well.
Must have been a dream.
No, who would do that? Who would do that? Shout out, of course, to that first game we had this evening. Demise versus Hive was a beautiful series of madness. Kaiser top was great fun to watch. perhaps more important to this game is that Olaf and Shady got both Scuttle Crabs with light contestion. Mid-lane shove from Limsey and
Oh, Macho, you sure you want to take that? Getting around that kind of HP level against Ignite, you're trying to look for a turnaround.
It does, exactly. It's coming through, and First Blood just comes through like that. Chimera was right to question that choice, and of course we hadn't touched on the summon. It was Inno with the Ignite gets First Blood solo topside.
It's looking for a reset, but the Ignite's there. You can't go for the low health turnaround plays with a large heal from the Q coming through. It just doesn't work. The healing gets cut, and doesn't even have to burn a flash because of course he doesn't have one.
Limsey low on mana, will get back and look for his first reset. He's got the teleport, of course, and is up a significant amount of CS here versus Zyke. Actually, just from that early lane, which is a bit of a warning sign as well, perhaps.
I think it will be to an extent. I mean, Victor can get bullied around because Orianna does have a bit more DPS in the early game because, of course, having that Clockwork Commander passive, and Buddy will have to look at flashing away from the grab field.
Absolutely. Plagian with a smart roam. The teleport comes out. Limsey immediately has to flash because of that solid roam there from Refresh. And the moment I start saying, well, maybe Victor's getting bullied around a little bit, things start going wrong. But topside, Magikarp's turned up looking for a gank on Dino, but did miss the triggers here. And Shady's actually around for that counter gank you warned about in the pre-game. But they walk away quick enough that nothing more happens than a quick nod to each other across the battle lines.
Q misses, doesn't get in range for the shield slow pop, and then of course Shady turns up. So well played by Inno on the top side on the Camille, just knowing where the allied jungler is. Now Shady feels like maybe start angling for either some aggressive invades or maybe a dive onto top lane.
Have to keep they've got the Camille.
This
and
is
level
dangerous.
6 is here. The Hextech ultimatum down, but they go for the hook shot straight away first. Undertow lands. That Hextech ultimatum was beautiful from Inno to avoid everything, but the trade back does come through from Matshe. The flash wasn't enough, and Shady falls down into the Shadow Realm, so to speak.
There's a real difficult decision-making process there from the side of Luchendi's top duo, because you want to reset aggro, but then they wanted to do that after the Renekton stun came out. Magic manages to hold onto that long enough. They reset the aggro onto the Olaf, who doesn't have ult, can't ignore that CC. He gets CC'd under tower long enough for the extra tower shots to take him down.
That's a pretty big win, actually, for Nerd Rage, honestly. Had the teleport to come back straight away, clear up the wave as well. So yes, Camille picks up a second kill, and that means that Inno is going to be very scary quite quickly with 2 early kills on the board. But giving some gold back to a Renekton that was suffering, not the best look.
It's still a wave loss to tower, or at least half of one for Maciek, and another kill sticking over to the Camille. So even in terms of like the gold being put over, it's still in favor of Luchendi because they get the assisted kill too, so the extra 150 gold pool picked up on top of that. Now see the blue buff being picked up by Limsey, and well, really good timing for that because they were just low on mana, which means they can continue for the next couple of minutes to keep bullying. This Victor has that almost 20 CS lead, so solo lanes going pretty well for the side of Luchendi.
While all that chaos was happening topside as well, you did see that Magikarp, with a little bit of assistance from his teammates, did pick up the first Drake, which was that Ocean Drake. Cloud Drake second means we're actually in for a fairly spicy soul here. Chimera, either that Infernal or Mountain Drake, or Mountain Soul rather, to come up once we get around that second Drake in probably 4 or 5 minutes when that spawns. See where that one goes.
Yeah, if we're gonna get Infernal Soul Kaiser Victor, that's pretty rough roll. You know, we were talking about the whole gambles with the prediction game earlier. You really don't. It's not a gamble against Infernal Soul at that point. It is so you have chosen death, in the words of Saruman. We see Magikarp up in the top side, but Shady is there as his shadow, just as the wave pushes in. Really good timing.
Boy, here it goes. Inno, he goes in first, but Daisy now summoned. Inno needs to think about going out, but that's a good undertow on a match, who's got himself Dominus rolling, but takes a lot of damage from the Olaf, who's burned his Ragnarok. And looking to be the end of worlds indeed for this Renekton, who at least escaped, but with a lowish health bar. Alas, it's Renekton, and Culver Meek is a hell of an ability, back to half HP relatively swiftly. The rotation over to Herald, though, from Luchendi is a swift one, even if they don't get much.
They use Ignite, so that's a tool down least, but it means that Maciek is forced under tower, Ivan forced away from that tower too, which means the Herald goes over to the side of Luchendi, and Camille, using that topside dominance in this early portion of the game, hasn't led to a CS lead, has led to the Herald at least, so they're getting something out of that top lane matchup.
Yes, absolutely, and of course, we'll walk straight back over to pick up a little bit more of this wave, which is good news, but Bot side, relatively quiet down here. We've not seen too much of it because we've been so focused around the top side and the madness going on there. Seems like Haya has come up to a relative CS lead, at least early on here from Nerdrage.
Part of that's because it's going to be the Manamune build coming out of the Senna. Senna was touched this patch too, although mainly that was on... So you get some AP scalings across your kit now, a bit more, which doesn't apply to an AD. Well, I mean, it does if you have a lot of stats flowing water, but not sure we're going to get that this game with the tier coming in from Dandy 2, although, of course, we're yet to see what's coming out of it. Might also be the Moonstaff coming out of that support. But then, of course, there's soul drop chance for minions that you didn't kill, which, again, doesn't affect really the ADC center. I think you're mainly just picking the center for the extra heals going onto the Olaf and, of course, the ult, which, I mean, if you don't have a Kai'Sa who's putting the damage through onto the backline, you do have a center ult, which is global and can at least aid in that regard.
Of course, we do have to keep our eyes on that, of course, because of all we're saying, oh, that 2v2 top, probably favoured towards the Olaf and the Camille. What makes it even harder, of course, is the fact that you do, in fact, have a Senna who can just ult across the map and affect wherever she needs to.
Plus, you've got an exhaust heal in bot lane, which is just so low interact. It's like the season 7 Malzahar mid, which is not my favorite meta ever.
I suspect you might be a little bit bitter about your old school team of SKT losing that matchup with a
yeah,
in that finals.
that easy to tell her. But the goal of this lane is not to thrive, it's to survive. You can tell in the summoner lane choices. But what that means is that you can't punish something like a roam top lane because Thresh is making his way up here.
Yeah, he is up here, but it's going to be a 3 versus 2. Remember to keep an eye for the Dawning Shadow that does come through, but it's a shutdown onto Camille. Renekton gets that one, and now Shady needs to run away. Magikarp trying to get in, goes that chilling smite down as the Ragnarok ends, and there is no flash. He looks to try and fight his way out, but the flay is there. And Magikarp gets that one. It is 2 for none in the top side, and that is a great look for Nerdrage. Zyke in the mid lane, though, takes a lot of damage, and the fight
is a good
oh, but the turnaround is huge for the Chaos Storm, causing chaos indeed. No kills, but a little bit dicey there.
Yeah, okay, so the mage is getting frisky in the mid lane. Going back to the top lane play, though, beautiful roam out of Thresh. Flajian turns up top lane. Yeah, doesn't even lose that much bot lane. We're talking about the Senna, talking about the Terra. They don't punish the Kai'Sa on her own nearly enough. 2 kills going the way of Nerdrage in that top side, and a lot of it is due to Thresh's presence there.
And I've got to call out, that's 2 roams with 2 fairly successful outcomes from Flajian. Roamed mid, forced the flash out of teleport from Lindsay early on. That time he roams top and gets the double kill after they were looking to continue to index in on Innos. Ignite Camille, and they get the double there, so great stuff from him on the roam so far.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the areas of support play which can sometimes be overlooked because, I mean, support has become such a powerful laning champion in the last however many seasons with a lot of gold being shifted, well, a lot of power being shifted into gold efficient items for that class. But you build Mobius first, you turn up around the map, and you do get to be that second jungler archetype. See Victor pushing in the wave, and once again, Thresh is there, just making sure that if there was a playmate onto mid, there's a lantern, there's a hook, there's a flash, plenty of ways to help out there. Lena, but there's no way to help the Camille.
Again, there is no Olaf this time. There is no counter gank. Daisy is there, can tank for a while. The slow comes through, and they're going to try and outplay this. And actually, Magic's going to try and find his way out. Takes a lot of damage, even with the bushes available. And that one was nearly a repeat of the earlier turnaround.
Daisy, no.
Around. And that was even with the Gore Drinker complete for Renekton, who's actually managed to come back from dying solo to that first one on the top side. Can't quite get that one off, but the jungle and top laner going around top does give Lucendi license to start up this second game over the bot side.
And it's another one of those times where Ivan Key misses and Dino gets out alive. If that hits, probably a dead Camille. As it stands, it's going to be the Ignite away from the kill once again. Doesn't really care about it. Relatively low summoner cooldown. And the Herald and Herald summon bot lane after the dragon's been taken for Lucendi. So overall win for Lucendi after Magikarp shows his presence on the top side of the map.
Rift Herald that was taken earlier now, used bot side, gets 2.5 and nearly that third one. But the minions might do it for them. I don't even know. I think they just about got it. We'll have to go back and look at that.
Cool. Okay, I'm actually not sure if I didn't see the gold pop up, but I hope it went to someone. Anyway, cool. Right,
Confirmation from
production, right on it.
comes
Lovely.
through, indeed.
Better eyes than myself. Honestly, color casters don't need eyes. I don't need to see any of this stuff. I do it by echolocation. I'm like a bat.
He's it's like the blind monk stereotype. You've got to be afraid of them. Analysts too. Trained
I was gonna go with the echolocation Batman thing and just speak
in
a really low tone of voice for the rest of the cast. Okay,
Don't
so
do that.
as you can tell, that's actually really bad for my voice, and I won't be doing that again. You'll be very glad for that. See, Doctor was talking about impressions on Twitter. I do impressions on cast.
That's a risky one, but there is a gank in mid, and Flagid is here into a fabulous bit of play from Zyke. 3-man gank in mid, and the Orianna falls down, and she is but parts. Robot down for the count.
I do impressions of Batman. Limsy does impressions of dead people. That dies really horribly in the mid lane. 0-1 in the Orianna, but a really good roam once again. All jokes aside, Flagian making their presence known across the map, and 3 for 3 in terms of good roams, really making good, efficient use of their reset timings.
Yeah, and now coming up to this 15-minute mark, it is about 1,000, just shy. Gold leaf for Nerdrick, very close.
Oh,
I suppose at this point we ought
bit
to.
of trouble here.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to talk about items a little later, because Haya could well be in a spot of bother. It's a 3v2. Flagian's going to come up with a spot Shady, and that might ward off the attempt on this bot side.
Again, the Mobies from Flagian really helpful, because you just know that he's going to get there in time for Flash, Heal, and a Lantern to be able to get here out of any kind of trouble there. So they spend a bit of time with the jungler on bot side. Don't really get anything for it. Does signal that Magikarp can go for the Herald on top side. Camille had reset too. Looks like this will be a bit of a free take. Olive resetting going towards top side. Not going to be there in time.
Magikarp starting up this Herald, and there's been a few of those key item completions. It's the Gore Drinker in for Renekton, Moonstone Renewer in for Ivan, Ludens for Victor, Trinity Force, of course, for Camille, Gore Drinker, Leandries as well for the jungle and mid laner on Luciani as well. Not completed mythic items to the bot side, but that Senna does at least have her Muramana.
They do, and they do have the Swifties, so a bit of movement speed to add to the kit of Senna. Gonna touch on the Victor Ludens thing, because while you think it's, oh yeah, you know, it's a common item, and it is, having that burst of move speed when you proc the Ludens and having Phase Rush, really important versus Olaf again. We talked about the Thrash Lantern. And speaking of the Thrash Lantern, he's back mid!
Oh, Death Ray puts Orianna in the dirt one more time. We were gonna ask whether robots could in fact show signs of life. The chances are it's not. Put into the ground again as Victor dismantles.
No, that one's not passing the Turing test.
Not passing the Zyke test either. This guy's supposed to be a Z1 trick. What's he doing popping off on the Victor in these plays?
Death Mark, Death Ray? Sure, cool.
Half the same name, I guess.
Cool,
nice. That was a fairly low effort.
Again, you know about the whole thing about like not needing I don't even need a minimap, you know. I just talk about whatever I want, and when something turns up on the screen, I completely forget about it, and you step in. So it happens. I don't need to see plays coming.
I'm here to back you up, buddy. I'll make you look good. That's why.
And Flagian absolutely hit it back mid lane. We talked about Victor needing a bit of support in that mid lane. Likes things being a bit quiet. 2 kills now. That's an extra 50 stacks towards their upgrades. Has 150 CS already. So that is going to be 2 upgrades for the Victor already. I'm trying to remember if cannons. Yeah, cannons count a bit more towards it. So that will include 17 minutes. You got what, 4 or 5 cannons coming in. So it's going to be not close to the 3rd upgrade yet, but well on their way past their 2nd. So they're going to have the movement speed increase from the Q too. So between Phase Rush, Q, and the Ludens proc, Zyke is going to be really hard to shut down from this Olaf now.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see how it plays out, because in about 30 seconds, the Mountain Drake will spawn. Both teams here at 1 Drake apiece, and I'm sure they'd like to start stacking them a little further. Flagian, though, is about to get attacked by a couple of people. And Lucendi currently holding court in this river. But Magikarp summons up that Rift Herald in mid lane, using it as that counterweight to buy them space, buy them priority to get into the river themselves.
Now, see, Herald actually will take that turret solo. This is how much Lucendi are truly valuing this. Slice,
Flash
going
in.
in. Oh
my days, that will be the Cosmic Radiance as well, but it's too late. Olaf falls already. The smite is dead, but the stunning return is also good. 1 for 1 thus far. Flagian goes down. Flash in for Macho, the Renekton. Trying to find a lot of work. Daisy as well, doing as much damage as she can.
Slice!
It's so much work, slicing and dicing his way, and Dandy goes down to Zyke as he is on a rampage. And they'll move back into the river with all the kills they could want, alongside a load of summoners and this 2nd Drake.
And Matchek is taking a martini, and that'll be sliced, not stirred. Comes in with a really huge flank. Uses the first cooldown of their E to get over the wall into the river through vision, which means they come for a flank completely out of nowhere. Don't know whether they knew the complete lay of the vision from the side of Lucendi. I liked the idea with the Terracult going in. Using Terracult aggressively is obviously a big part of that champion's kit. They don't time it well enough, and they lose a player before the invulnerability comes down. And after that point, you were meant to use that point of power. It turned into kind of an even trade. And then you don't have that tool to fight out the last half of that Dragon Pit confrontation. Go down, go down in flames.
And Nerdridge got everything there. They used the Rift Herald Mint, which Lutenji ignored. At which point they get mid tower, they get the dragon, they go 3 for 1.
They threw a lot in with that, and it didn't work out.
That could well have tipped the game potentially heavily in favor of Nerdridge. The gold lead not that huge right now, but you know, smart ward there to spot out Flajan, who was looking for another one of those clutch roams. He's had a few this game, as we've already praised him for, but at least for now, Nerdridge with the advantage.
With the advantage, and at this point, I'm not sure. I'm not sure Lucendi can play around this top lane matchup right now. You can maybe 2-3 items for the Camille, but you've got Tabby, you've got Gordrinker, and Renekton is against double AD top side of the map. Sure, there's true damage on both of these champions, but building the items that he has, very, very efficient versus the Olaf and the Camille, so Renekton is happy to hold tower. Gordrinker and that empowered Q will clear out all these waves. You can't push him on the turret, he just clears the wave. So now you have to think, well, where's that point of pressure? We know that the center isn't really going to be pushing in the Kai'Sa. One of the best things about Kai'Sa right now, you evolve Q very early, you have lethality, you clear through waves that empowered you very quickly, so you just stick a mid lane, and that wave just doesn't exist. You got a Victor too, one of the best mid lane wave clearers in the game, but maybe that's where you have to go and just dive the Victor, because he has less defenses. But knowing that, Sykes already picked up a stopwatch. Lucendi running out of options and running out of them pretty quick.
I wanted to call out a couple of those points, because actually, you know, it's all well and good seeing that Renekton with the Gordrinker and that armor as well. A lot of healing, a lot of armor into that double AD, but on the other side, you know, like, maybe if you could cut down on that healing, maybe they could do that, but they don't have the petty cash to do that right now, because, like, Victor has been able to stop off.
You're waiting on Camille's Ignite cooldown. That's exactly it. It's Camille Ignite cooldown.
Limsey could be in a spot of bother here, actually. It's very dark in the blue side jungle for Lucendi, and Magikarp hopping around, waiting for that evolution into Gyarados. Does Daisy count as Gyarados? Is that how it works? Or is that like Hyper Beam?
So that's more like Magikarp actually summoning the Pokemon. You're just like, go Onyx, go.
I suppose the amount of damage that Ivern does is relatively similar to Splash.
And it
so
is
at least
the Mountain
it's on
Rift,
feet.
you know, it's rock terrain. That's it. And Limsey between a rock and a hard place. There's 3 people looking for a dive here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether it's just me, but can you hear the Jaws theme going on? But it's not Shark Circling.
It's fine, Sam. It's good.
It's Magikarp, and he backs away instead. The true terror of the Pokemon Ocean. I promised Nightmare I wouldn't do too many Pokemon puns. I'm probably going to leave it there for a little bit before I get angry messages from my brother later on in the day.
Yes. No, I'll do it live, dude. No, I'm doing it live. Yeah, stop it.
Yeah, throw me on the bus live. You've already done it earlier on the desk.
Yeah, so what this is actually train a Magikarp. He summons his rock type Pokemon. That's it. And that's the level of commentary we get to already.
Yeah, obviously a little bit of that lull state right now does lead us towards some interesting conversations. I suppose at this point we probably do want to talk about the map state, because Lucendi, no towers as yet, whereas Nerdrage, you've collected every single outer tower, and we've already seen with that last sort of looking at a play at Limsey under that tier 2 in bot, they are starting to lose vision as well at Lucendi in their blue side jungle particularly.
I do feel like Lucendi may have missed a trick with trying to go for maybe a top side invade early at level 1, just try and isolate that Camille Renekton matchup. They are going to the top side right now, but I don't really know what they're going to achieve. Victor has TP, he's very strong, so he's going to come in with a heck of a lot of damage if he does get into the fight. Renekton's going to survive long enough, and then Flajan is moving around with Mobies, and it's controlling vision. And as we already said, Kai'Sa deletes these waves in mid lane. There isn't really much pressure that Lucendi can play around.
Lucendi kind of walked in force to get control of the Baron Pit, but it's left side, as you mentioned, free to take this bot tier 2 in very swift fashion. It's just gone. And Limsey even takes a bit of a poke trade, says insult to injury.
Ow. And the really dangerous thing is here, because you're playing around a 1-3-1, which is what you're doing with the Camille, you kind of need to, because you need to isolate that matchup. you need to be very decisive about when you're picking these split fights, because Kai'Sa can join them at level 11 about as close to all the other champions that, well, even if you roam second, because of the ultimate range being relatively high at level 11, you're going to be able to join that fight very, very quickly. And now you've got 2.5 items with an Executioner's Calling. We're talking about that healing reduction. While the Petty Cash has been available for Nerd Rage, it just seems like everything that Chendi would want to do already has a preemptive answer from Nerd Rage's comp. I'm really impressed so far.
And it turns out that blue side is dark and full of terrors, which meant the Nerd Rage got to take that Mountain Soul point for free. Legion actually hooking onto the Baron. They're going to go for a bit of a start here, looking to do it off vision. Match, I believe, will stay off vision as well, having sliced over the wall, but Dandy puts a ward over the back and will spot out that this is happening, and Nerd Rage immediately back away. Nice attempt at a tricky play.
So in some ways, I like what Nerd Rage are trying to do. They don't have the best tank for the Baron right now. It's the one thing which, you know, if they had something more like the Scion on top lane, you can go for that play a lot more easily. Because what you're trying to do at that point is force Luchendi's hand and say, you're diving into us, and you're diving into the grab field, you're diving into a huge amount of damage from the Kai'Sa and the Victor, who also DPS the Baron very, very quickly, so you are also, you know, obligated to do so. But the problem is just making sure your HP bars are in a sufficient enough place to start fighting around that. They decide, let's not go for the risk right now, buy our time a bit more, we're winning this map split, we're getting a lot of farm onto our correct carries, and let's play around this Mountain Soul, because we are on Mountain Soul point.
It's the Mana Mune transformation in for Senna right now as well. It's
Yeah,
good
it's been
news.
there for a
Moonstone
little
Renewer
while.
in for Dandy. That's good news. But the problem is there's just items behind right now. That's a Zonya's now completed for Victor. That's the Staff of Flowing Waters in for Ivan to join in with that Moonstone Renewer. Death's Dance in for this Renekton versus all that AD that we mentioned beforehand. Collector in for Kai'Sa. That item discrepancy is getting a little scary, and there's a Mountain Soul fight happening in just over 3 minutes. There's a Baron that Nerd Rage have already hinted towards as well, and if Lucendi can't find the gold in the next few minutes, they could find themselves in a bit of a scary spot when those late game fights start coming around.
And of course, when you've got the Moon Staff combo coming through in the item sword choice, you do get that free AP coming on. AP, which buffs up stuff like Kai'Sa's execute damage. Really, really important going on to the Baron. Of course, we saw that in game 1. She had 2 of them to work with, but just the one enough to really DPS this down. And Lucendi caught napping. They don't see it. They don't see it.
2 items in. Kai'Sa there. Magikarp throws out Daisy, who will be the sacrificial tank. Shady's going to come over, but it's too late. That is a Baron sneak. Second time's the charm. Flagian forces Ragnarok with a dead sentence. But the grab field is fantastic as well. And I'm going to have to bring it down a little because they're going to disengage, but they will immediately turn and burn that mid lane tier 2, and the shove begins.
I was like, wow, yeah, that's a nice grab field. Okay, maybe not that impressive. Okay, done.
I went with where you took me, and clearly didn't go as far as
Okay,
you
of course, it's the little brother's fault. We now have Baron buff empowered minions coming in from side of Nerd Rage. And much like we saw in game 1 of the day, that huge game, when you have a range advantage with Baron, you can siege like this. Getting Baron in the current is so disgusting. Victor throwing out the death rays. Look, that's a third of Highlander's health gone. You go in and that forces him off the tower. Well, the answer is apparently no one. That's why the tower falls.
You dare approach me, says Zyke on the Victor, and they break through 2 towers and an inhibitor immediately from Baron. They haven't even recalled right now, so there's quite a lot of golden inventory they just haven't even spent. They don't need it.
You thought it was a base defense, but no, it was me, Lucendio. That's it, we cracked the code. I know where you come from.
That was so bad, and I kind of approve. Well done. All right.
We've cracked the code. Lovely.
And with that, we're never back on UKEL again. Congratulations, buddy. You got
that's the one.
On that first day. All right. Well, the shove continues. Top lane, tier 3. Now in a siege, but Lucendi kind of hanging around these base gates.
Folks getting
close. They can find something. Last Embrace doesn't land from Senna, and those 2 cannons just poking away. They throw the bushes down.
It's really annoying because you don't get to freely auto attack. They can put the ball in, and that's what they're doing.
So Lucendi put what in?
Oh, that's okay. Shockwave just misses, but that's what they're looking for. This is why it kind of looks a bit awkward. They're looking for the Shockwave, but the options are so telegraphed, they can just get out with a lot of the mobility they have. Now Kia's going, it's a lot of damage onto Lindsay.
Grasping at straws, the tier 3 falls, and Lucendi, you've got to pull something now, or you're about to lose most of your base. Give me something, or this could well be game-breaking. And the bot side, Zyke taking tier 3.
Reminder, that was a 4v5, and actually, as they say that, going to dive onto the Victor. Grafield's there, though. Isn't he just going to get stunned?
He does get stunned. Didn't land the hook shot. That's a fair amount of damage. The Lantern comes through, but Zyke getting a lot of damage. Flashes on it does that. Olaf gets 1 for 1 right now. Haye does get the back call. And now we're going to see whether more's going on. At least the Renekton goes down. And Inno manages to hook shot his way out. It's a 2 for 1. And Lucende at least hold on, but they lose 2 inhibitors and all 3 inhibitor towers.
Yeah, actually, time to change the tone a bit, because I was saying, wow, Nerd Rage, they're doing a 4v5 over here. But that means that is the Victor left alone in the side lane. Inno recognizes that, punishes accordingly, takes down the Victor, even though the Thresh Lantern is there, and they manage to take down the Renekton after. They've bought themselves a reprieve and a bit of a lifeline in this game. They're still in it, even if the gold and the objectives are definitely going the other way.
Look, it's a pretty silver lining, but it's a silver lining nonetheless. That's what it is, because frankly, they just lost Mountain Soul. They've lost 2 inhibitors. They've lost that last inhibitor tower as well, which leaves that final inhibitor exposed. It's still looking pretty rough, but at least there's a feel-good moment there and maybe signs of life.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're sat here as a Lucendi player, and you could be saying, oh, I wish we were only 3k down. Well, that's not the situation you're playing in. You're playing with the hand you've got, and they did take the fight from that situation. And it stands to reason, if you can, why can't they do it again? They will need to be playing to a very slow amount of errors, though, because we can see the amount of damage coming in from across the board. Kai'Sa is yet to die. That's important if they do want to start getting some of these objective fights. Maybe fight over the Elder now that the Mountain Soul has been claimed. You need to make sure that Kai'Sa's dead, because the amount of damage with 3.5 items is through the roof from that carry.
Oh yeah, and she's gone toward Duskblade for her Mythic, as well as Senna right now, which will be interesting. Whether they can get the invisibility off, there's a lethality, not that much armor stacking on the squishier members. I mean, there's a Zhonya's in for Victor, and not going to do that much towards the Renekton, but late game Senna with enough souls could maybe start chunking out some people.
I think one of the things which is really annoying now for the side of Lucendi, and I mean this was always going to be a possibility as soon as the Dragon started stacking, is that one of your ways to get back into the game is a great Shockwave.
Yeah.
Well, everyone has now got a couple of extra 100 HP shield from that Mountain Soul.
Oh, yeah.
Inno is getting caught up here.
The Killeristic comes through, but now the Cosmic Radiance, they're turning it around, and down goes Kai'Sa in too deep. But all the while, the towers are going down. Nexus is being attacked by Magic, who gets
Good
one.
Shockwave.
He's going to keep trying to do as much. The Shockwave to buy his time, but low goes a number of these people. Remember, the Cosmic Radiance has now timed out. Zyke gets 1 back. It's a 1 for 1, and the Nexus tower that goes down. Once again, it was another one of those 4v5s. In goes Inno and just destroys Flaton. It's deleted. True damage too strong, and now they will back out with that man advantage.
Credit to Inno, when it has come to this base defense, this Camille has been the champion to pick off some of the more ambitiously positioned Nerd Rage members. Nerd Rage still take 3 inhibitors, well, 2 inhibitors, the third one actually in the bot lane still survives, forgive me for that one, but they lose a Nexus turret. Got 3.5 minutes until the Elder Dragon spawns. There's still the Mountain Soul, which is irremovable on Nerd Rage's team. We're going to be fighting over a Baron in 30 seconds, and then the Elder Dragon after that. Which have maybe an objective fight left in them, but if they lose one fight, that's it.
But also got to credit where credit's due. Lucendi holding on tooth and nail here. It was looking relatively clean for Nerd Rage ever since that second dragon fight, and this kind of closing segments of the game, such as it is, kind of been caught out a couple times here. Even if they managed to, pull out some fun little moves like taking the Nexus turret behind the back while the fight's going on. Still giving Lucendi a little life. Orianna's now 3.5 items. She's close to avoid staff and is gonna really hit hard with those shockwaves when she gets a chance. Camille at 3 items well, got a BF sword and inventory for that half item as well. Looking pretty scary, but the Baron has spawned. They're gonna start it up.
Yeah,
again.
Daisy's tanking again. Will die, it looks like, because of course they can't end up healing up that Daisy. In fact, they're gonna preserve it for now. Wait for the shockwave. Limsey is in position and a root does land.
The root lands. That's a fair amount of damage for the Chaos Storm in the backside in that
here.
small area. The Cosmic Radiance comes through, but they will not get the kill in time. Dawning Shadow coming out. Inno over the wall, trying to find time. The Hextech ultimatum is good, but Shady falls down. It's 2 already. Haya is being burned alive, but will survive with a fabulously timed shield. And Mache is doing so much work on that Gore Drinker Renekton. Flagon has fallen, don't get me wrong, but it is still already Shady and Dandy down as well. They've got carries alive. The frontliners are in trouble for Lucendi, and they're going to move back into the base. Our Nerd Rage and look to try and end it.
Looking to, and actually in a 3v4 situation, Victor alive. 1/3 of a HP on a turret. Looking difficult to hold this off this time.
Will not be able to get enough out of Mache, and now the Nexus exposed. They're going to try and continue to go in. Goes Inno as I speak. does fall down, though, and it's a shutdown for Magic on that Crocodile, who does a lot of work. Limsey is here trying to do something, so is Highlander, and there are some very low health bars. Shockwave lands on the high, and Kaiser is dead. Maybe that's all it takes. They're going to have to run for the hills. Shady has respawned as well. Flash! Undertow doesn't quite land. The Trigger Seed is there. Ragnarok now popping. Zyke buying time, buying space, but Lucendi hold on again.
The show goes on. Round 14 fight. Nerd Rage staved off once again. They take another turret. They are continuing to incrementally take down the remaining parts of Lucendi base, but at the cost of gold, at the cost of lives. And Nerd Rage not making the cleanest of endings to this game.
Gotta be aware that there is a ward by that top inhibitor. There is a teleport on Zyke, and if some shenanigans go on around these Uber buffs, Elder Drake up in under a minute, Baron is alive. That ward could be very important.
And Metal Gear Zyke trying to come in. We will have to keep eyes on that one. And now, you know, we talked about it 3.5 minutes ago. It is only 30 seconds and you get to go. Now, Elder Dragon's on the menu. 3 members of Lucendi walk into the river. Magikarp taking a chunk.
Bit of damage there. 20 seconds, as we mentioned, till that Elder Drake. The Metal Gear Zyke will manage to make his way in, as Nymera so deftly phrased it. Will be a question to keep our eyes on. Still a while on Magic's TP, so it really is up to Zyke if he wants to go for that. Maybe they don't. Maybe they're just going to hold people out and let the minions do it for him a little while before those waves crash in. But if they can buy time, the super minions will do the work for them. That's a hook onto Shady, but they don't get much more in.
The teleport, they're going for it.
There is that teleport! Now they just need to stop the return. There's no towers to TP back to, and Lucendi need to get away. Mache trying to buy time. Remember, Lich Bane Victor does massive amount of work, half HP. They're going to try and retreat. Ruhaya gets Shady, so they've already got a kill already there. Inno is going to be around, but the base, I think it's done. I think this is it. Flash away.
Oh,
he's done it! Nerd Rage is frozen. Please tell me I'm not wrong. You've got to hope.
Oh my gosh, we're staring at the frozen screen, stunned half a second away from landing. This is... What's
What's going on?
It's not even observer error. We have had so much
God, it's got to be over. Surely that means it's over. It is!
Oh
okay,
my
confirmation from production. It was like the freeze frame to end all freeze frames.
I was sat there, I was waiting for Lawrence Fishburne to tie him in as like, take the blue pill. The game ends here. You go back to your regular life. Take the red pill and enjoy 10 more minutes of madness. Turns out the game does end. It was the back door. You know what the key thing there was? There was nothing to TP to in the base for Camille at the very start of that play. As soon as the minions spawned, they could do, but that wasn't what ended up happening. And Victor flashes away, had the Zonyas, managed to get the last auto in, finishes the game.
And what a way to end it. It's a backdoor of all things. It's the Victor TP. I'm glad I called it out. At least I've got one thing right today, although my predictions have been a little bit off. But that one I got right.
Heck yeah.
So that's great news. And I think credit to Lucendi, despite that early mid-game being
particularly
quite rough.
Actually.
Yeah, the defense of the base was brilliant to see.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I think that, you know, showed the decisive mindedness and the presence of mind, not the rune, pun intended, and all that stuff, to see when a play was on, right? You can see the Victor on their own on the sideline. They do loads of damage to a tower. They do loads of damage to the minion wave. They're also still squishy. You can get on top of the hook shot. That's what they ended up doing, and managed to eke out a team fight win. I think if I have to give a player of the game, though, it goes to Flajian on the Thresh, particularly in the early into mid game. The roams which came up from that Thresh, we knew the bot lane was bit of a siesta as opposed to the fiesta of the top lane matchup. And Flajian was the stabilizing hand for the blue team for the entirety of that game, roaming across the map using Mobies very, very well across that game, and was everywhere he needed to be.
I think a solid award there. I think credit as well to Zyke on that. Victor doing a lot of the flashy plays. We'll have, of course, that beautiful clip to add to the highlight reel of the back door as well. But we are going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have London United versus Viperio. Go absolutely nowhere. We'll be right back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We are still the UKEL. We are still the Brothers Hapkin. We are still left reeling from the madness of last game. Morpheus, backdoors, base defenses, oh my. But we'll have to leave our madness behind and talk about this next matchup between Viperio and London Nymera. Cue me up. What are we thinking about this matchup right now?
Well, I'm hoping we're not on the film set for The Matrix 4, but I do think that in Game 4 of the evening, we have ourselves a really high-level matchup, potentially. We have heard from various people, various tier lists, which we have talked about to no end on this broadcast. These two are looking like they're going to be contenders. This is a split where anyone can win, and London United and Viper are expected to be in close running for that first spot. Talked to Colbol before we came live for the desk today. Very, very confident about this split, as is Killick in the mid laner. Thinks they're going to go 14-0 or 13-1. This is the time where they put up or shut up, because you need to start your stuff. You need to come in confident, because Vipero have put together a team with a lot of talent. That's how they've managed to attract a lot of players to their team and a lot of the staff members. They've just said, we're good, you can learn from us. And on the other side, London United are a org of a lot of reputation. They have a lot of very reputable names on their org, and I think this will be a heavyweight clash.
And I know, obviously, that there's been some discussion in the scene about who's really going to be favoured in this league. And I know London have had their own supporters, and I know, obviously, Viperoon and Doctor have a lot of faith in this squad, and I can kind of see why. The likes of Mauer, Articuno, Victorio in that top lane definitely got a lot of talent to their name to London.
I agree. I think that both of these junglers, I think the junglers are really going to be where a lot of this pops off. They share some champions. And I really think that this is going to be a game about who can weaponize their jungler the best. It's going to be a lot about draft. It's going to be about how do you do your early pathing? Is it disrupted because of a weird level 1? We haven't seen that so much in the meta right now, mainly because maybe I actually wonder if that's because we're seeing less stuff like Nautilus and Braum and Morg and these really strong level 1 champions. But if you can get ahead in these jungle matchups for like champions, when you've got heavy farm dive top junglers, it can really just split the game in half.
And I really do want to call out Johnny Recco's Talia as well. This guy has been putting up some very scary
You mean that thing we won't be seeing this game?
Yeah, probably. That thing will be banned very swiftly. But there's been one or two of these junglers which, like, at least in the current meta, it feels like a lot of the junglers that were strong last year at Worlds still pretty viable. Graves, Lilia, Nidalee, all up there, plus a couple others like the Pantheon and the Olaf, with the Gordrink, a very aggressive early champions, particularly in the LPL being favored. And then on top of that, you've still got some weirdness like Ivern and some of these Moonstone Renewer kind of champions are lurking around as well. So a lot of variety and a lot of ways to really empower your junglers right now.
For sure, and a lot of that does come in again through that top lane. We keep talking about it. Speaking of that top lane, one of the champions which can kind of survive a lot of those more dangerous dives is the Ornn. It's taken away from Victoria, who is a really big Ornn player. So is Infor, and this is Infor's debut game. Heard a lot about them in terms of how confident and how impressive their learning ability has been and their work ethic towards the game. But now they have to go up against Victoria, who has tried, tested, forged in the heat of UKEL battle. So hopefully seeing a good fighter matchup up there again.
Absolutely, and we called it out. Talia off the board very swiftly, taken away from Johnny Recco. It's a Soraka out as well, which you've already seen pulled out as a bot lane pseudo carry as well. One of those Moonstone abusers. Nidalee off the board now from Mauer.
Right, so having both Talia and Nidalee away from the top laners means that some of the Renekton combos to empower that jungler are gone now. Maybe you don't have such an easy way to snowball through top lane. Kai'Sa's gone. I'm wondering if something like Lucian is now actually quite a high priority pick from both these bot laners. They love their lane dominance. Lucian in the 2v2. Not necessarily meta. We were, again, talking with Doctor about that earlier in the day, but both these players really like it, and if you can win through bot lane just through CS, that's got to be a proxy.
One hopes that is a proxy, or the madness continues here in the UKEL. I hesitate to say, because we've already seen
we're all on shrooms now.
Some eyebrows. I refer to there we go, confirmation from production that is in fact a Seraphine pick. Okay. Of course, could go mid, could go bot. We've seen kind of Luxona style lanes from that bot side already in pro play. So I, of course, reference Cloud9 Academy, pulled it out, I believe last night even, so relatively recently.
Yeah, we see like Afrika pulling that out a lot in the LCK.
Sure.
Because we've got lights of Lahens going towards that pick so much. Seraphine is such a pain to deal with in lane. Has a lot of damage, has that ability to get that double stack shield, which means that in a 2v2, you don't really have enough damage to make a difference. Let's go something like a Samira, who has apparently infinite amount of damage if you close that gap.
And she's going to be paired up with another bit of a burst champion, namely the end of the line and ex-cigar smoking champion, namely Graves, locked in.
Oh, he quit smoking.
Lilia,
Yeah, good for him.
Lucian, also now in. So Johnny Record going towards, of course, one of those big-time carries from last year, and Lucian, which we're assuming going down towards Kaz, who is a really big Lucian aficionado, which we kind of alluded to already.
I think one of the important things with the Lucian Samira matchups, of course, you can't dodge out a lot of the pokes that comes from the Piercing Light, and there's only so many things you can wind wall. Lucian also wants to close the gap with you, except in the earlier parts of the game, Lucian tends to just outdo you at that. Thing about being a low-range carry, though, Nivea deals pretty well with those.
Funny when you've got a name like Articuno and you pick a Nivea, the jokes make themselves. We had Magikarp the last game, it's another Pokemon reference this time around, and the Iceberg locked in, as you mentioned. Absolutely the wall, very strong into some of these low-range carries.
Yeah, gonna be cosplaying the Galarian Articuno. Got to get that regional pride in. The
I
UK.
still don't know what that looks like, actually.
It's... okay, I can't describe it off the top of my head. It's
Okay.
It looks like a Pokemon.
Wow, it's not like there's over 150 of those.
It's not like there's over 700 of those.
I'd forgotten. I just remember I went for the one which was kind of the number everyone remembered. Anyway, I was very wrong.
There's in fact quite a few of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well done.
Speaking of quite a few of them, there are actually by this point quite a few bans. We talked about the Renekton being a really good combo with a lot of things. Actually, Renekton and Lilia is one of the better mixed damage top sides too, because Lilia can land just keep throwing out an E down the lane or whatever if you start coming up, and then if you just leave if it misses, and if you don't have to commit that much to it in terms of resources or in time. So you're gonna have to look towards another kind of top lane combo with that Lilia. And on the other side, of course, we know it's going to be the Lilia into the Graves, and the Victor has been removed. So I guess Anivia, Victor, and Oriana are kind of the primary counter-engage mid laners right now. They do really good at people diving into them. So Victor taken away from the other side of it just to make sure that the Alistair, Samira, and Graves aren't going to be hindered in the same way that Anivia is hoping to hinder the enemy team.
Of course, when we were checking out what the Heathen likes to do, the phrase I heard from Nymeria was the Heathen likes engage, and Alistair absolutely fills the bill. He's been playing a lot in solo queue. It'll be locked in here. Oriana is the pick for Killikin, and they've got one final pick do fight Perio.
The last of the it's the last of the trifecta of counter engage mids, disengage kind of zoning mids. So we do have the Oriana and Anivia combo. Not combo, matchup rather. And actually, going on top of that, Gangplank, that ultimate is very good at zoning. So now if we have this Alistair, Samira, and Graves fluff and engage into Shockwave Cannon Barrage, that fight is straight dead. That is over. You don't get to fight after that point if you get caught in those ultimates and you don't get the right kills.
We've also got to remember that Cannon Barrage is a massive AoE slow, which is great for Seraphine because it means she gets the root on her beat drop without having to use a double cast ability on it.
And in response to this, what do we say to the god of counter-engage? Not today. You're not going to get a chance to press your buttons. Malphite will be smashing the R button first.
Just smash R and hope for the best. It is that last option.
Yeah.
And we've got disengage versus hard engage, and they've kind of underlined it really nicely there. I'm not sure there's much harder engage than Malphite and Alistair really in the game. Maybe
No,
Leona?
probably not. Probably not. Yeah. No, Nautilus, Leona, Alistair, they're all up there. Absolutely. Waiting for the draft to be completed once again. Of course, that proxy pick did come through. But London United really went all in with that last pick. That is just saying, all right, we're down the rabbit hole. Let's just go for it. So that's thinking
down
about
the rabbit hole is sort of taking a ballistic missile and like blowing it up. Like that's the plan.
This is the bunker buster. This is like, it doesn't matter how much disengage you have. We're going to try and end the fight before that becomes an issue. Just the whole thing about counter engage is that you have to be alive to press your return fire buttons, and that's not going to be the idea from the side of London United. All cannons blazing, mistaken for Barrage, but of course they're up in the NLC, and we will be having ourselves some really big team fights.
So yeah, I've also got to call out, you were saying you've got to be alive to press your R button. Not a lot of front line for Viperio here. They've got a lot of disengage and zoning tools. Shields and the likes are available. Seraphine, Oriana, all there. But there's no true tank.
But it's in the same way as... So, for instance, peak TSM, actually. This is a really... So, talking about Season 6, Season 7, when Bjergsen was playing so much Syndra, you walk up to an objective and every blind spot is, oh, there's a Syndra stun there. So, you walk up and actually, you don't actually walk up because you're afraid of all the CCs that come through. You are afraid of Lilia's. You're afraid of the ball. You're afraid of barrels. You're afraid of culling, and you're afraid of various skill shots coming out of Seraphine.
Encore.
You don't really get to disrespect much of that. You need to have very good vision control. Malphite needs to get in very quickly. So what this signals to me is London need to be decisive. On the other side, Viperia want to do everything they can to deny them that decisive fact. They want to make the waters murky and say, if you're going to go in, we're going to make it hard for you to tell when it's the right time to do so.
Yeah, got to keep your eyes on that. London have a lot of go buttons, but Viperia kind of have the trap cards available to them. If they can set up well, Vision's going to be a big game here. Setup's going to be a big game here. Who gets caught in those choke points, particularly entering the rivers, I feel could be a massive point of pressure in this game.
Absolutely. And yeah, we've got ourselves a lot of zoning tools to watch out for, actually. And this is the kind of game where you look at all of these players and actually, there are so many moments in this game where there's so much information flowing into your head because you're like, okay, what does this skill shot need to be afraid of? Okay, so there's the Alistair combo. Oh, Nivea wall. Oh, Malphite still got all. Samira needs to pop off at any time, so I can't just be waiting to disengage all this other stuff. There are points where if you just miss that one piece of information which is going through your mind at that time, it could actually spell the end of the fight. Because actually, on the other side, if you get a shockwave onto a load of people and you pile into a fight and you don't catch Samira, Kunkum's gonna tear you a new one. So in the same way that Viperia, if London United don't stick their engaged, the same thing goes if Viperia use all their tools in an aggressive manner too and they fluff them.
Sure. Of course, Samira in broken team fights against the squishy people could definitely run rampant, pull that devil trigger.
And who better to split up team fights than a Nivea wall and a headbutt out of the fight too if you want to. If you just want to get rid of Lilia, want to get rid of the Lucian or something, you punt them out. Say goodbye.
Yeah, I mean the other issue, of course, of like Speaky, that Samira, like how easy do you think it's going to be for her to get in generally? Because I mean, there's a lot of like zoning tools she's got to try and like navigate around.
It's so we're not in a casino, and if we were, we would not be card counting, but we will be cooldown counting. You're going to be looking at barrels. You're going to be looking at where the ultimates are and whether Seraphine's used all of their stuff. Well, that is one thing actually. Of course, if you're trying to go forward with Samira ult, Seraphine ult, that's the other one. The Samira W, which is where I was going to come towards, that can block that. So there are some ways that London can fend off that. But then the question is, what are you going to waste that W on first? Because you might want to do that on culling or a couple of Lucian autos when he's got up to 3 items when Lucian has so much damage, because he's going to go for something like the Kraken Slayer or the Gale Force and then have the Essence of a second or something like that. You've got Lilia's to watch out for too. If you're clumped up, you can't let that go by. So there's a lot of stuff which will burn that Samira W. It can come down to, and again, it actually comes back to a lot of peak TSM. And they're a team which had, TSM are a team which has been memed many times. But actually, what they were really good at is just making sure they dodge more skill shots to the enemy and just win out in the skill shot efficiency. That can happen in this game. If you're stat around an objective in the late game and it's been dragged out long enough, and one Lilia E hits, that can be it. That can literally just be game.
Yeah, and like, I know we called out that there's a lot of zone control tools for Viperia. I mean, there's still some pretty good ones here for London. Like, Anivia is like queen of zone control between the wall and, of course, that Glacial Storm. And then you've got an Alistair, the smoke screen from Graves. Hell, the moment Malphite presses are, and you've got to be so aware of that all the time. So, like, there's going to be a big game of chicken around these objectives.
Definitely a chance that Lucian dashes into their death pretty horribly. It says, done that a few too many times in my solo queue games. Yes, that brings up some bad memories. But it's going to be a lot about restraint from both teams. But it's about... Okay, no, that's the wrong way to phrase it.
Let me ask this question then to you. We are in the UKEL. From the games we have seen even thus far today, has restraint been kind of a part of that?
Shut the mouth. It's what I would call tempered aggression, right? Because you're looking... Because, you do have a lot of go buttons. And if you do catch... Please don't. If you do have, if you do see that opening and you get that gap in vision, then everything's go, right? Because once the first CC lands and you do catch out the Lucian, the Seraphine, and maybe one other person, that if you kill 3 of them, the fight's over anyway, right? So again, for me, it comes down a lot to vision control, because if you manage to, so for instance, that Malphite gets to a point where he's tanky enough that Gangplank can't push in the Malphite. Malphite can push up, start helping their support themselves, get vision behind enemy lines, and then the Malphite can start teleporting if they switch lanes again into the back of a team fight and get that unforeseen unstoppable force. And that's when problems really start coming through for Viperia. So they need to work really well on where they know the enemy wards could be based on where they've had access to in the last couple of minutes. and then use that to approach teamfights to make sure that they're not getting corralled into a very bad place for Malphite to ult them.
We are now on to the Rift for Viperia versus London United. Sibling spats aside, we've heard kind of where we're expecting things to be. A lot of go buttons for London United, a lot of counter engage for Viperio, and that little bit of game of chicken, that kind of no man's land around these objectives is going to be all eyes on. Will Lucian dash forward into his death? Will Samira do that? Find out, well, not next time, actually, just later on, about probably 5 to 10 minutes, actually. And Dragonborn Z has nothing to do with it either, so...
Of course not.
Another one of those 5-man fans.
Very, very high value point there, Sam.
I
You
know.
really like how relevant that was. Most relevant
I
point we've said all
try.
day.
I am a man of great references, well placed at all times during cast. It was just one of them.
Oh, yeah. I could make comments, but you deserve to have some happiness. So I'll let that one slide.
Look, I don't know what bus you have decided you're going to throw me under all night, but there it is again.
Yep, that's the one. We do see wards put down from both junglers who've recalled and the ward, the trinket ward swap out for this sweeper, so we do have a bit of early vision control. But actually, Victorio gets in and puts down a ward onto the blue buff of Johnny Rico. So we're going to start on the wolves, looks like. And of course, Lily are really good at taking those multi-target camps. Going to start on those wolves, see where they go after that point.
See whether she decides to go for some tricky pathing, because obviously will now be off vision and potentially kind of upset people's understanding of her path, because if they assume she's on red buff because she hasn't shown on that, then maybe something's going on. But will now be spotted. There is the sweeper will spot the ward, and they'll get that one down as well. So vision denied, but I believe they'll have spotted it.
But what it does mean is that Victoria no longer has a ward to put in lane. So if Lilia does do some of that, as you were saying, tricky pathing, then Victoria doesn't have that safety net of knowing if the Lilia is going to be in their lane. Graves on the other side, going to be clearing through red buff, going towards Raptors, maybe looking to have an early visit down bot lane around the time Alistair has level 2, level 3. Maybe looking to upset that 2v2.
Barrels come out from N4 who got level 2 early, and you saw earlier on as well, Kaz and Hassa doing a great job in that bot side. Double range versus the single range, and of course Seraphine as well, just poke, so doing pretty well down there as well to get the early shove on.
Yeah, Piercing Light at level 1 has had some significant buffs to TV2. Slightly longer range, slightly more damage, 10 damage across all ranks, which means at rank 1 actually it is quite significant when you only have about 500, 600 HP. So yeah, Lucian gets to push in, snipe through the mini wave. Did he just miss the cannon? Oof. Graves going to be on that. Yeah, that's it. I mean, just
it's over, it's done.
What this does mean is, though, because Viperio's bot lane didn't choose to stick in and push, they get to walk up, put down a trinket ward from Lucian, which means that they have vision of where Mao might go into bot river. It means that the bot lane scuttle unlikely go towards that Graves, because Lilia is also in the similar part of the map.
Absolutely. Victoria, little man up has at least stayed alive up here, but Gangplank's gone for that cheetah recall back out straight away with the Doran's blade he picks up there. And Johnny Rico gonna get onto this bot side Scuttle Crab straight away.
He gets to keep the CS advantage, gets to keep restock on those corrupting pots. And it also means that you can just play the early levels really aggressive and just be like, yeah, I'm going to use my passive, what about it? And let's do a lot of damage to the Malphite in the early game, because you know that Malphite can push in the Gangplank in the side lanes later on. I'm actually not sure what's going to happen with this top jungle 2v2, because you do want to build some magic resist at some point, because of course there's a heck of a lot across the team. And as we're seeing that, we do see Graves coming up to push in this top lane. I don't really know if Graves needed to be there, but it might just been to check if Lily was on the same side of the map.
Bit of that going on, but while the shove in top side is in favour of the Malphite with Graves revealing himself there, Kaz and Hassa continuing to shove in Comcom and the Heathen as well over here.
So what does this mean? It means that mid lane is very, very isolated. Got a combo coming in bot lane, less isolated there.
Ooh, and that was a fair amount of damage. The high note comes out as well. But that combo doesn't quite land, but at least trying something there. Has a little bit low on the mana as the Seraphine, so might be a bit aware of
Wait, did
that.
I see... Hang on, wait. Did I see right there that... Oh no, I was wondering if Kaz had a blue buff there. That's surely not right, is it? Am I saying that wrong? No, it is wrong. It is wrong. Good,
Okay,
good,
cool.
good.
For a moment I was like,
wait, is that
check.
a glowing...
No,
okay, you know about
it's
the
just
whole...
it's the little Seraphine passive, isn't it? The notes.
Oh, I'm bad.
I could have told you that.
Oh gosh. And today we learned stop Nymera from saying dumb things on cast. It won't happen because as
No,
long
it
as
won't.
I am able to cast, it will keep happening. You take it from here.
Okay, well, there you go. A quick introduction to what Seraphine does when she casts abilities around her allies. They, in fact, get those little notes around them that empower their own auto attacks.
So,
And apparently they look a little bit like a blue buff to Nymera, who, as we've already discovered, has no eyes.
Yes. Okay. Well, luckily I know what the mid laners do. We can definitely work on that one. Also know what happens when you go towards a dragon with a jungler. It does tend to get taken. Gonna be Infernal Dragon first for Viperio. Of course, does give you a couple of those offensive stats to work with. It's more important stacking up in the early game because we saw what that Mountain Soul did. I mean, this is the kind of thing, right? If it comes to another Mountain Soul again, and it is against the likes of the Orianna, it means the Shockwave just has so much less impact when you do have to cut through across the whole team an extra 1,000 HP.
Absolutely, and that's what priority earns you as well. The bot lane we shoved in. Rico gets to go in and take that early break pretty uncontested, frankly. And Kaz and Hasa get to move straight back down to this bot
I'm
side
sorry,
and
that looks
continue
so
their job.
similar to a blue buff. I just first off, it tells you how much I play this. I play with Seraphim, which is honestly not a lot. Most of the time, it has been banned. I'm just there like, okay, all right, okay. Well, today I learned. Good stuff. Cool. Not making a fool of myself on her.
Yeah, I don't need to help. I can just sort of maybe hum
There
the
you
Benny
go.
Hill theme or something for you, and it set
Okay.
you up even better.
Heck yeah.
Level 6s
So we have
been hit for the solo laners though, which I suspect could be quite important because a Malphite teleport into an unstoppable force could be fairly dangerous. There's an engage on the bot side though, and the Heathen take it desperately low.
So there is no ignite from the Seraphim in this one, but that's a lot of damage to Victorio.
Yeah, has to ult away. Not going to have that available for a teleport right now. It's Gangplank doing all the work. Info flashed for that. Didn't quite manage to secure the kill though. So we'll be down that summoner, but at least forces the Malphite out of lane.
And importantly, I think Infor has a free setup in that top side. I'm not sure how many minions were left, because you need like a net extra 4 minions in any wave to keep it frozen. But remember, this is Infor's debut, and he's got a good matchup into the Malphite in the early game. Yes, he's abusing it well, making sure that Victoria doesn't have that ult to make sure that they can impact this bot side of the map. Where, you know, if you do pile onto an Enchanter lane, if you do end up forcing a gank onto the Seraphine and start forcing away the flash, stuff like that, it can be a very vulnerable champion. But left in a 2v2, it's very, very strong, and without the Malphite ult and the ability to teleport in and use that, actually Infor might have given his bot lane something to play around there.
Okay, so at least really kind of removes the threat of the Malphite in the back a little, so that's good news.
Actually, speaking of that, the lane swapping, that's even better. Wow, okay, doing the 8-minute lane swap for the Herald.
And they will use that kind of tempo advantage they have, the earlier resets to come through. Johnny Rico immediately stops at the Herald. Hase is there to back up. Victoria, I believe, will have spotted that because of the ward in that pixel brush just below the Herald. So they know this is going on to London United. GP in a lane with Samira right now. I don't think they're going to get too much out of it.
I think so. Honestly, GP is better at farming on weak side than a lot of different champions because, of course, you do have those barrels. You do have the ability to cleanse out of stuns and roots and all that other good stuff. So it means you can farm under turret a little bit more safely. Diving a gangplank, rarely a good idea. But when you bring 4 people down, that's what the plan. Could be a bit of danger for Infor.
Alright. Has got, of course, got that control ward, which means he is relatively safe and knows to back away. Articuno and this
Victoria doing
Orianna
similar on
Gilligan not
top
doing all
side.
that much right now. And all the while, there's a shove going on top side, and they've got a Rift Herald to their name as well. So this is looking like first turret and all plates to go down pretty quickly here for Viperia.
So they're looking to take down 2.5 plates. Some of the Herald one-shot that turret, get all of the turret plates. As get some poke, take some turret shots in return. That's one of those things you're like, oh, you know, I'll try and land some poke. You hit it, you're like, oh yeah,
the
turrets
tower
exist.
does
Whoops.
return poke. Yeah.
And actually, you know what? With a good, I mean, there was the Malphite ult. There's every chance you end up getting locked up on the tower, and bad things happen at TM.
What
as
about
it stands,
things
actually,
that could happen there? Tell me. What are they? Do you like, get
so you have chosen
unwanted
death.
tax
I can.
returns?
It's the other one of the certainties in life. It's not
Ah.
taxes. It is unfortunately death. But as it stands, actually, they're going to hold on to that Herald, use it somewhere else on the map. They're going to lane swap again after taking 2.5 turret plates top lane. And I really like that because it potentially allows them to take the entirety of the turret plates in the bot lane. Maybe not something that they could have done if they'd used that Herald on top lane. Because it allows them maybe if they hadn't managed to rotate in time for the bot lane, if they'd used the Herald top lane to get those extra turret plates they wouldn't have got. And that was a very rambling point. I hope that made sense.
I believe it did. I trust in your ability
It's
to convey
efficiency and
things.
herald usage. You're already going to get those plates top lane. So why not use it on bot lane where it's
Get
less...
more plates. Absolutely.
That's the one.
No level 6 in for Seraphine yet, but once she does, the Encore will be available, and that's always some pretty hard engage. We're going to see whether Kumkum continues to try and hold this lane. Doesn't have a support now, but that's because the
Oh,
Ether
flash in.
finds the engagement onto Kellikin, but does manage to flash his way to safety.
It does. So that's flash away from mid for the flash on the Alistair. Flash always very useful in that support, but you have Hex Flash, which means that some of your playmaking opportunity is still preserved through that. Rico down in the bot side. We do have a dragon spawning relatively soon. Guess we're looking to see if there's another big engage. He's been looking for it, but of course has no flash now.
Kaz dashes forward, but we talked about Lucian's dashing forward. The Encore comes through, and I'm not sure that London United wants more, but they do. And it's Graves that gets the first kill out, cooks a couple of them raw, and it's Articuno that kicks up a second as well, and that will mean second Drake over to London United after they turn around that engage.
Oh no, it happened. Lucian goes in and it doesn't end well. Now we've got Seraphine trying to clear up a wave in bot lane. Maybe actually Orianna going onto the Samira, who has no summoners now.
And Orianna does get the Samira, so that's at least one back. Killer King gets that kill even if they lose the Drake.
Me too. I guess, scarily, London United didn't even need to teleport in with Victoria for that play. Whereas on the other side, the Cannon Barrage was used from in-4. Doesn't make a great deal of difference. It's not going to be too early dragons.
Oh, wait.
Oh, no, they're going for it again. The same
Pelican
place.
gets the wall. It's the same place, same time, but this time there's support in place and the Heathen taken so very low. Johnny Rico flashes over looking for the kill. Articuno does get one back on the Killikin though, and the teleport comes through. Hase falls as well, and that is the 2-for-1 trade. Counter engage is counter engaged. Didn't realize we were playing Snap.
And you know what I was saying in terms of like, oh, sometimes you have all that information flying through your head and you forget the one thing. Well, there were a couple of things which got missed there. It was very in-the-moment decision-making. At least in-4 gets those plates, the remainder of them on that top side. Johnny Rico gets a kill back, but overall, it is that kill trade in favor of London, as far as I see correctly. And things got scrappy real quick.
About 12 minutes into the game, the gold is just in favor of Viperio by about 600 here, but London United aren't far off, and they've got I was going to call it an Articuno, but then a Nivea played by Articuno just to screw with my mind. There's 2 kills, Graves at 2-0-1 as well. That's some scary points to keep your eyes on. Gale Force very early on for this Graves.
Okay, that's going to be a bit awkward because, you know, we're talking about all the go buttons that London United have and they want to make things stick. Well, Gale Force is another way to get that pseudo go button and maybe force out a defensive ability from Viperio. We do have that Herald going down bot lane after all those top lane plates have gone. It's going to be another 2 shared between Johnny Rico and Kaz on the Lucian. And actually, you know, we're talking about that lane dominance early on from the Lucian Seraphine. It's kind of flipped around now. Kunkum getting himself more CS on
No, he's here again! The Heathen looking to shut down the Inquisition, doing as much damage as he damn well can, but the Encore is good, and I don't think they want to be part of this show because Kaz puts the bullet in, and that light show was not a particularly pleasant one to be a part of. Double kill to Kaz, just as we were saying, the lane dominance isn't looking so good.
And speaking of the Inquisition, their prime weapons are Overestimation, Lilia ults, and everything in the summoner department from Kaz. Blows the flash, blows the exhaust. It is enough to get through that DPS from the Samira ultimate. Johnny Rico in the right place, the right time. We talked about this guy's Talir. Ends up, well, it turns out actually that he's understanding the map just as well on the Lilia. And on the top side, Victoria's starting to take better and better trades versus in-4.
He's got himself some armor in inventory. He's got himself a Balmy Cinder, and it turns out when you slap a gangplank that hard with giant pieces of rock, it actually kind of hurts. I mean, who would have guessed? Might be in trouble here, though.
Who could have thunk it?
All right, will Victoria just use that unstoppable force over the wall and gets out safely? But again, it's down. Won't have that available for a teleport. He's also down a fair amount of CS here, probably due to some of those unfortunate backs he's been forced to take.
Or unfortunate backs. Killikin going to be taking that blue buff on wave clear duty once again in the mid lane. It is just the nature of these matchups. Actually, a danger of being walled in and comboed. Killikin's been caught out a number of times by the Alistair over these mid lane walls. So has to take a long way back to home.
His mid lane tower does fall because of the threat being able to walk that way. That change in pathing cost mid tower. London United pick up their first tower of the game, and they'll rotate over to the second.
So there's still no Malphite ultimate. Gangplank's on the same side of the map. I wonder if they want to fight right now. Looks like the answer is no. They do have the Mythic onto the Lucian, has the Kraken Slayer alongside the Ninja Tabi going. So having a bit more ability to duel out Samira, just thinking, all right, let's just get some of that anti-auto attack damage coming in, because most of Lucian's job is going to be making sure the rest of the DPS comes in onto someone like the Graves of Samira. But they have just as ample ability to burst them out in their own right. Articuno are going to be continuing to wave clear that mid lane. As we said, it is just another day at the office for these mid laners. With the blue buffs available, you just don't get waves anymore.
No, you don't. A lot of these mythics now coming through. It's the Kraken Slayer choice for Lucian, not the Gale Force. Double Leandri's Anguish in for the Lilia and the Orianna. Gale Force and Leandri's in for Articuno and Mauer as well. But for what I do want to call out here is it's Essence Cleaver first for Gangplank.
So this is going to be the full crit Gangplank. This is what we've seen more and more for the likes of Khan in the LCK. Some people have gone for the Divine Sunderer, some people have gone Triforce. Actually, turns out Essence Reaver has a really good Sheen proc because it allows you to go crit at the same time. It's one of the great things about the old Triforce for Gangplank, because just to get crit off that item. Johnny Rico going deep and popping the ult.
The lilting lullaby comes through and the culling is out as well, and the Heathen is taken low. That Unbreakable will come back a little late probably from the Heathen, taken pretty low from that, and that will give some free space for this Ocean Break to be started up. But I don't think Articuno and the rest of London United want to give this up. They are roaming into the river, Heathen trying to heal up best he can. Double beat drop goes wide, but the dragon falls regardless. Now Mauer has to quick draw his way out of trouble there, and the bowling balls start flying from Lilia, but she gets a split.
This is the case and point in what happens when you get to the objective first as one of these teams with very, very dangerous skill shots, like that E coming through. They've got the Alpha elbow.
And that means Seraphine is quickly cancelled. That tour didn't last all that long, but now the Heathen is in an awkward spot, and he is shut down as well. You never expect the Lucian Inquisition. He is hunting for the darkness and gets that particular cow down in place. Now, Articuno finds a fantastic wall combo, and Mauer is unstoppable. It ain't done yet. Mid lane tier 2 now under siege, and these storms keep landing. Paper cuts abound with Papercraft and Nivea. Taking pretty low there, but I believe she's still got egg form. Taken real low as well by those towers. Now Kaz is hunting forward, trying to get as much damage down as he can. Those double shots landing. A lot of low health bars, but there's a lot of damage in return as well. Keep your eyes on Articuno, who's still hanging around. Still, I suspect, as I mentioned earlier, having that egg. And I think we can finally take a breath, despite how close some of those numbers were to death.
Very broken fight. Articuno has the wall looking for it, and that's going to be a dive in from Mauer.
He was thinking about it, but quick draw and true grit, enough to buy some space. But these guys definitely feeling a little bit flighty right now.
They are, and for me, that style of play starts to favor London United. We see what happens. Because they chose not to go towards that objective fight, go into the phalanx, which have been set up from Viperio, they choose to find some better terrain for themselves. They find some vision in that approach to the mid lane in a turret, so if Viperio did try and defend it, which they did, they have a window of opportunity to go in with one of those decisive hard engages we said they needed. On the other side, all the way through it, we saw that there was Swell Siege getting dangerously close to landing. Of course, the Lilia ult wasn't available at that point, but you can see the case and point. It's getting... at least it shows to me that London United understand what both these comps do. That is something which some teams fail to do. They're like, oh, you know, we'll just fight this objective, and then they lose promptly. They chose not to fight for that dragon. They gave up it. It's not soul point yet. They do get themselves something across the board from foregoing that fight.
Very fast, Leah prances through her jungle. It was looking a little bit dangerous for there. The culling now coming out from Kaz, but has
Wall
to counter there by a
cancels.
little wall. You know, definitely living up to his name here, showing some nice mechanics on the Ice Bird. Or should that be Paper Bird at this point, with the skin choice? And like, for all that we've been saying, like, oh, London United looking great in these fights, and they've got the kill lead and all the rest of it, it's still about 1,000 gold lead to Viperio right now. This game is neck and neck right now.
So that means we haven't really... The question is, how does this gold affect the team fights? Because we do have a lot of Leandries now built up for Viperio, so if they land these long-range skill shots, gets that poker course, it does affect them quite a lot. Now we have this fight over a blue buff. I think that goes over to Victorio. Yes, that was the Seismic Shard, which ends up... Wait,
No, I believe
that's the Comet. No, what?
Oh, hang on. Seraphine has to flash away, just get her way out. You can see it's Lilia who picked
Oh, come on.
with the smite.
Today, on this or that, is it a blue buff? It's actually not Lucian. It's not Malphite either. I am just completely confused at all these blue particle effects. This is not good for like...
I even told you. You just ignored me.
Worst thing is, production also believed me, zoomed into it, and made me look even what.
Look, I know my prediction game wasn't great for the first 2 games, guys.
That's
but,
it.
like, I do have some ability to read this game.
You know, it's like the monkey paw wish. It's like you know, Alex, you can get these predictions right today at the cost of getting everything else under the sun wrong. Okay, right. That's not the important thing. Anyway, so we do have these items being built up. The question is, like, who has... when do these items come to bear? When do they matter? For London United, it's when they're going for those hard engages, and you do get Malphite coming in, getting in the thick of things and deleting someone. Graves, also high burst champion, same with Samira. As soon as these fights start extending, though, and you get the shield bow and the crits coming out of the barrels and the Leandry stacking up and the Moonstone doing work too, Viperio very, very quickly end up getting a net advantage in the health, the health heal to damage traded across these 2 teams. So it is going to be about the length of these fights in my eyes.
Yeah, and like, again, you're asking, okay, well, where is this gold? Well, a lot of it's on this Graves. And yes, the Malphite is 50 CS behind, probably not.
Big
We're
fight,
going to talk about this later, because Hase takes a lot of damage, and Mauer pops Seraphine. She is down for the count, shot dead by this Graves. The Swirl Seed in return does a little bit of poke damage, but that was always the threat. Can you blow someone up quickly enough with a 601 Graves? You absolutely can.
And the question for me was, well, how long does it take for these items to really come to bear? Much longer than that. If it takes 2 or 3 seconds to blow up your support, those items do not mean jack squat. Dragonfight, now there will be no Seraphine. And whereas before, really good vision control, really good phalanx setup by Viperio for that last dragon, it is completely the opposite. This time, London United set up the vision, they get themselves the pick, and they get themselves the dragon, or at least they should do. They don't go for the shockwave still, and it'll be smited away.
Yeah, and please don't stop the music, sings Seraphine come Cascada, and gets shut down really quickly. Turns out Graves isn't that much of a pop time. And yeah, that one was pretty swift. And like, as we've kind of been alluding to, where is the gold? It's on Graves.
He's
Olivia, they're doing the work.
Maybe he's much more of a fan of blue buff grass. No, no blue. Okay. Look, honestly,
I like the idea there.
Oh man.
All right. Well, bluegrass puns aside, I wasn't necessarily expecting that one to go that way. So
I
kudos,
say this
buddy.
as someone who's probably never listened to a good bluegrass. Like I'm not someone who is like well into the bluegrass scene. I just know the name of that genre exists.
Okay. I feel like one good bluegrass band.
Cool.
I can't remember their name. It was problematic. I've probably got the ticket somewhere from my season. But either way, Victoria now in a 1v2 with Generico hanging around. Don't know how feasible it would be to look for an engage when that Malphite has flash and unstoppable force.
You can try and force it away again. That would be the thought. Remember how important it was in that last set of picks around that mid lane in a turret, right? Because you do have that Alistair engage, of course you do, and that flash is available. But having both of them in a row to just keep this permanent knock-up suspension onto a choice couple of members of the Viperio team can just end a team fight before it starts. We were talking about that. The question is, can Viperio get that vision control and space appropriately to get all of that disengage? As Kuno is seen on that control ward, Hase needs to be very careful. We talked about how important Seraphine is to the disengage too, and if they get picked off early, like before the last dragon fight, in which they can do so very easily, the team comp with Viper does struggle.
The beat was dropped into the bush there and did find the heathen did Hase, which was good news. Height now as well coming out. Doesn't do a lot of poke right now, but that's what you get for being Sport Seraphine. Mauer caught with that Swell Seed, but Lilting Lullaby not used, rather, is the way to phrase that. And kind of a bit of a dark spot in this river right now for Viperio, who's struggling, as you were mentioning, to walk into river, because whoever face checks just has an Alistair and a Malphite. Press R on them.
And a lot of this is from Anivia deletes a wave, Malphite pushes in the gangplank, and the Samira is now at a point where Lucian doesn't... Well, actually, no, saying that again. Lucian's managed to get the CS lead and item lead over the Samira. Once again, it has flip-flopped a bit throughout these games, but largely, London United have been the team that have been pushing up and walking into the enemy jungle, with the likes of the Alistair being so much better at pushing in wards, because Enchanted supports can struggle with that. Alistair gets to pop all and gets to run away. He has phase rush. You know, they're happy to run in and maybe trade an ultimate for the chance of getting vision or the chance of getting engaged. Seraphine often just dies before you get that chance, which means London United had the vision battle handily in their favor for the last little while, and Kaz putting down the ultimate.
Ooh, and Mauer spends a little while getting cold there. That particular Graves not happy with that one, but does manage to at least walk his way out of danger. Samira, enough to run on the top side, but this is becoming a bit of a problem as well for Viperio. How the hell do you siege into the Anivia right now? They've got, like, the Anivia just sits in mid lane, presses
You have
R,
to play
and
around
the wave just
objectives.
goes.
It's like in game 1, you're just waiting for a Baron. You do have good siege, you do. But the problem is about siege is that the way you counter a siege is you hard engage. Ample amounts of that on London, London United. I do want to just touch again a little bit on the role of the Heathen and Haas and their champions in this game. It's a conversation I've had multiple times with a couple of friends within the league scene recently about, do we think an Enchanter meta is going to come back? Seraphine is strong. Seraphine does a lot of good things, but you're not able to ward as effectively as someone like a tank support, as we see top laners doing the thing. But whereas again, like,
by fire.
yeah,
Quite a lot of
it's
damage.
one of the reasons why Rakan has kind of been the enchanter that survived through a lot of the more engaged matters, is because at least they have the ability to get out of a rough situation. Seraphine doesn't get that. Lulu doesn't get that. Janna can protect themselves in some situations, but it's so much more risky to go and get vision. And when this game is so much about getting dragons, fighting around early Herald, and getting Baron, you don't really get the optional on if you're going to set up vision. And especially when you're against champions like the Alistar and the Malphite yourself, we talked about how important that is. Once you lose that vision battle, it's hard to wrest it back because you have to go into blind fog of war. And Haas, once again, is in a bit of a dumb spot. But then, look at this. Just what we're talking about. Alistar gets walk in and walk out. It's a way. Look, the ultimate's a wait. That's important, but they're alive.
There's about 20 seconds to that ult, so that could be quite important. Alistar with no ult is a significantly squishier prospect. Kaz is there, gets a big combo onto Mauer, who's a lot of the damage in this squad for London United. So much. The goal, the shockwave comes through. Mauer has to flash, but does survive. That got desperately close to immediately taking away so much of the gold from London United before the fight even began. But that means shockwave is down, but Mauer is very low. Needs to get that honeyfoot heal his way back up to something resembling HP. Keep your eyes on
Very
him for
lucky.
as well.
That's an Ocean Rift.
Is an Ocean Rift indeed. They've got an Ocean Breaker piece for these squads. They really want to get towards that soul point. That is Lilting Lullaby coming out. But they
can't follow
still
up.
doing so much work. Charmed is Victorio, but he goes down. Kaz on the rampage. Cannon Barrage comes out and the coconuts are falling from the sky and you don't want to engage with those ones. In goes the Heathen, but he's dead to Lucian. And that means that at least one goes back, but now Killikin running rampant in the back. That's a triple kill for Lucian. Can they get more? They've got the shutdown, has Articuno, but now needs to buy time. Flash away from the Q. Killikin burning, and resurrecting. Is this Anivia trying to get something back? But it'll be fried eggs for breakfast and an Ocean Soul Point for Viperio.
No rising from the ashes for Articuno. That was so back and forth. We had such a combination of things we've talked about so many times. Lucian does dash in and die, gets a lot of work done beforehand. We talked about the Anivia doing a similar job to what Viperio want to do in this team fight. Walls out the follow-up engage, or at least most of the follow-up engage from that Lily roll. But then the Gangplank ult comes through. That does so much damage. And after we already talked about Mauer being so low HP, and then that joined by the lacking health bars of other members, even the first engage of Victoria with that Malphite ultimate followed up by the Heathen slightly later. It's just not enough. It's not coordinated enough, and they've lost too much HP by that point. Viperio extend the fight to a length where their items win through.
They do at that, and that earns them about a 3,000 gold lead. It earns them Ocean Soul Point. You can sort of see how this works. Mauer got chunked out early, and that put them in a bit of a difficult spot. Because yes, it's all well and good having your Graves be fed, be at this point where you can just execute anybody who gets picked off. He himself gets caught out before it. You just lose a lot of your damage.
It's one of the reasons why. Heathen can't even get in range for the combo. Can't cancel the culling. Loses half his health for the attempt.
I believe that was a nice beat drop from Haas there, just slowing down Alistar enough. A little bit too distracted by the hot mixtape that Seraphine is bringing to the Rift. We'll stop that one out for now. But as we said, this mid-tier one still standing because Articuno just will not offer enough wave for these guys to sit there and siege. Great siege though it is.
I'm wondering at what point. Well, we did see Gangplank actually pushing it away from the bot side. Maybe that can lead to a bit of an ingress of vision into London United. But that's a good route onto Articuno, who doesn't have passive, but no,
the favor! That's so much work, and Articuno, with a little bit of help from Graves, gets one back as this time they attempt the engage to Viperio, and they're getting shut down. Haas in a lot of danger as well, falls down. 2 dead on an attempted engage in mid lane, and that means suddenly London United are in prime position to start at the Baron. Bot lane is gone for Viperio.
Wonderfully played by Articuno and Heathen. They just know the ranges, they know their damage numbers, and the damage numbers are damn high. Articuno now actually going to be in the middle of that gangplank. It's a lot of damage, and they're on the Baron.
They are, but they're not going to get in for the smite. The shockwave was a nice attempt, but it still grazed with a secure with the smite. Baron over, no one dies. At least Gangplank gets the tier 2 in bot as a consolation prize, but it's a pretty paltry one. Maybe they'll get the mid-tier 1 as well that's eluded them so far, but again, that is a high price tag to pick up 2 towers.
It is, and most of the time I really like Gangplank on blue side for Baron defenses, because you put down the ult and suddenly the enemy team takes a heck of a lot of damage, because Gangplank's base damage on his ultimate is just very, very high. It's not enough in this case. You've already lost your follow-up damage in a lot of cases. You would want that Lucian diving in to try and pick up a couple of kills, but they're already dead. Now we've got the Baron buff. With this hard engaged threat, these minions aren't going to die nearly quick enough. This could just be a straight inhibitor take.
Shoving straight down this mid lane. They've got a lot of siege themselves. Just so much zone control, so much threat of the hard engage. And the facial storm swirling around. Articuno is an absolute menace with all the items. He's got Demonic Embrace now alongside the Leandri's Anguish for all that burn damage. But for now, Viperio at least holding on to these inhibitor turrets. We'll have to see for how long and whether they can continue to weather the Baron swing.
So they've stacked up a lot of people with this defense. They think we need this many people to clear out this wave. But when you have this many people in one spot, it's prime pickings for the hard engaged London United. You could see a dive, but actually as it's standing right now, the wave is being killed, and London United are not going for that engage.
They are, and thus far, inhibitor turret stands down to about 20% HP. So it got a little low, but London United can't quite crack the base, at least on this initial push.
The follow-up gain from this for London United, though, is that because they've managed to push into the base, they take Krugs, they take Raptors, they take the Gromp as well, they take Scuttle. That is several hundred worth of gold away from the enemy jungle and into their own pockets. That's about 500, 600 gold swing across all of that, I would imagine. So that's still building up the bank of London United.
Once again, welcome to the UKEL roller coaster, guys. I hope you're all tall enough to ride. Viperio lose their 3k gold. It's back down to about damn even again. And we've got an Ocean Soul fight coming up in 20 seconds. So grab your popcorn, put your hands up in the air, and scream for more cannon barrages. As in goes the Malphite with the counter engage. But is it enough? The Shockwave in return also. But Samira, what's she been doing all this game? She manages to finally pick her moment. And it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of London United as the dragon spawns.
Once again, Lucian is struggling so hard with this range. The Malphite and the Alistar are turning it around onto this AD carry in more than ample enough time for the backline members of London United to get the follow-up damage. This will be This would have been Ocean Soul for Viperio. That's why they're looking for it. Johnny does have Flash, does have a Blast plan to go to. This is getting very low. Doesn't go for it though. Realizes actually if I die, maybe that's a lot worse for our team.
The gold now in favor of London United by a whole 100 gold, ladies and gents. And they also bring themselves to Ocean Soul Point. Roll up, roll up. It's the greatest show, well, at least in the UK right now. Looking like a tight end to this game at 33 minutes in. It's anybody's guess who takes this. But last couple fights tipping in London United's favors, if nothing else.
It definitely seems that way right now. And yeah, the swing of the gold. I'm sure the gold graph will be very interesting to look at the end of this. Kaz going down towards that bot side. I've been really impressed with how London United have never really let Viperio sit and be happy with their lane assignments and sit and be happy with their poke. They're always threatening the engage, which is giving that healthy bulwark of space, that buffer between the two teams, which means that London United are actually taking a lot of these turrets. We saw the amount of damage done to the mid lane inhibitor turret. They back off. They get to reset now. It's 2 minutes until the next Baron. They can probably go put out some vision, push out the next waves, recall one last time, and then be ready to fight for that objective. If they get that Baron, that slides them perfectly. Either, of course, if they win the fight into a game, or into that Ocean Soul, which may as well be the same thing.
And of course, we are singing London United's praise for the last few options they've had and looks they've had that have looked good. The Baron, of course, the picks in the mid lane, great fight around that sort of Ocean Soul point there for Viperio. But Viperio themselves, back gangplank, 3.5 items, looking pretty terrifying. 3 items on Lilia as well. Like, there is an absolute world here with this 4-item Lucian where they could come back and win this game too.
And need I remind you, there are no cleanses on London United. One good Swell Seed, one good combo from Johnny. That is the turnaround, because it doesn't matter if Lucian dashes in if everyone is asleep, and then you get to burst them out in time. I think one of the big problems is Victoria just doesn't die nearly quickly enough at this point. We saw how basically that last fight was Victoria retreating after taking a good amount of damage, but not enough to kill them before they got the Unstoppable Force. And because he'd survived so long, he runs close enough to get to the Heathen, who follows up with a headbutt Pulverize, and that's where the fight goes wrong.
And to build tension, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our speciality, namely the late game pause. We're just waiting a little bit on this one. Having a look at production, sounds like it might be player lag, but I'll make sure that gets confirmed a little later on.
With all the blue buffs I've been mistaking, maybe it's caster lag.
Okay, so it sounds like the Heathen's got some slight lag problems confirmed by production, so hopefully this won't take too long. It'll get solved quite quickly, but of course, late in the game, when you're one of the primary engage tools, you do want to be doing that on as stable a ping as possible. And literally, as I speak about it, play resumes straight away. Tension significantly built.
That's the one. That's the point in the choose your own adventure book of League of Legends. You have to decide who wins. That's the one. You know, we had it last game. It was right at the Nexus. Really stressful.
Can I get a League of Legends choose your own adventure book? I would definitely.
I can make one. I can maybe make one.
That'd be great.
It's gonna be like made on like 5 pieces of paper with like some like crayon drawings on it. Is that good for you?
I'm probably okay with that. If only for the amusement value.
Well, slightly less amusing, slightly more stressful. This fight going pretty hard. Good route over the wall. Vision control, at least the first amount of territory ceded by London United, and Viperio taking the river for themselves. That's a Swell Seed onto Articuno. It's not been popped just yet. Kaz going for once again with the culling.
Yeah, he does. The relentless forward Heathen taken to about half HP. The burn still continuing on the Heathen as well, which is just nasty to watch. 2 minutes until this Ocean Soul fight. And for the last few minutes, Viperio have managed to hold court in the river this time. It's not the London United in there first, and they're starting to show what happens when their poke lands. We said it could get damn close. Not even there, like, you can see some of those extended trades. They're not bad for Viperio.
No, so London have recalled once more, but over the last couple of minutes, because they did do that reset, they lost those wards they've been so good at using throughout this entirety of the game. We see that jungle and ADC, and of course Articuno coming over as well, clear out a bit of vision, and that will now make Viperio very scared again to go into that area of the map. It's a level 18 Anivia. That wall is very, very wide now. That's going to lock off most of the walls in Summoner's Rift. Most of those corridors. You can see that.
I mean, it's a level 18 Anivia with that 4th item death cap, no less. Like, there's so many squishy members, and that is not so much a Glacial Storm as absolutely Arctic.
That's the point where you kind of wish you'd gone for a Mortal Shield Bow and had like a Sterax onto Kaz or something. Remember when Sterax was arranged? Oh man, do you remember this release Sterax Phantom Dancer was that was a thing. What is also a thing is Ocean Dragon spawning in this game in a minute. That's a pretty important thing to talk about. We have a teleport coming from base as Orianna will be coming into the mid lane.
Well, I'm a little bit afraid for Kaz, because if he suddenly decides I'm going for a walk, I may be sometime and freezes to death because Articuno gets a hold of him. Like, it's happened already in this game. He's gone towards that last whisper, last item. It's becoming a little scary. And speaking of the wall, it's so close to Killerkin, who has to flash out. Once again, London United have control of the river, and suddenly getting in is just a nightmare right now for Viperio.
It is, and you know something we have. Oh, it's a 3-man Swell Seed. That's the
sweep.
kind of thing you gotta be very careful of London United. You do have a huge mid lane lead, 3 levels, and you do have a lot of CS too, but will that matter if the shockwave lands? Best hope so for the side of Viperio. They do want that to be a big shockwave, but on the other side, they're still looking. Again, the Swell Seed lands. It's dangerous every time that happens.
Kun taken to half HP, but does at least have Hun Fruit to his name. That's good news, but these Swell Seeds are nightmarish late game. Look so non-threatening until you see your health bar just burning away. The Encore though comes through into the shockwave. The engage is not bad by time. It's doubled up, and they're going to continue on that. It's Ocean's All to London United. They have secured it. Resurrecting now with the GA, and they've got to work out whether Viperio can continue to fight. They can't find the kill. Articuno over the wall, won't find anything right now. Johnny Rico with Kaz looking for more, but they don't find it. London United disengage, get the Ocean Soul, and get out with everybody alive.
Incredible that London United get everything that they come here for. They have teleports to contest this Baron Star, or at least this the Vision battle by Viperio. No, they're gonna burn through it.
It's going down damn fast, but here come Victoria and Articuno looking to buy time. That's a lot of AoE they could bring forward. Heat drop misses from Seraphine. She's not got her ultimate, but that will be Baron down, but they will have to see what they can do with it. It'll be a temporary Uber buff for that lingering Ocean Soul that's the eventual trade in this late game.
Tense late game decision making once more in the UKEL. There was a barrel in that last fight which I thought might have ended things because it took about half the health off of that Samira as the Seraphine was also ulting into the fight too. It just wasn't enough. The GA was there. It didn't mean that the kill came through. Now the Baron is down and we know that this is a good siege comp. We're going to have the Swelsey coming in again.
Drowsy goes Power, but Articuno gets Seraphine again. Kun goes in as well, and Lucian is dead as well. The bot lane is gone. So is the mid laner, and it's everybody but GP who find their ways to an early grave. And now the base is free. It's a level 6 mastery mode for even more BM, and London United will continue the siege with only GP alone to try and hold on.
Viperia overstep their safe bounds and meet an icy end. It is going to be Articuno and crew piling down into these Nexus turrets, but the Gangplank ult and the Baron buff is making it a little bit harder than they hoped for.
Maybe they can buy time, but it's still less than
no, there's 1
10
minion
seconds on
alive.
the Seraphine. There's 1 minion alive, and I think it's too much. Info falls down. The Penguin dabs. Still 10 seconds on any serious carries, and I think that's still going to be it. The Encore is destroyed by the Blade Whirl. Nexus falls. London United in just over 40 minutes just edge out Viperia.
Hard fought win for the London team, but a win is a win. We will see the victory scream. Morpheus will not have his revenge in game 4 of the night, and London United, though, will take their win.
That was very, very close from two teams that people have been quite high on, and honestly, a lot of back and forth there, a lot of good plays across the board. It was that hard engage versus that disengage, and things definitely got tight towards the later stages.
I think the early game definitely worked out pretty well for Viperia. I think the one thing is that they couldn't really transition any of their, well, either the Gangplank doing pretty okay versus the Malphite, or the Lucian pushing in that bot lane into any meaningful results. Because the first fight in bot lane where they did lose the Lucian, they ended up losing that second Dragon too. That felt like it was against the run of play for what they had available to them. The Gangplank ult didn't quite make the mark. Of course, the Malphite didn't even need to teleport down. And after that point, London United used that foothold in the game. But of course, they would have found footholds anyway. They do have those power spikes to really just leverage the Articuno to a Flame Horizon 3-level lead on their mid lane, which they didn't even touch on in game because so much was happening. And they just brawled through with a huge amount of DPS from that mid lane, and of course the Samira into the late game too.
I mean, credit over to Viperia though. I mean, that was good stuff in parts of that. They had some nice moments. Credit over to Kaz when he got some of those good Lucian plays, even if he overstepped once or twice. There was some good shockwaves in there. You know, Lilia definitely starting to be scary with those lilting lullabies. It just wasn't quite enough. Does mean that London come out with a win. Hard fought though it was. I'll ask the question now to you, Nymera, oh brother of mine. Who do you reckon is worthy of player of the
I'm gonna give it to Articuno. I could have given it over to Mauer on the Graves, of course, but I do think that Articuno Anivia made it so hard in the mid and late game, and the walls were perfect. The picks between them and Heathen on the Alistar team were really well coordinated. They picked off both the Lucian and the Orianna multiple times that they stepped out, and then they ended up just being so difficult to deal with in the late game team fight that I have to give it to them, and well played.
Well, those were some spicy games to end us out here on our first day of the UKEL broadcast. But that does mean, unfortunately, done for the day. So, from myself, from Nymera, from the whole UKEL talent and broadcast crew, we bid you good night, good day, good morning, wherever you're watching in the world. And we'll see you all on Saturday. Till then, good night.